Welcome to My Watches with Ben. Today's video is on the wristwatch type of Pilot Chronograph. Yes, this video contains all the Pilot chronographs I could find in today's market. I even included some other technical Pilot watches as well. This is the third and final video in the Pilot watch series. The first one I did, simple, covered the three-handers, simple Pilot watches. The second video covered multi-zone time presentation. Why did I say it that way? Dual time and world time watches. The Rolex GMT Master 2, that's a great example. This video covers all the Pilot-y complications, primarily the chronograph, but these are the watches that just have a ton of busy stuff all over the place. In this video, we have complications for days. That chronograph I talked about, you'll have tachometer scale, you'll have slide rule, altimeter, compass, decimal scale, hour angle, dual time, distress beacon, alarm, altitude density adjustment scale, Geiger counter, drift angle, telemeter, even flashlight, and more. There's even more than what I said. It's all here, all the complications. And yes, that thumbnail is actually correct. Today I'm going to show you what I consider to be the best Pilot chronograph out of 438 watches from 277 brands. Every watch has a detailed score sheet, and I promise to make at least one witty or insightful comment about every single watch in the video. That's my promise to you. I hope I don't let you down. Your interpretation of what's witty or insightful may differ. But there's timestamps in the description. The top 10 is very close to the end of the video. So if you only have like 15 minutes or something, please go ahead and skip to that top 10, and then you'll get like the core of what I think are the best Pilot chronographs. I'm literally gonna go over 438 watches. I don't know how long that's gonna take. 7-8 hours? Could be. I actually don't know right now. But the time is well worth it if you want to get to the bottom of what makes the best Pilot chronograph. And if you want to see how your Pilot chronograph or technical Pilot watch stacks up against the other ones in the market, I've got you covered. And if you just want to learn about a ton of Pilot chronographs, well, you've come to the right place. There's a ton of them in this video. I suspected with the hundreds of watches that are available that there are going to be a lot of good ones that you just never hear about. And I'm happy to report through my analysis that yes, there are a ton of sweet watches that you just don't hear about. They just don't get very much attention. I made this video because it's very difficult to find good overviews of the market. And this is especially true with Pilot watches. There's a Rolex GMT Master 2, then there's the Leica Flieger, then there's the Citizen Skyhawk. There's all these different types of Pilot watches. Most of the top 10 videos just cover Pilot watches generally, and they show watches from all different types, like the Cartier Santos. They'll show like the Omega Speedmaster, the Bulova Lunar Pilot, and yes, that Rolex GMT Master is sometimes shown as well. They'll show the Seagull 1963, perhaps a Leica Flieger watch. It's kind of the same cast of characters in a lot of these. There's a little bit of a feedback loop in just watch stuff online. It's not often that you get to see a broad overview. The point of this video is to give you a solid overview of the chronographs that are out there, not necessarily with the GMTs and the Fliegers and the simple Pilot watches. Those won't be in here. We're just focusing on the kind of the chronographs, the technical Pilot watches. The other issue I see with top 10 videos and any videos that talk about like, here are the Pilot chronographs you should know about or whatever. They don't say Pilot chronographs, they just say chronographs. Here are the chronographs you should consider. Chronographs are kind of all combined. They like to mix the dress chronographs with the racing chronographs, with the Pilot chronographs. And they're all just kind of mixed together. It's just like, take your pick. These chronographs are all the same. They're not all the same. Yeah, there's different requirements. And I just wanted to really explore what makes a Pilot chronograph. You know, what is a Pilot chronograph? Because there's racing chronographs, there's dress chronographs. What's the Pilot chronograph? What makes it suitable for a pilot? Yeah, like what are the useful complications to a pilot, like in olden times, I guess, before the ubiquity of GPS. Now that the watch is probably obsolete, but you know, in the past, what was a good one? No, it's still viable to use some of these complications, particularly the chronograph. Chronograph is awesome. Having it on the wrist, always ready to go. But yes, in this video, you'll see heavy hitters such as the Breitling Navitimer, Seiko Flightmaster, IWC Pilot Chronograph 41, the Omega Speedmaster, and all the other big boys. But you'll also see some sleepers, including the Archimede Pilot Chronograph, the Rotary Aeromaster, the Ball Space Master, the Tutama Classic Chronograph, Casio ProTech PRG340SC, and tons more. Yeah, with 438 watches, there's no way that you've seen all the watches that are going to be in this video. You just haven't. It's impossible. I dare you. After some intro and background, I'll give you the top 5 pilot chronographs in 5 price ranges, split up into smaller, more digestible sections. So the first price range I'm going to cover is budget, and it's everything under $270. Examples include Casio, Timex, San Martin, and Nixon. The next category I'm calling affordable. It's $270 to $510. Examples in this price range include Citizen, Luminox, Islander, Benris, and Zeppelin. The next price range I'm going to cover is called Quality, and it is $510 to $1,920. It's a huge range, like $1,400 range. We're starting to get some automatic movements here. We've got Hamilton, Tissot, Liv, Hanhart, Seiko, Yema, and Citizen. Very broad range, like I said. There's some cool Russian watches using the Polyat 3133 manual winding movement. Yeah, and these price ranges are, I set the upper and lower boundaries based on trying to have an equal number of watches in 5 separate categories. So it's like quintiles, essentially, of the overall market. The fourth price range is premium, $1,920 to $4,300. And this includes some excellent options, such as Sinn, Ball, Damasco, Brellam, Leico, Marathon, and Oris. A ton of good stuff here, often using the Sellita or ETA Swiss automatic movements. I think this is probably the sweet spot. You know, you're spending between $2,000 and $4,000 approximately, something like that. You're going to get a sweet chronograph, most likely. If you watch my video and you choose one of the highly rated ones, you're going to be very pleased. But if you want to go to the absolute top, the last price range is luxury, over $4,300, and it includes the big boys: Breitling, IWC, Omega. I mean, yeah, how do you beat Breitling? Seriously, Breitling is dominant. And there's other ones too, like Rolex, Zenith, Bell & Ross, Fortis, Vacheron Constantin. Those will be in there too. I don't consider those necessarily big boys of Pilot. Big boys are Breitling and IWC. But anyway, after I cover these 5 price ranges, there will be a runoff round at the end, which culminates in my top 10 of all price ranges. And there'll also maybe be some bonuses at the end. I have to think about that, figure it out. I'll definitely do top 5 Fliegers or something like that. I'm trying to think what other bonus rounds I could do. So hopefully that will solidify as I go through the video. If you don't see your favorite Pilot chronograph in the video, or you disagree with my take, please let me know in the comments. If there are any watches I missed, just let me know, and there'll be a pinned comment. I'll go ahead and put that into my scoring system and just say what the score would have been. Now I'm going to go a little bit deeper into the philosophy of the Pilot chronograph, just flesh that out a little bit. And then after that, I'm going to cover the scoring system. And then after that, we'll be into the meat of the video. The vast majority of the video is me going through these 438 watches, one by one. And of course, I'll start with the budget category and go up. Now for the philosophy of the Pilot chronograph. All right, the philosophy. And if you watched the other videos, I was always talking about this as if it would be the technical Pilot watch video. That's what I originally conceived it to be, is just technical Pilot watches. But I quickly realized that the primary complication on Pilot watches is a chronograph. That's what is most useful on a Pilot watch. In fact, 93% of the watches in the video have a chronograph. So that's the title of the video. You know, I titled it Pilot Chronograph. But to its core, the technical Pilot watch is something that offers you additional capability beyond basic timekeeping, i.e. complications. We just call them complications. And these complications should be useful to the pilot, obviously. I mean, that's the point of it, is it should be useful to the pilot. And again, with a lot of watches, there's a little bit of fantasy land here. It's like with the dive watches. In the dive watch video, there's a lot of silliness with water depth ratings, and it's not anything people are using to keep them alive anymore. They have dive computers. It's similar with the Pilot watches. The watches have been rendered pretty much obsolete, except for the chronograph. The chronograph is still sweet. Just having a chronograph on your wrist that you can start and stop, that's super awesome. And the thing is, yeah, like pilots will probably have the E6B flight computer. Like in the cockpit, or they're going to have instruments or other tools that can perform the same function. However, it is pretty darn cool if you can do some of this stuff on the wrist as well. So as with all of these things, it's for fun. Watches are fun. Don't overthink it. It should be fun. But the category here is pilot chronographs. So let's have a watch that actually fulfills that like fantasy or whatever, that a pilot can actually use it. But before I get too much further into the complications, I need to acknowledge that the traditional wristwatch is obsolete. Well, I already said that. But it has been supplanted in utility by the smartwatch. I have to mention that smartwatches can do really cool things in addition to the capabilities of the dumb watches. For example, smartwatch will have GPS. You can navigate your flight path with the watch. You know, examples are the Garmin D2 Delta PX or the D2 Air X10. Your watch can show you a weather forecast. It can show you the current weather and a forecast of the weather on your watch. You can use it for flight logging. You can display a weather radar overlay. It can tell you wind speed, direction, obviously. It can give you notifications. You can take phone calls on your watch or do voice text. It can give you your pulse and your oxygen saturation. You can literally listen to music on it with Bluetooth headphones. And is that important to a pilot? Maybe it is. Maybe it is important to listen to your music. So if you're actually a real pilot and you want a watch that can do the coolest things, you're probably going to get the Garmin. Maybe the Apple Watch. The Garmin is especially for pilots. For example, I had a Samsung Galaxy watch that eventually broke. My favorite feature on that Samsung Galaxy watch was just having a little subdial that said what temperature it was outside. I loved that. It was so nice. I would love to know how cold it is out right now. I don't know. Maybe it's 34 degrees. Maybe it's 30 degrees. I don't know. That darn Samsung Galaxy watch broke after a couple of years. I've heard that a ton with these smartwatches. They're not designed to last for decades. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff smartwatches can do. You can't ignore the smartwatch if you're a real pilot. However, this video is on dumb watches, so I'm probably not going to talk about smartwatches anymore. There's a ton of cool stuff that dumb watches can do. We'll see a lot of cool complications, and the chronograph is the primary one, of course. But the one that excites me the most is the slide rule. In particular, the slide rule in combination with the chronograph. The slide rule is just an easy way to do basic math. It has that logarithmic scale on there, so you can do multiplication and division quite easily. So what can you do with it practically? Well, there's a lot of stuff, and I made a short on it. Maybe I'll put that in here somehow. But the most piloty thing you can do with your slide rule is probably calculating ground speed. This was an incredibly useful thing before we had GPS. GPS tells you your ground speed just immediately. You don't have to time anything or whatever. You know, it's pretty simple to actually use this. If you know the distance between two landmarks, for example, I know that it's 6.5 miles between here and Lafayette. So if I flew from the airport here, conceivably, to Lafayette, if I timed it, all you do is you put the distance on top of the time. You know, the 6.5 is the outer ring, and then whatever time it was, say it was 5.5 minutes or whatever, you put that over the other one, and then boom, right at the top, there's your miles per hour. So useful. Say you know your miles per hour, you want to know how long it's going to take to get somewhere else. I have to fly 88 miles. How much time will that take? You just find the 88 on the hour ring, and there's your time in minutes. Very easy. You can use that on road trips too. If you know there's a rest stop in 20 miles and you're going 80 miles per hour, whatever it is, you can put the 80 at the top and then look at the miles that it's going to be. It'll tell you how long it'll take. 80 miles per hour going 20 miles, 15 minutes. There you go. Easy peasy. I'll touch on all the other complications during the segment on the scoring system. Aside from complications, what else is going on with pilot chronographs? Well, here are some desirable characteristics in your pilot chronograph. Larger size. My ideal window is kind of 41 millimeters to 45 millimeters. And this is due to the increase in information on such a tiny space. So the larger space you have, the easier it's going to be to read all those little numbers and stuff. Teeny tiny chronograph is not going to be fun. Secondly, anti-magnetism. The myriad of electronic instruments in the cockpit can easily cause a watch to become magnetized. So anti-magnetic protection is much appreciated. Next, sapphire crystal. It's really nice to have a crystal that doesn't get scratched. Lightweight is nice. I don't know if these are pilot specific, but there you go. Things that are not as important, high water resistance. You don't need high water resistance on the pilot watch. I don't know why you have some that have such high ratings. We have a watch with a 1,000 meter water resistance rating in this video. That is ridiculous. You don't need that for a pilot watch. Yeah, there's 46 of them with 200 meters water resistance. Why? Why? I just wonder why. Because the thing is, the more water resistance you have, the thicker the watch. They go hand in hand. And so, it'd be nice if the watches were a little thinner, in my opinion. Something else that's not super important is lume. I just don't think it's that important on the pilot chronograph. I just did not even worry about lume for this particular category. Yes, it's nice to have lume on the watch. Do they lume the little chronograph hands? Does it matter if they lume the little chronograph hands? Are you even going to be able to read it? For the chronograph to work, you probably need there to be some light. Some of these are hard enough to read when you have full light, particularly when there's a 60-minute subdial. Something else that it's weird for me to say it's not important, because yes, it's nice to have, but it's shock resistance. For this particular watch type, pilot chronograph, if you have this watch, you are making a decision that your top priority is not shock resistance. Because the more moving parts you have, the more susceptible the watch is to getting damaged by shock. So of course shock resistance is nice to have. But yeah, with the pilot chronograph technical pilot watch, you're prioritizing gizmos and gadgets over robustness. If you want the ultimate take a beating watch, well actually I guess you just go with the G-Shock. I guess you just get the G-Shock, and then you still have your chronograph, and it's super robust. So get a G-Shock, and those are in the video. But no, I don't think shock resistance, the entire pilot chronograph market can't just be G-Shocks. Like, there's a place for more delicate watches. There's a place for beautiful chronographs with intricate automatic movements or hand-winding movements in the back. Chronographs have the most beautiful movements. Well, some of them do. 7750 is not much to look at, I'll be honest. There's some beautiful chronograph movements, and we should be able to enjoy them. So, all this is to say, shock resistance is a secondary concern for pilot chronographs. You want to watch with horological significance that is doing advanced functions, that has a beautiful movement. The shock resistance, it's not the top priority. And speaking of things that are not the top priority, the last one I have is thickness. Although it would be great to have a thin chronograph, what I found is these are very thick watches. These are much thicker than dive watches, actually. And dive watches are thick. The average 100-meter dive watch, I think it was 13.4. And the average automatic chronograph is 1.5 millimeters thicker. It's 14.8 millimeters thick. That's the average for automatic chronographs. But yeah, if you're talking about automatic chronographs, they are very thick. All right, so that's kind of the philosophy. That's what I'm thinking about all this. I'm sure there's more I could say, but the general idea is that the technical pilot watch, the pilot chronograph, it gives you a bunch of extra stuff, cool things you can do with the watch. And the more useful those complications are, the more points they will get in the scoring system. And I'm not too worried about shock resistance. I'm not worried about water resistance all that much. The Breitling Nav Timer has 30 meters water resistance, and it is arguably the best pilot chronograph there ever was, or ever will be. 30 meters water resistance. I'm in good company if I'm agreeing with Breitling. It's not that important for this particular watch type. All right, now that I've gone over the philosophy, let's go on to the scoring system. All right, and here's the scoring system. For those of you who really want a lot of detail on how it all works, here you go. It's a lot to look at. I'll try to go through it quickly, but in the past, this segment has taken between like 12 and 20 minutes. Just a heads up. I don't know how long it'll take, but fair warning. You know what, I'll indicate on the screen how long this segment is taking, so you can skip ahead if you want to. But basically the score is divided this way. This is how I prepared it originally. You know, utility was king with the pilot chronograph, so that gets 55% of the total score. It's a 100-point scale, so 55 points to utility, 25 to practicality, things like the size and weight and all that sort of thing. And then protection, this is the lowest priority in my opinion for a pilot chronograph, only 20 points. So we'll start at the top and work our way down. All right, protection. So 9 points to protection or to the water intrusion. I think that's the biggest thing you want to prevent against damage. And you see 0 meters water resistance. Yes, there are some with that, -9. 100 meters water resistance, that's fine. There's no penalty for that. Yeah, let's take a look. Water resistance, here's the average ratings. The average is 100. And 100 has by far the biggest spike here. Very strangely, there's like a ton with 200 meters water resistance. I already mentioned that, didn't I? Crazy. Weird to do that. All right, magnetism. Magnetism is incredibly important for a pilot watch because apparently the instruments in the cockpit a lot of times have strong magnetic fields or whatever. So you need protection against magnetism. Okay, if there's no protection, that's -4. Okay, so both Casio and Seiko say that magnetism can mess up regular quartz watches, three-handers, can definitely mess up automatic watches. But except in extreme cases, it has no effect whatsoever on your straight-up digital watch. Your G-Shock, basically your G-Shock has a quartz crystal and it's got a circuit inside and it's going to be fine. So Casio says if it's around extreme medical equipment that could mess it up, it could damage the circuitry. But you're not going to see that kind of stuff in the cockpit. It's totally fine. It's probably the best you can do as a digital watch. I also found out that if the case is not made of steel, if the case is made of plastic or whatever, that helps with the magnetism. I have an article on that. Okay, Nivarox, Nivaflex. These are materials used in mechanical movements that supposedly are amagnetic, but when you look into it, you find that they actually have iron in the alloy, so it seems like it's not all that great. Sellita, for example, their elaborate grade will have Nivarox or Nivacron, but then their top grade will have Glucidur. And so the Glucidur, the Anacron, again, both of those things also have some iron in them as well, but they are superior to the Nivaflex. I'm just trying to capture the rate of magnetism protection. If it's got none of this stuff, yeah, it's gonna get a pretty big penalty because this is pretty important. If it has a Faraday cage or a silicone hairspring, that's as good as you can get for a mechanical movement. It's super high magnetism protection, so that's awesome. Yeah, it's funny, Vacheron Constantin advertises a Faraday cage that only is like a donut, so they still have an exhibition case back. But most Faraday cages, I believe, fully envelop the movement. Yeah, I mentioned digital has full protection. And then there's some of these mechanical movements that have an anti-shock suspension system. Those are the only ones that would get this bonus. They have a Faraday cage and a suspension system. It's just like the most protection possible. So that's what that is. Crystals. Here are your crystals. You don't want resin glass. You don't want plexiglass. You want sapphire. And AR coating's nice, so it gets a little bonus. It's not, AR coating doesn't protect it, but I just put it here. It's a place to put it. Okay, we knocked down one. That wasn't too bad. All right, let's go to utility. Utility, 55 points. Don't try to add up the numbers. I think these do add up, but it's going to start to get weird because I designed this conceptually before I actually started scoring watches. And then once I scored a bunch of the watches, I had to tune this extensively. There were many rounds of like looking at a bunch of different watches and seeing if it made logical sense how everything worked out. So I really tried to dial all this in. And as a result, I was adding, I was making certain penalties larger, making certain penalties smaller, just across the board with the scoring system. And so it's not as neat and tidy as all this. And I wasn't going to try to force it at the end to work out. That's one of the things I found out with the very first attempt at this is you do 100 points and then none of the watches come anywhere near close to 100. Your highest scoring watch will get like an 89 and then the rest are like 60 something and it doesn't make logical sense. So in order to have things kind of have a C average, like a 75 point average, I needed to tune it. And so anyway, so I'm not going to worry about the points adding up over here. What is on the graphs here, what's on these little tables, this is actually the scoring system. Elapsed time. Okay, the way the chronograph works, the way I scored them, because there are different types of watches that could do elapsed time. This one is like, okay, hours, minutes, seconds, that's ideal. How is it recording your elapsed time is what this probably should say. Hours, minutes, seconds, that's the best. If there's no hours, -5. So if it's just a 60-minute chronograph, because hours are actually really nice for a pilot when you're traveling some distance. Actually, this is saying 1 hour. I can't remember when I started my chronograph. This is 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 55.93 seconds. That's nice. If you're traveling some long distance, if you're traveling hundreds of miles, maybe you want to time the entire flight time. It is good to be able to time something greater than an hour. You're not going to need it every flight you take, I'm sure, but it's nice to have that capability. So that's there for your viewing pleasure. Timing length, I'll use the Skyhawk as an example again. This one has 24 hours. I think that's great. Actually, I think all automatic chronographs have the 12. Oh, maybe the Richard Mille does 24-hour elapsed time. I think it does. But otherwise, automatic movements generally just have a 12-hour elapsed time. You know, the less duration of the elapsed time, the worse. 1 minute elapsed time, that's -8. Okay, subdial hours. So the little subdials, with chronographs, you generally have a subdial for the hours, you have a subdial for the minutes. I mean, sometimes you don't have hours at all. But anyway, if you have an hour subdial, this is evaluating how good that is. Most of them just have 12-hour marks, or 24. So 24 is just, it'll have 1 through 12, and then there's little slashes halfway in between them. And that's really useful, especially with a 30-minute timer, 30-minute subdial, because then you can tell more easily, you know, how long it's been. You see here where it says digital confusing. It was a place for me to put the fact that digital watches are often confusing to operate. Because like this Citizen Skyhawk, for example, is confusing, and often like it's not ready to go, whatever. It deserves a penalty because it's almost doing too much stuff. And so that's what it is. All right, subdial minutes. There's some that have the wrong scale on the minute thing. Get that out of here. And yes, you'll notice, so at the top, you know, the penalty for no timing was -15, and then you just kind of ignore everything else. There's some chronographs that conceivably could get a bigger penalty than like not having a chronograph at all, because they just did it so badly. And one example would be is if the minutes have the completely wrong scale or something. I did a similar thing later with like if you have a fake slide rule, that's a humongous penalty because you're trying to trick people into thinking the watch is going to do something that it can't do. So, okay, I need to explain this. The minute marks missing, or there's no Arabics, sometimes you'll have like, they only indicate every 5 minutes on your subdial. That's not great. Has it been 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 2 minutes? I mean, yeah, you can concentrate and look really hard and kind of convince yourself of some outcome, but you're never going to be totally sure when you're missing minute marks. When there's no Arabics around there at all, that's also annoying. It's also bad. I don't know why my kids pound around the house so much. Minute marks sparse. So what this is sometimes you'll have just like identical hashes, 10 in a row. And so if you want to know how much it was, you have to count every single one. They should make the 5-minute marks thicker. So that's what this penalty is. Digital is actually really easy to read, so that's really nice. Dial hours, it's just the regular printing on the dial. Standard hours means standard Arabics. So it means the hours, you don't have to have all 1 through 12. If you have like 3, 6, 9, just that I'm kind of giving it credit for. Because on these chronograph watches, space is at a premium, you know. If you have Arabics at all, pretty much, I'll give this to you. Military hours means 13 through 24. Some of them are on there to help you figure out the military time quickly and easily. Dial minutes, very similar. If you have minute Arabics, that helps a ton. 60-minute marks, that's the typical thing. Missing minutes is horrible. This AV8 Hawker Hunter does not have minute marks on it. And it's a chronograph. Yeah, it's a horrible thing to have. There's actually one watch, the Sinn 900, I think is what it is, that has every single minute Arabic, 1 through 60. I think 60 is replaced with a triangle or something, but it has 1 through 59, I believe. Crazy. Maybe that one should have gotten a bonus, but normally all you see is like every 5 minutes you'll see an Arabic. And that's great. Oh, we're already on dial legibility. Okay, we did the chronograph. Yeah, now we're on dial legibility. Visibility, contrast, low contrast, medium, and high. You see the scores here. High means like white on black, that sort of thing. Low means like silver hands on a white dial. Not good. Medium is when it's like not that great contrast, or what I would often do with medium contrast is if the subdials are a white subdial with silver hands, that sort of thing. It's like, it's a mixed bag. Your main time telling is okay, but you're having poor contrast on the subdials. I'm giving that medium contrast. All right, the hands. So this is the same sort of thing as the contrast, thin, medium, thick. So you want really thin hands so you can see those subdials. I guess that's kind of a limitation of chronographs. And for example, if there's no chronograph, then I just call it thin hands because the only point of this is that it's interfering with the chronograph. So if there's no subdials, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so medium hands, some of these are like sort of Flieger shaped, but they're really, really thin. But some of them are chonky, and chonky hands get a thick hands, particularly when the hour hand is chunky too. I don't think the hour hand should be chunky. I really do think with the chronograph, I mean, you want your main time telling to be good too, but I think the primary hands should be very thin. So Flieger watches are just, they're already getting a penalty just for that, for having the thicker hands. It's a little bit harder for the Flieger watches to compete with like a Breitling Navitimer, which has very thin hands. Breitling knows what they're doing. Okay, we're still in utility. Now for the slide rule. I mentioned this already. Fake slide rule gets -20. So the slide rule is worth 10 points. You get a -20 if you have that fake slide rule. Get out of here with that. Okay, no slide rule at all, -10. Calculator, -5. Regular slide rule, -2. What's a regular slide rule? Breitling Navitimer. Totally regular slide rule. Slide rule 60 plus. That's what I have here on the Citizen Skyhawk. What that means is you have the 2 slide rule scales, but on the chapter ring, you have, it goes past the 60 point. So when you get minutes that are in excess of 60, say 153 minutes. How much is that? Well, 153 minutes is 2 hours and 33 minutes, according to this. So they have it on there for your reference. They show 230 is 150 minutes. Yeah, 240 is 160 minutes. 3 hours is 180 minutes. 3 hours and 30 minutes is 210 minutes. You can just see it quickly. So if you do the slide rule, literally you just look over and you see it. Like I mentioned that example at the beginning. 80 miles per hour, I'm going 200 miles. Well, that shows me 150 minutes, but right here it also says 2 hours, 30 minutes. That's a little bit easier to understand. All right, other complications, 14. Here we go. Here are the complications. So I tried to assign values to these complications that would make sense. We already covered some of these chronographs things, but here they are. Perfect chronograph, 16 points. Slide rule, we already covered that. Our chronograph, 7. The hour angle watch gets 6 points for that complication. That's like all it can do. It's very hard to do hour angle. It's like all this crazy information on the watch. It's pretty intense. Oh, and hour angle, it allows you to find like your, oh my gosh, you can find your altitude if you know your longitude or something. Or if you know your latitude, you can find your longitude. It does funny stuff. It's sort of like a GPS with this hour angle thing. It's impressive. It's definitely impressive what it can do, but I have no idea how to use it. There's only one watch in the video with this. Altimeter is awesome. It's great to have redundancy in anything. You're going climbing, you're going hiking. If you can have something that's redundant, excellent. You know, what if your altimeter goes out? I'm sure they have workarounds. I'm not a pilot, so I don't really know, but redundancy is nice. Altimeter. Yeah, altimeter watch. I have an altimeter watch. I use it for hiking. It's probably more useful for that than for a pilot, but it's sweet to have the altimeter because this one doesn't have anything else on it. It doesn't have a slide rule. It doesn't have a chronograph. Calculator. Awesome. The Casio databank, worth 5 points. Regular slide rule is 8, so yeah, maybe this could have gotten a little more. Distress beacon. Yeah, that's the Breitling emergency. That's the only one that does it. I'll talk about it when we get to the Breitling emergency. Geiger counter, there's only one of those two. I'll talk about that when we get to it. Compass. Oh, I lied. This one has a compass on it too. It's nice to have a compass. Again, redundancy. Decimal scale. Decimal scales. This has a decimal scale too. Maybe this one is recommended. But decimal scale is really helpful for calculations. I don't think I mentioned this before, but if it was 2 minutes, 20 seconds, well, what you actually use is 2.33 because 20 seconds is a third of an hour. So you have to do 2.33 in whatever calculations you do. So you have to convert in your head, 30 minutes is 0.5 of an hour. You have to do those kind of conversions in your head. Or if your watch has a decimal scale on it, it's right there for you. Makes it a lot easier. Decimal scale is sweet. Density altitude adjustment. Maybe I'll remember this when we get to it. Only one watch with that. Flashlight. Just a flashlight attached to your watch. 3 points. That's very useful. Perpetual calendar. Okay, so I gave date a point of 1. I said day date's better than date, and perpetual calendar is even better than that. So that's why it has 3 points. Dual time, this is a GMT, whatever, those sorts of things. I mean, it's an entire type of a watch to itself. Dual time is legitimate just on its own. As a technical pilot watch, I think what you want is the chronograph. So if it's a chronograph with a GMT on top of it, yeah, it's getting some extra points for that GMT. So 2 points for dual time. Drift angle, 2 points. Telemeter, 2 points. Telemeters, you see a flash, you hit the button like lightning. And then when you hear the sound, press the button again. Trying to have the exact same delay in reaction time. So you see the light, you go, oh my gosh, and then you do it. when you hear the sound, try to have that exact same delay and you'll get an accurate telemeter reading. It just tells you how far it is. Most of these are kilometers. I think there's one or two that do miles, but most of these have a kilometer scale, which is just a 20-point scale around the dial. Sort of like decimal time too. You could use, if you have decimal scale, you could just multiply by 2 and get your telemeter. Alarm, yeah, alarm's worth 3 points. Very useful. Yeah, I went to DC like just a few days ago, and the alarm was really, really useful on that trip. You know, normally I just use an alarm on my phone to wake up in the morning, but I set this as a redundancy. It was loud enough to wake me up. So alarm is useful. Multi-tack. Multi-tack just means that it goes past the 1 minute mark, giving you 2 or even 3 minutes of time. Whatever thing you're trying to calculate the units per hour, if it takes you 3 minutes to do 1 unit, it'll tell you it's 20, you can do 20 per hour. So it just goes around and around. I guess that's better than a tachometer. Tachometer in general, as I mentioned, it's really not that useful. You could argue it should have a 0 and multi-tack a 0. Like, it's a racing thing. It really is. That's okay. They're on pilot watches, so I gave it a little bit. Some people think it's an important thing, so I don't understand why, but maybe there's something I'm missing. So they get some points, just not very many. Date, 2 points. Compass bezel, 1 point. Date, 1 point. Yeah, if you get date, you don't also get date. So 1/1000th of a second. Again, it really is useless. Like, let's not kid ourselves here. There's no world in which this is valuable information to have. It's just ridiculous. What are you measuring that requires 1/1000th of a second? I gave it a point because it's a really impressive technical achievement. Tachometer, I mentioned. Day-night. Those darn Seiko VK64, or whatever the movement is. If I got that right, it's just pure luck. I actually didn't try to remember all the quartz movements, but a lot of them have this day-night subdial. Fine. You get a point for that. It's useful if you're on the space station or in a submarine or something like that. Yeah, it's nice to know day-night sometimes. And pulsometer, 1 point as well. That was a lot of complications. Hey, it's Ben from the future. I had to make a couple adjustments. There was one watch that just totally broke the system for altimeter. I had to tune this slightly. Okay, so altimeter is now only 5 points, not 6. Because they always come with the compass too, so altimeter plus compass was 9 points. Better than a slide rule. Now altimeter, compass, and slide rule are equivalent. It was too much. It was too much for that. ABC watches were just killing it, which you'll see later. Something else I had to change was drift angle. The 2 drift angle watches in the video don't have a slide rule with them. So they did have 10 points before, now they're just down to 5. So it's just some tuning I had to do after the fact. Like, I didn't realize they didn't have a slide rule until like partway through recording all this stuff. And then finally, there's a timing marker. I didn't have that before. So timing marker is an additional complication that I forgot on the list, but a timing marker is essentially just a way to say that something ends at a certain point. You've got the hand heart one that's just a red triangle. You also have countdown timers. So those are timing markers. All right, zooming out, we're finally at practicality. 25 points, 7 points for the case diameter. If it's between 41 and 45 millimeters, no penalty. As it starts to deviate on either side of that, it's getting minus 1 point for each millimeter above or below the Goldilocks zone. And here's the average, here's the diameter in millimeters, the number of watches with each. So looks like there's about 100 watches with 42 millimeters. And here's my Goldilocks zone. Most of the pilot watches are in this zone. Yeah, the 40 millimeters, they're outside the zone, but they're only getting -1. That's not really that big a deal. What I really wanted to penalize was the crazy outliers. Case thickness, 12 or 13 millimeters is, I did the averages for the different types. The average automatic is 14.8, so that would get a -2 penalty, the average automatic. If it's really slim, then it's not gonna have any penalties. Yeah, I'm looking at my different charts here, and it looks like there's maybe only one that gets 8 millimeters. There's a few 9s. Oh, I was looking at something I'm about to show you myself. In the whole video, you see there's an 8. Maybe that's 1. It's hard to tell here how many there are exactly. 1 8, 1 10. Oh, there's a couple 10s over here. There's an 11. Oh, there's a good amount of 11s over here in the hand winds. A ton of 11s here in quartz. Okay. Average for a quartz chronograph is 13.1 millimeters. Average for an automatic is 14.8 millimeters. Average thickness of a hand winding watch is 13.6. So wow, the rotor's adding 1.2. millimeters on average. That's a lot. Maybe with the hand winding movements, hand winding watches are making extra effort to slim it down. It could have something to do with the movements too, because movements that are based on the 7750, the Valjoux 7750, are just thick. It's just a thick movement. It's considered a workhorse. It is absolutely dominant. Most of these automatic watches are some sort of variation of the 7750. And it's a thick movement. So that's why you're seeing the disparity here. I don't know why there's a 22 millimeter thick quartz chronograph, but there it is. Okay, so we covered diameter, thickness, watch weight, worth 5 points. The weight, barely anybody tells you the weight of the watches, and sometimes it's laughably incorrect. There's one watch that was on a leather strap that said it was 180 grams. I'm like, ain't no way. I'm sorry, that's just not the case, unless your case is made out of gold. But it wasn't made out of gold, it was made out of steel. So I have, so I'm automatically calculating the approximate weight of the watches and giving it a bonus or penalty based on how that comes out. So the case weight is calculated as volume times density. Approximate volume is pi r squared minus pi half r squared. You take that and you multiply by the height. And yeah, that's to account for the fact that it's hollow on the inside. And we'll add the movement weight in there, plus dial. And okay, anyway, density. So you have your volume, you multiply by the density. Here's the grams per centimeters cubed. And then you add on the strap weight. You also add on other things. You know, whether it has a solid case back or exhibition case back, that's included in here. I tried to get everything I possibly could to get the most accurate weight. And I was able to check my work with watches that list their weight. I dialed this in pretty well. It's never going to be perfect because watches are different shapes. They're not all the exact same shape. So it's approximate. So I show it as a range. But anyway, whatever I come up with for the grams as my approximate weight, here's your total score. The grams divided by minus 30 plus 3. And if you apply that, here's what it comes up with. So a 200 gram watch is going to be a minus 4. If it's 90 grams, it'll get 0 points. 90 grams is kind of an average watch weight. If it's exceptionally light, it's going to get bonus. If it's heavier, it's going to get penalties. And so, I mean, the bracelet, 80 grams, bracelet definitely costs it some points. Costs it a couple points to have a bracelet just due to the weight. All right, so we did all that. So I mentioned tuning the score. One of the things I figured out is that I can just I can get a nice bigger spread, and I can also add to the total score by having these bonuses at the end. So there's 5 points added on as bonuses, and 2 of those points are based on brand heritage. Actually, this should say brand strength. I'm sorry, I forgot to update the PowerPoint. It's literally just the popularity on watch charts. Watch charts has like the really major brands, Casio, those sorts of things. And based on the popularity on watch charts, I assign it a value between 1 through 10. If it's not on watch charts at all, I give it a 1 or a 2. 1 or a 2. Like, if I think, well, this isn't a bargain basement brand, I'll give it a 2 or something. There's some of these that are missing from watch charts that should probably be in here. For example, Jacob & Company is not included in watch charts. Does that mean it's an unknown brand? No, very high brand strength for Jacob & Company. So most of the watches fit into something there, but some of them, like Jacob & Company, weren't on watch charts. And then the other one is Vibe and Beauty. And this one's a little bit funny. Well, okay, so Vibe and Beauty, I just give a score out of 10, what I think, if it's really good. And then that allocates to 3 points based on this chart here. Yeah, it was based on like the finishing and the looks, but then also what type of watch it was. So if it's like a technical looking watch, you know, it has a slide rule, that sort of thing, those are going to score better for looks and vibe and beauty. I forgot to update this, I'm sorry. But if it's a racing watch, it's not going to score as well. Even if it like looks really good and it has high finishing, the racing ones just aren't going to score as well as a pilot watch with a pilot vibe. But you see, it's only 3 points. I put probably more thought into this than I needed to. I found this helps a lot because in some prior videos, you find ugly watches at the top. This helps to just kind of sort these a little bit so that at least the good looking ones are ending up at the top score-wise. I've shown you everything on this page. Oh no, I haven't, darn it. Okay, movement, C chart. Okay, I'll show you that in a second. Let's do strap and bracelet, finish off this page. Strap and bracelet, Most of the strap types or bracelet are just 0 points. I don't really care about that all that much for this particular video. I still am giving a penalty for silicone. I just hate silicone. Elastic bracelet, that's the stretchy one. I don't think there are any in this video. So, and I am getting a +1 for bund strap. I think if it's a pilot watch and it has a bund, that's good. That's a good thing. This is just aesthetic. This is just Ben's opinion. I used to have a clear delineation between what was subjective and what was objective. Well, it's objective whether or not it has a bund strap, so I guess it is objective. Okay, movement type. So I'm judging these movements on a lot of different categories. Look at all these different factors. 1, 2, 3, 4. So here's the movement types. I guess I'll just do a couple examples. So a quartz movement has very high accuracy. Quality is lower though. It's just quality for a regular quartz movement is going to be less than some kind of mechanical chronograph. Battery change, you're losing 3 points as well. And then the power reserve for battery, I just gave a 1, power reserve of 1. So the total penalty for a quartz movement is -4. That's sort of at the bottom. Regular auto, this is when it has like a slide rule bezel, but there's no chronograph or something. Quality is not as good as a mechanical chronograph is going to get a higher score than an automatic movement that's just like a regular automatic movement. And then the Swiss thing comes in here. Swiss quartz has higher quality than regular quartz. Swiss mechanical movement is going to have higher quality than an unadjusted mechanical movement. Solar quartz, where that ended up is, again, the quality. Quartz quality is not as high as mechanical quality, in my opinion. But it's solar, so you don't have the battery change. So that ends up higher on the list. Solar quartz is high. In fact, solar atomic quartz is pretty much the highest movement you can have here. That's how it ends up after all these different factors. I'm showing you all this because all this stuff is hidden. I don't have separate rows on the scorecard for the accuracy of the movement, the quality of the movement, the battery change, the power reserve. It was just too much space on the scorecard. So it will say what the movement type is. It'll say like mechanical adjusted. Will it say mechanical? It'll say like automatic adjusted, or it'll say hand wind adjusted. Mechanical here, it just encompasses both of those two things. But yeah, if it's automatic adjusted, then it's going to have a score of -1. Typically, because you say this has typical power reserve, that will vary from watch to watch. So like a 38-hour power reserve, -3. 42-hour power reserve, -2. There's some formula that's doing this. So these are I just chose these as examples, just so you could see kind of where it ends up. And an automatic movement with a really, really long power reserve, I gave that a little bit better than a battery. It was just part of the tuning. The battery ones were getting a little bit high, so I had to tone it down a little bit. I don't even know if there are really ones with 144 hours power reserve. I can't remember offhand. So those are the movements. So that was the scoring system. Thanks for hanging in there with me. I'm sure it took a long time. Hopefully I'll trim it down in editing. You know what? I made the mistake last time in cutting it. This time I put it in there so everyone can enjoy it. I don't know how many people will actually watch it, but it's there for you if you want to know. All right, pilot chronographs under $270 budget. Here are the top 5. In 5th place is the Chase Durer Flight Commander CDW-0013. 93 bucks. Oh yeah. Size 49.5 millimeters. Oh no. 200 meters water resistance. Yeah, they're doing a ton of really good stuff on this. I mean, obviously it's in my top 5, so that's pretty impressive. The slide rule is fantastic. There's a ton of detail on here. I really like that. You've got some conversions, your fuel pounds to your oil pounds here, these sorts of things. Kilograms to pounds. So 16 kilograms is 35 pounds, apparently. Very cool. That's nice. It's got a Swiss movement inside. So you've got a tenths of a second, running seconds, and then over here you get your elapsed hours and a 30-minute subdial on the same subdial. That's cool. The issue I have with this one, yeah, and to think that's all for under $100. There's a lot of value here. It's just way too big. This dial here could have been a lot smaller. There's no reason it has to go out so darn far. And I mean, you are going to appreciate it when you have it. Like utility-wise, this is great. Just practically speaking, it's so huge. And it doesn't need to be that huge. Yeah, you get a big date and a day. There's a day up here. Tons of utility. The main thing holding it back is the size. And you're going to have a crown here to rotate the internal slide rule bezel. But yeah, it's 14.5 millimeters thick. The average for quartz chronograph is 13.1, so it's almost 1.5 millimeters thicker than average. But the big deal is, yeah, the 49.5 millimeters diameter. It should really be a 45. And the bracelet is really heavy. Yeah, if they slimmed it down and you had it on leather, it would be a much higher score. As is, I think it's a viable choice. Total score of 82. In fourth place is the Swiss Alpine Military Chronograph. A lot like the Chase Dur, but it's not so darn big. It's only 45 millimeters in diameter. $217, 100 meters water resistance. Only 12 thick, so it's a millimeter thinner than the average for the quartz chronographs. 100 meters is totally suitable. Yeah, this definitely seems like a viable option. If you want a watch that looks like the Breitling Navitimer, I think this is the one to go with. It's not totally ripping off the Breitling Navitimer, but you do have that 4 o'clock date, which some people don't like. I'm totally fine with it. It's by Giovanna or something. Swiss Alpine Military by Giovanna. I don't know what the deal is there. It does slightly irk me when they have knurling on the bezel, but you can't twist it. The way you turn the internal rotating bezel is with this crown here. Just like that Chase Dur, it's a non-functional knurled bezel. It's just for the look. They want the Breitling Navitimer look. But on the Breitling Navitimer, you can actually twist it, and it will turn underneath the glass. However, maybe that's one reason why the Breitling Navitimer only has 30 meters water resistance, whereas this one has 100. Maybe it is better to have the little crown over here. I haven't tried using one of these. Since I'm a right-handed person, I think it would be hard to operate that crown and still see what's going on the dial because my hand's going to cover it. Not ideal, but there it is. Total score of 85, B grade. In third place is the G-Shock DW5600. $75 for this version, 43 millimeters, and that's left to right, and 200 meters water resistance. When I first tried filming this video, I have to put it on. I always have to put the watch on if I own the watch. I have a DW5600. I think mine is the BBM or something. And I got an aftermarket metal bracelet. Here, let's reset the timer. There's so many pictures of astronauts wearing this watch. It is very light, only 53 grams. It's a nice wearing experience. When I recorded this like a couple days ago, and I found it opened up such a rabbit trail. It always happens with these videos. I start recording and then I'm like, oh no, I got something wrong. Firstly, I forgot that I didn't realize digital was anti-magnetic, but the other thing is I think the listed dimensions on this are 43 by like 49 or something, because they're measuring from here to here, but that's not really a relevant dimension in terms of the watch head. The watch head is 43 from left to right, so it wears like a 43 millimeter watch. It's not too thick. This is actually a reasonably sized Casio. Most Casios are like ridiculously huge. This isn't my favorite watch, and the main reason is I find it hard to use these buttons, at least with this metal case that I have. Maybe it's easier on the original plastic. Looks like there might be a little more room to press these buttons, but I really have to push my thumbnail in there to get it to work. And the other thing that bothers me, okay, I'm already confused by it. When I don't wear it very often, I forget how to use it. Okay, I'm on the main screen here. It says my basic time and the date, but if I want to do a chronograph, I have to first do 3 menus, and then I can press the top right button here to start the chronograph. Start, stop. I want to reset it. Well, I'm pressing the reset button, nothing's happening. Your reset button is what's called adjust, for whatever reason. Adjust means reset, but it's up here on the upper left. It's kind of hard to press these buttons. I know they don't want you to press the buttons accidentally. I mean, for whatever reason, it's just not my favorite. And that's one reason why there's this penalty of digital confusing. Because with an old-fashioned chronograph, as long as you're resetting your chronograph, it is always ready. At the drop of a hat, you just press that button and you're starting a chronograph. With these darn G-Shocks and other watches, you have to cycle through numerous menus before you can start it. Yeah, if I designed one of these watches, this button here, the start-stop, would override everything. No matter what you're doing with the watch, if you press that start-stop, it's going to begin a chronograph. I think that's what they should do, but that's not what it does. You have to cycle through all these menus. The buttons can be used for multiple purposes. It's just not very intuitive to me. And you can, on the screen, they show it where it chimes every hour. So, I'm a musician. You can't have that. You just can't even have it. Like, I never would bring it anywhere near the stage because it's going to start going off, making noises. But there it is. I still think it's a viable option because I know other people are probably not challenged the way that I am, and they can manage this difficult watch. For me, it's too much. It's too much difficulty. But on my scoring system, it ranks very highly. Score of 87, third place in the budget category. In second place is the Timex 80 T2N 236. $60. and its size is 42 by 35 millimeters. All right, I'll type in these dimensions. What was it? 42 by 35. A rectangle that's 42 by 35 millimeters is equivalent to a 43 millimeter circle. That helps you kind of understand the area that it's going to cover on your wrist, the watch head. 43 millimeter circle. It's got wrist presence for sure. But yeah, it's a calculator watch. So, you know, we've seen the slide rules, and the benefit of the slide rule is you can do math. Well, you can do math with a calculator watch too. And you're not going to have any hands blocking the screen. Everything's going to be very large, easy to read. That's a benefit of digital watches in general. They're very clear, very easy to read. Difficult to operate when they have 1,000 different things they do, though. That is the downside. Doesn't have pilot vibes whatsoever. Unfortunately, these just look like nerdy watches. These calculator watches really don't capture the pilot style whatsoever. But I think it's an option for a pilot. It's not designed for a pilot, but a pilot can definitely make excellent use of this. This one's only 11 millimeters thick. Timex isn't making them anymore, but you can still find them new on eBay. If you're interested in this watch, search eBay for Timex calculator. Timex calculator watch. You should be able to find some of them. I found a few different colors new, like this blue one. The green one is definitely still available. You can find those. Yeah, gets a score of 88, B+. In first place, the top pilot watch in the budget category is the Nixon Regulus Expedition. I fully admit it doesn't necessarily look like a pilot watch, but it fulfills the utility of a pilot. What the heck? Seriously, what did I do? My watch is freaking out at me. This is not planned whatsoever. But it perfectly illustrates my point, which is that these darn watches are annoying and weird, and you don't know what's happening. I must have started like a timer, a 5-minute timer. So again, this is one reason I don't like the DW5600. Man, I couldn't have scripted that any better. But yeah, back to the Nixon Regulus. You know, maybe this has the same darn problem. This watch just has a ton of complications. Yeah, it's incredible value. It's an ABC watch, meaning altimeter, barometer, compass. And at this price, $188, I don't think there's really many others. I didn't see other ones at that price range. So yeah, you get an altimeter on it, you get a compass. The barometer will actually let you know, it'll give you weather alerts when the barometric pressure changes dramatically. You get the perpetual calendar, you can see that right here. Day, night, you see it says PM. Military hours, you can do military time if you prefer. The chronograph goes up to 24 hours. 100 meters water resistance, that's awesome. Acrylic crystal, not so great. One thing that's really conspicuously missing from this watch is dual time. Unfortunately, I just think it would be so easy for them to put dual time here. And literally, if it had dual time, that would be like the best dual time presentation of any dual time watch ever. So clear and simple if you just have 2 times here. Nobody's ever done that. If they did that, it should say what the cities are. But they didn't do it, unfortunately. That's one reason why it's an 89, not really cracking the A grade. It is kind of big too. Let's see the size. Yeah, so 47.5 by 38 millimeters rectangle is equivalent to a 48 millimeter circle. So it's going to be big. And 15 millimeters thick is 2 millimeters thicker than average for a quartz chronograph. So it's unnecessarily huge. I don't care for the silicone strap either. Just a traditional battery-powered quartz movement, so battery's going to run out and you're going to have to swap it out. But yeah, it's a viable option. And yeah, these ABC watches, they're marketed for like hiking. It says expedition, they mean like on-foot expedition. But they're actually really useful for a pilot. The altimeter, I mean, it's just nice to have redundancy, and you have an altimeter that works. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I bet if you sat around in an airport and you just saw what was on commercial pilots' wrists and just wrote down, do they have a 3-hand watch or a digital watch? I bet most of them would have digital. Or a lot of them would, if they're wearing watches at all. Digital is just super easy and clear. And a lot of times it has a ton of features too. So that's the number 1 in the budget category, Nixon Regulus Expedition. All right, and here's the overview of the budget category. Okay, 15% of the watches are good grades, i.e. B- or higher. 80 points or higher. 27% are okay grades, score of 73 to 79. And then 58% of them, the majority, 3/5 of the watches are not recommended. They're in this red area. Score of 72 or lower. Growing up, in my parents' eyes, C- was failing. So That's where I set the cutoff. My advice is to get one of the ones in the green. Maybe if it's super cool, get one of the yellow ones. I would not get a red one. There's just so much that's better. But you don't have a lot of choices in the budget category. Most of them really don't fit the bill, unfortunately. All right, and here's all the watches on one screen, so you can see them, see what's coming up. We're gonna see some more calculator watches. We're gonna see that Timex Ironman, some more digital watches. Those really perform well in this budget category. And then, there's gonna be some digital watches that don't perform so well. There's gonna be some cool stuff. There's a Citizen, that's nice. There's actually more than I would expect of Breitling Navitimer inspired designs. So, you can get a watch with the look, if not the actual function of a Breitling Navitimer. If you don't see anything you're interested in, now's a good time to skip ahead to the next category, affordable. Otherwise, keep watching. So I did 1 through 5, now I'm gonna do 6 all the way through 89, and then we'll be on to affordable. In 6th place is the Casio Databank CA53W-1, $30. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. 43 by 34.4, equivalent to a 43 millimeter circle. So it's 30 meters water resistance. They're very proud of that. They put it at the top. There are some of these that aren't water resistant at all. They get 0 meters. So I guess, 30 is better than 0. I mean, for $30, it's actually an accomplishment. $1 per meter of water resistance. You get a resin glass crystal. That is the worst part of this darn thing. It's gonna get so scuffed up and cloudy after about a year. It's just not gonna look that great. I really like the idea of these calculator watches. I think they could make one that's like aviation themed that is useful to a pilot. That would be really cool. But there really isn't one. They all just have this kind of nerdy academic look to them, all the calculator watches. But yeah, it's very thin, only 8.2 millimeters thick. So this might be the thinnest watch in the whole video. Yeah, I think this is the thinnest watch in the entire video. Resin band, which I hate, definitely gets a big penalty for that. All right, the 7-pointed star here, WC, that stands for wild card. That means this watch is going to be in the final runoff round at the very end. Yeah, when I determine the top 10 pilot watches of all, it's only going to be the top 5s from every price category, plus 25 wild cards. Now, there's 2 wild cards from the budget category. This is one of them, Casio Databank. Thought it had a chance. We'll see how it does in the final runoff. Total score of 84. And now's as good a time as any. Yeah, I mentioned that there's no calculator watch that really has like a pilot aesthetic or that's designed specifically for a pilot. So that just got me thinking, what would such a thing look like? Here's just kind of a brainstorming right here of what a calculator watch could look like that's for a pilot. You have the obligatory little airplanes, but the main thing I think would be sweet for a pilot is if you stop and start, you do some elapsed time. If right after that, you could type in a distance, say you time something and it takes 1 minute, 43 seconds, and then you type in that it was 2.5 miles, something like that, then miles per hour would just appear at the top. That would be so cool. There's things you could do. And like I said, anytime you press start, whatever function it's in, I don't care. It goes to the chronograph immediately and starts a chronograph. Or whatever function you're in, you press this button, it should stop that chronograph. Those sorts of things. But yeah, it'd be cool to see UTC all the time. Just have a dedicated display for a second time zone that it's always there. Everything else the watch does, it's always there. The other thing you could have on this type of watch is you could have conversions. You could press this gallon button, type in your gallons, and then it'll show you your liters. Or press the gallon button twice, and then type in your liters, it'll show you gallons. Stuff like that. They could do a watch like that with high water resistance, 50, 100 meters water resistance, something like that. It could be done. I don't know how much such a watch would cost. Maybe it'd just be prohibitive. I think you could probably market it at $200 or $300 and still make a decent profit on these sorts of things. I don't really know what it takes to manufacture. And then here's another idea. Here I'm envisioning a little screen around the perimeter with a compass. It couldn't be exactly like this. You'd probably just have arrows or something, but that would be really sweet if you just had the compass thing on the outside. Just again, a little second time that's always there. Feel free to steal my idea if it's any good. I think there's a missed opportunity in the market for a calculator watch that's designed for a pilot. But anyway, in 7th place is Casio CA506B-1 AVT. Very similar to that last one. This one is more than twice the money though. It's $70. The size is 44.9 by 34.8. So it's larger than that last one. Equivalent area to a 45 millimeter circle, 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, not much to say about this. It's a little bit thicker than that last one too. At least this one's 30 meters water resistance though. That's better than 0. And of course the Breitling Navitimer. That's the one I hold all other watches against. That Breitling Navitimer only has 30 meters water resistance. But yeah, I think this is a viable option for pilot. Total score of 83. In 8th place is the Casio Edifice EF527D2 AVUEF, price of $156, 44 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. And Casio's always had this kind of rough look to it. The edges just look a little rough. They look dinky somehow. It's got that rough Casio finishing. But the dial has a ton of detail on it. The slide rule is incredibly precise looking. I'm really digging it. Unfortunately, you do have the crown to operate it. I would prefer a twisty bezel deal. But being under the glass is going to protect it from being scratched, which is nice. That is one downside to the Citizen Skyhawk, is that the bezel is going to get scratched. It's nice that you have the little, I called it slide rule 60 plus. If you didn't watch the scoring system, that just means that if you time something and it's like, let's say it's 90 minutes, then you know it's an hour and 30 minutes. Or if it's 270 minutes, what's 270 minutes? Let's go to the 27, 25, 26, 27. 4 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, who would know that offhand? Nobody would. So yeah, it's cool that they have that. But yeah, the hour subdial is really nice because you get slashes in between the 12 marks. You get all 12 Arabics even, so that's really nice. There's very few that do an hour register this nicely. You get tenths of a second too. That Casio is actually pretty darn solid. Only 12 millimeters thick, so thinner than average for a quartz. Take it off that bracelet, and I think it's going to be even nicer. Total score of 82. In ninth place is a San Martin Retro Pilot SN0127. Price of $199, 39.5 millimeters in diameter, and 100 meters water resistance. I have a San Martin watch, and it's good quality. This doesn't really match other stuff in their portfolio. They kind of do dive watches. But yeah, I have a watch with the same kind of format. Well, I have an ST19 version, so I have a 30-minute subdial, which is superior. But what I mean is a bicompax with a 12-hour dual-time bezel, and it gives you the option to record 12 hours of elapsed time. You start the chronograph, you put that little triangle over the hour. 3 hours later, you know, you'll be able to tell it's 3 hours have elapsed. So that's really nice to have. And you can do dual time as well. So these score pretty well. There's no date on this, unfortunately. Yes, thinner than average, 11.9. Approximately 1 millimeter thinner than average for quartz chronographs. Yeah, seems like a good choice. Total score of 82. In 10th place is the Timex Ironman Classic. $63, 38 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, I think this is going to be a nice size, really comfortable, very light. I'm approximating the weight to be, 30 grams or something. It's going to be very light. But yeah, you get all kinds of stuff with this. Alarm, day, night, perpetual calendar. And the chronograph's going to be really nice. 99 hours elapsed time. Oh my gosh, it's been 97 hours. Yeah, that's a little bit funny. Acrylic crystal on this thing. Yeah, Timex. Get it together. Should at least have mineral. I do think this is weird too. This would take some getting used to. Starting your chronograph is this button in the middle. Stopping it is over here. And then resetting is the same button. I don't know. I think that might get confusing. I guess that's because it has a split time. Maybe that's the way to do it. For me though, I'm always reaching for that top right button to start a timer. So I'd be confused by this. Some cool dudes really like this watch. Totally average thickness for a quartz chronograph. I don't like the resin band, and it looks like you're stuck with it too. You'll be changing battery. Total score of 82. In 11th place is the Casio NASA GW6900 NASA 241, $170. Size of 50 millimeters. It looks little dinky. It is not little dinky. It's going to be big. 200 meters water resistance. Casio's great about water resistance a lot of times. This one does have a mineral crystal. Heck yeah. Yeah, we're seeing some things that are better than the watches that were before it. It's because it's 17.7 millimeters thick. That is ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. It's 4.5 millimeters thicker than average. Why? Why is it so darn thick? What all is inside there? I don't think the internals should need to take up that much room. But, it does have a multi-band 6 atomic timekeeping. That's a nice bonus. It's solar as well. So yeah, you see a movement +1. That's as good as you can get for a movement. Yeah, a chronometer chronograph with a large power reserve is going to get that score as well. But this price range, that's the best you could possibly do. Perpetual calendar, I don't know why they always do June 30th. I'm sure there's some story behind that. It seems all right. Actually, these buttons look easier to use than my DW5600. But it's so huge. Do I want 50 millimeters of resin on my wrist? I don't think I do, but maybe you do. And if you do, this is a good choice. Total score of 82, B-. In 12th place is the Crafter Blue Bon Voyage. Price of $255, it's 42 millimeters across, and it's 100 meters water resistance. This was also in the Traveler Watch video, and it scored well. in the budget category, just having a dual time bezel is extremely useful. As a chronograph, this is not good. Look, your elapsed minutes, you're missing the little marks here. So it definitely gets penalized for that. And the day-night thing, it'd be much better to have elapsed hours. Although you have that on the bezel, so in this case, it's fine. That's probably why it's scoring well, because you do have the elapsed hours and the day-night. And you get a date. So yeah, this is totally a viable option. Total score of 82. In 13th place is the Momentum Flatline Chrono. Price of $249, 42 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. I like the pebble case. It's got IWC style pushers. Those look good. It's got a cool movement, actually. You see elapsed hours and minutes on the same dial here. And then you have up here, tenths of a second. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's good looking. Momentums are often solar. This one is not solar. It just has traditional battery you put in the back. As a traditional battery, you have to change out periodically. Total score of 81. In 14th place, the last of the good grade watches, Stour Copilot 35771. Price of $179, size of 40 millimeters, and 30 meters water resistance. It looks really nice. This is the first one we've seen where you twist the bezel and you turn an internal bezel underneath the glass. Maybe that's why it's 30 meters water resistance. You get that 60 plus slide rule thing with the little hour. I don't know what to call that thing. Darn it, I should have thought of this better. You get a decimal scale, that's really nice. Decimal is incredibly useful because when you're doing your minutes, like if it's been 4 minutes and 20 seconds, well, you have to do 4.33 for your calculation. Like you'll have to do 43. So it's nice to have the decimal scale, because I'll zoom in. Because yeah, if it's a 20, you'll see, oh, that's 33, and you can just take the 33. But if it's some random place like right here, oh, it's 52.52. It's really nice to have that on the dial. Thinner than average. Yeah, this is a good choice. It's a good grade. Good choice in my opinion, B-. In 15th place, first of the okay grades, is the Nixon Ripley. $200, it's 47 millimeters across, it's 100 meters water resistance. I think these look so cool. I'm definitely a fan of Nixon. Having not had one, I think you have to be a little careful. I'm not a fan of the acrylic crystal. They don't say on the website what it is. This was the case with the Nixon Regulus Expedition as well, acrylic crystal. Yeah, I saw a review and they used a hardness detector to find out what the material is, and it's acrylic. It's not mineral, it's not sapphire. It's unfortunate. Has a lot of features. It has an altimeter, has alarms, it has day-night, perpetual calendar, dual time, can time up to 99 hours. It's a cool option, really cool. It's just really big. That's the main issue with this. See, it's a score of 79. If it was a better size, it'd be a score of 85. It'd be in the top 5. It's just so darn huge. 47 millimeters. I think the average size was 42 or something. At 16.5 millimeters thick, it's about 3.5 millimeters thicker than average. So that's bad. Still a really cool option. Total score of 79. In 16th place is the Zeppelin Chronograph Big Date. Price of $262, size of 42 millimeters, and it's 50 meters water resistance. It has a pulse meter on here, and this is a pulse meter that you have to do 30 pulses. So you find the pulse, and then you start the chronograph, and you just count 30 pulses, and then you stop the chronograph. Yeah, if you're right-handed, you take the pulse with the left hand, and you'll start the chronograph with the right hand. My preference for pulse meters is to have a base of 15. Measure 15 pulses, that's good enough. Because otherwise, I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way where you find the pulse, and then you just count how many pulses there are in 15 seconds and multiply that by 4. That's a lot faster, and it's plenty reliable enough to within 4 beats per minute. That's totally fine. So this should be a base 15, and you just count 15 pulses. Somebody has like a resting heart rate of 80. You're going to be counting for 22 seconds. It'd be much better to count 11 seconds would be a better time, in my opinion. You'll get the same information. And then you get the telemeter on here. Those are cool. Not the most useful complication for a pilot, but it's still cool to have. And they put elapsed hours and seconds on the same dial. That's nice. Cool looking choice. And these lugs are very Zeppelin. They do this on a lot of their watches. These like Art Deco-y lugs. Total score is 79. In 17th place is the Hruadland AC Chronograph. Price of $169, 40.5 millimeters, and 100 meters water resistance. And yeah, this is supposed to be like the Air Command, the Blancpain Air Command. It's got a timing marker. So if something's going to happen in 15 minutes, you put the 15 over the minute, and you can see it count down until the little diamond thing. That's nice. You also get a tachometer in here, day-night. It seems pretty nice. It's quartz movement, maybe the VK64. Yeah, and at 12.2 millimeters thick, it's a millimeter thinner than average. Total score is 78. In 18th place is the Stalingrad Novikov. $175, 44 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. It's cool that it says Air Force. The slide rule seems pretty cool. I think this is one of these ones where you twist the bezel, so that's nice. But they have 100 meters water resistance. I know there's a lot of factors that go into it, but one thing that is not good though is these screw down pushers. Now, I've never actually owned a watch that has screw down pushers, but I don't think I would like it. I mean, just based off the fact that like I go to time something and I can't time it, and I have to fiddle around with the watch to do a time. I hate that. So anything that's gonna slow me down, just get it out of here. I'd rather have 30 meters water resistance and not have the little screwy things. So I would never get one with the screw down. Other than that, looks like a really cool watch. Total score of 77. In 19th place is the Tergoan T21 GMT. $234, 44 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. This is the first one we've seen so far that doesn't have a timing feature. There's no way to time anything on the watch. It's just straight up slide rule bezel with, it actually has a fourth dual time hand here that you can set to some other time zone. And then you've got a scale here for the 24 hours for that dual time hand. Yeah, if you don't need the timing feature and you still want a slide rule, there's a bunch of those types in this video. It gets a hefty penalty because in my opinion, the most important complication for a pilot is the chronograph, or perhaps dual time zone. But the last video is focusing on the dual time. This one's focusing on the chronograph. Yeah, I think for a technical pilot watch, you're trying to do technical stuff with your watch, that chronograph is the most important thing. But there's other things that are really good too. Slide rule's really good, dual time's really good. So this scored all right, score of 77. In 20th place is the Casio MTP 4500D-1AV. $85 only, 42 millimeters across, and 50 meters water resistance. That other Casio we looked at was a lot more money. This one doesn't look so great though. I don't like all these ridges on the dial. I think these different sized numbers look cheesy. Sorry for the low fidelity image here. This is really rough. I'll just zoom back out. It's hurting my brain to look at it. Yeah, it's weird that on the hour subdial they've got all these extra little marks. You don't need that there. I think they just probably did it to make it look more busy or something. It's got this gross bracelet. You'll probably want to take that off. Only 11.3 millimeters thick though, so almost 2 millimeters thinner than average for a quartz chronograph. Total score of 77. In 21st place is the Messerschmitt Aviator ME755. Price of $269, size of 42 millimeters, and 50 meters water resistance. This is a really super weird one. I don't know what the heck's going on here. It says 42 millimeters diameter. How? How and why? How is this a 42 millimeter diameter watch? Where do you get these tiny little subdials that are so far in, you can have full numbers? Like, what bizarre movement is in this thing? I don't know. And the proportions are just way off. If this is a 42 millimeter diameter watch, these lugs are like 16 millimeters. It's just a weird looking watch. Not my cup of tea. The actual chronograph has a good format here. 30-minute subdial, 12 hours elapsed time with little marks for the half-hour marks. All that's great, but it's just a perplexing looking watch. Total score of 77. In 22nd place is the Digitech WW064 Databank. $13. That's what I'm talking about. It is 41 by 33, equivalent area to a 42 millimeter circle. Only 12 millimeters thick. That's nice. It looks so cheap though, and it has 0 meters water resistance. Do not sneeze on it, it will explode. It says email, telephone. What are they talking about? What could that possibly be? Why are there letters next to this? Are you typing emails on your watch that cost $13? I don't think you are. If you're looking for this one, I think you can get it at Walmart. Yeah, it's a no for me, dog, but it's out there. If you're a pilot and you need a watch and you only have 15 bucks, go to your Walmart, get the Digitech WW064 Databank, and you'll be able to calculate your ground speed. You'll be able to do a chronograph and calculate your ground speed. Total score 77. In 23rd place is the Citizen CA0621-05L, 190 bucks, 42 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. This is probably the best looking watch we've seen so far for just like a classic analog pilot watch. This is looking really good. It has eco drive, so that's really nice. That's just solar power, solar charging. Only 12.5 millimeters thick. Again, that 42 millimeters diameter. It's gonna be very comfortable. Downside is a 60-minute subdial. It's very hard to see the time. But yeah, you don't get any hours of timing. Yeah, I mentioned in the scoring system that it's nice for a pilot to have the ability to time a flight that takes longer than an hour. Maybe you want to time the flight. I don't know if they do that on their watch. you do it some other way for your flight logs or whatever. I really don't know how that works, but I do know it would be nice to have the ability to time something longer than an hour. So that's a downside to these watches that only go up to 60 minutes. Total score of 76. In 24th place is the Baltony S5054. $149, 39.8 millimeters, and 50 meters water resistance. We've got our timing marker, just a little arrow. I would like for that to be bigger personally, but it's really handy. You can indicate the start of a time that you're timing or the end of a time you're timing. I think that's cool. I definitely like that minimalist look. It's probably unidirectional, which is really annoying to me. That's just a dive watch thing. I wish it was only on dive watches that they did unidirectional bezels, but so often they do it on everything. It's just unfortunate. You don't need it. 11.1 millimeters thick is 2 millimeters thinner than the average for a quartz chronograph. Yeah, it seems pretty nice. Total score 76. 25th place is the Hruwadland Bronze Pilot Chronograph. Price of $179, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Clearly copying the IWC Spitfire. I know I say it's recommended. It's okay if you're... I just want to warn you of something of the watch. These subdials, the printing is often not correct for the movement that's inside. So just be careful with Chinese watches. Sometimes they're copying the IWC, so they put the elapsed hours here. But this is your running seconds. So that's misleading. Also, you have a subdial with 20 marks on it. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what that is. There's ones that do fifths of a second. What is it? There's one of these ones. It goes around once every 2 seconds. And it's to enable you to do fifths of a second or something. I don't know what the deal is, but this doesn't seem right to me. I don't know. Look into it. Eric Hartman. I wonder who that is. If you don't mind the weird dial printing, it's pretty good. Very thin. Only 10.5 thick. And it's a bronze watch. So the price, there's definitely some value here for $179. Although as I mature in my collecting, I would definitely lean more towards the Citizen than to the Hruwadland. If you don't own any Chinese watches at all, maybe you want to do this one. You're not going to see a Spitfire homage that looks this good anywhere else. Total score of 76. In 26th place is the G-Shock Casio GM2100B-3A. It's a metal one. Price of $220, 44 millimeters across, and 200 meters water resistance. Yeah, I think this one looks really good. They make Casios in every color of the rainbow. I'm sure this doesn't capture the full colors you can get of this thing. A lot of them are not steel, they're resin instead. If I was going to get a Casio, I would want a steel one. I think it looks a little better. Still not very heavy. It's 72 grams. But yeah, you can do dual time. It actually has programmed cities in here. I think it's going to be confusing to try to set your dual time, go through the modes and everything. You get a perpetual calendar. It says right here, June 30th. And it's got the day of the week as well. It says it's a Sunday. Might be hard to set this thing, but I think it would be really useful. It's very popular for a reason. I've never owned a Casio, but I know they're incredibly popular, and they certainly look really cool. Of course, the oak part has to do with the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Similar idea, I suppose. I don't really see it actually, but they call it the Casio. It's a totally unique design. It's not copying the Royal Oak. But yeah, you've got these little wings on the side. Royal Oak doesn't have wings or 4 buttons on it. Yeah, classic, cool watch. Total score of 75. In 27th place is the Merkur hand-winding Pilot Navitimer. Price of $239. Size of 40 millimeters and 50 meters water resistance. It's got kind of medium contrast. I was going to give it low contrast because it's silver hands on a white dial, but the yellow is so pronounced here, I think that's okay. It's an ST19 movement, so it's that seagull hand-winding movement. Nice big crown, that is awesome. This one I have, this Hemel, is an ST19, has the tiniest little crown you've ever tried to operate. It is incredibly uncomfortable and annoying to try to wind the watch. So if you're going to get an ST19, get a nice big crown. However, this particular brand, they don't give you a display case back, which is kind of the whole point of the ST19. This is one of the most beautiful movements there is, one of the most interesting movements to look at, period, like at any price range. You have to go up to the luxury category to see better looking movements, in my opinion. The Poliot 3133 looks pretty cool too. Yeah, we want to see the ST19. So get an exhibition case back if you buy one. You'll thank me. This one says it has 40 hours power reserve. Sometimes they say the ST19 has 45, sometimes they say 40. ST19 is kind of a shorthand. There's different variations of it. So That might account for the differences in power reserve. I think Mercur said it was 40 hours for this one. Total score of 75. In 28th place is the Guianet Flight Timer. $181, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I really like that they have the compass markings on the outside of the bezel. That's extremely useful. However, this is going to annoy you. If you actually want to use the slide rule on this, which I hope you do, if you get a watch with a slide rule, I hope you learn how to calculate a tip and stuff. What the heck here between 20 and 25? Especially on the white one, these are all identical. Just identical between 20 and 25. That's really bad. I don't even know where the 20 is. There are a few different marks it could be. So this is not good, unfortunately. If you just want the Breitling look, I guess you could go with this. The chronograph itself, you don't get elapsed hours. You've got the 60-minute sub-dial. I think that's subpar. All told, it is score 75. Maybe deduct some points for that slide rule not being good, though. It's getting full slide rule points. This isn't totally workable slide rule, in my opinion. Total score 75. In 29th place is the Miltato Retro VK67. $99, 39 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's got those darn screw-down pushers. I'm not a fan of that. Even though I haven't tried them. Maybe they're great. I've heard people complain about it. And just knowing it's going to interfere with my ability to use the chronograph, I say get that thing out of there. But you get elapsed hours. That's nice. Sword hour hand, syringe minute hand. It looks good. I don't think it's the best pilot watch, though. Total score of 75. In 30th place is the Proxima Pulse Meter. $199, 39 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Let's look at that movement. That's what you want to see. If you buy one of these watches with the movement, let's look at the movement. I'm obscuring it with this darn yellow seal. Sorry about that. You'll see a ton more of these later in the video. Again, the 30-minute pulse meter, that's not the best. It also has a tachometer here. It's a multi-tach, so wait. Oh no, this is a pulse meter on the outside. Your tachometer's on the inside. It starts here, 210, 120. 120 at 6 o'clock, that makes sense. And then 60 at the top. You can go in. All told, you can do 3 minutes of timing. If you end here after 3 minutes, that means that you're going 23 miles per hour, which is pretty slow. I mean, come on. Especially in a plane. Are you going to be going 23 miles per hour? Or it's 23 units per hour? Are you burning 23 gallons of gas per hour? I don't know. I really hope not. Parachute elastic strap. Yeah, I don't care for the coloration. If you like the coloration, go for it. It's a cool looking watch. Total score of 74. In 31st place is the Rotary Henley Pilot GS00100-04-BRN. Price of $93, size of 46 millimeters across, and it's 50 meters water resistance. Let's look at that dial. Oh, this is weird. They've got a radial pattern here, but it's a weird cutout thing going on. It almost looks asymmetrical to me. Maybe it's just because the hand is here. But you get a ton of stuff here. So you've got your regular slide rule. You've also got your tachometer. What else do you have? Why does it look so busy? Oh, in between those two things, you get minutes. 60 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This is strange. I've never seen a 30 on its side like that. Okay, why not? 60-minute sub-dial, no elapsed hours. Day-night indicator here. Mineral crystal. What the heck? 18 millimeters thick? How and why is this 5 millimeters thicker than average? That is obscenely thick. With the 46, it's going to be heavy. Yeah, it's going to be over 100 grams for sure. That's odd. Looks cool, though. Looks really cool. There's probably other colors. Sorry, I didn't capture them all. Rotary might be one of these watch brands where you go on their website and nothing is grouped. You go for Rotary Henley and there's like 1,000 different watches that all look totally different, that are all the Henley and stuff. And you just wade through 50 pages of watches to find and all the colors have totally different SKUs. I don't know if Rotary's like that, but with some of these brands, it was really hard to find out what the other colors are because you find one of them and you're like, I don't want to search this website up and you search every single watch in this website to find out what the colors are. I don't know why they can't group the colors. I don't know why that's so hard technologically, but anyway, there might be other colors. Score 73. In 32nd place is the Casio Databank DVC32-1A. Getting low in score. This is the lowest one, I believe. I think this is the lowest calculator watch score. There's a lot of stuff on the dial. That's not the scoring system doesn't really evaluate so much what's on the dial for these digital watches, you know, what's on there simultaneously. The 5 alarms, dang. Anyway, it seems like a pretty cool watch. You get your perpetual calendar, you get a calculator, you get day-night, you get alarms. Alarms up the wazoo. But yeah, only 0 meters water resistance. Do not let the water splash this thing. It might fritz out on you. All right, let's check the size of this thing. It is 50.4 by 37.4. A rectangle of that size is equivalent to a 49 millimeter circle, the area. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff on the dial, but yeah, not top of the class for calculator watches. And of course, you have to be cool with a ton of resin on your wrist. There's probably no way to swap this out. Total score 73. In 33rd place is the Szymanski Pioneers VK64 3355851, $236, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It looks cool. I like these big slashes on the sub-register for the minutes. Tachometer, again, it's really not a piloty complication. Nothing to get excited about. It just makes it look piloty. That's why they do it. And you've got these darn screw-down pushers. That's not what I would want. I like the trapezoidal date, though. And it's a good size, 42 millimeters diameter. Score 73. In 34th place is the Suges S419 ST19 Chronograph, $239, 37 by 37 millimeters, which is equivalent area to a 42 millimeter circle, 50 meters water resistance. I don't think this has the exhibition case back. Check on that. Please, I implore you. I'm pleading with you. If you get an ST19, make sure you get the exhibition case back so you can look at that beautiful movement. That's the reason to do it, because they're kind of fragile. It seems like kind of a smaller chronograph, but look, they really filled up that dial with these sub-dials. These are nice and big, very easy to read. And you get an elapsed hours. I don't usually see that on any ST19 watches. Usually they just don't have the elapsed hours. It's really cool to see that. And yes, this is a racing watch, but you know, the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch is a racing watch too. So there's a few of them in the video. I didn't rule it out because there's a history of pilots using racing watches. There's a tachometer in here, which I don't know how you're going to use it while you're flying a plane, but maybe you could somehow. You can fly over two things that are a mile apart or something. I don't know how you do that. In fact, when you're up in the air, how do you know the exact moment you pass over something? Maybe I'm overestimating a pilot's ability to track their ground speed by timing something. I don't know. That's what I was always told a slide rule is good for. Maybe hard to do in practice. But anyway, total score of 73. In 35th place, the Citizen CA4505-21X, $249, 44 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. Apparently lime green is the only color this one comes in. You have a telemeter, which is cool. It's in kilometers. I would want the telemeter to be in miles. I don't know how many miles something's away. Come on, I'm an American. And you get compass markings, but how do you use that when you're flying a plane or doing anything? How do you use stationary compass markings? I don't get that. I really don't. This watch I'm wearing has a compass bezel. That's totally useful. I get why that exists, and you can tell what the degrees are. But when it's like that, do you just take it off your wrist and hold it in your hand or something and turn it around? I don't get it. Yeah, if you really want a compass on your watch, get this one. Get the Citizen Altichron. There's some really sweet Citizens. This one is not their best offering. It does have a solar movement though, the Eco Drive. Total score of 73. In 36th place is the Timex Waterbury Flyback. $219, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This is cool. They did something unique here. It says the Waterbury at the top. You've got that cool Waterbury symbol here that you see. Tachometer, man, there's going to be so many tachometers in this video. Everybody slaps it on there. It just gives it a pilot vibe. That's the only reason it's there. People aren't using the tachometer. I mean, I've used one on the highway. It's just so redundant when you have a car, though, because the car tells you how fast you're going. You know, you can do it for fun once or twice, but after that, the appeal kind of wears off. But anyway, what this watch does is when you start the chronograph, it'll record 10 minutes here, and then it'll flip back to the beginning. It's a retrograde minutes. Yeah, and each one of these, it'll cycle forward. So you see right now, it's 10, 20, 30. It's 39 minutes of time. When this gets to the end, this will flick to the next one. And that's pretty cool. I mean, it's useful, but it's only 4 hours of timing, which actually 4 hours, that's gonna do most of what you want to do. You don't need 999 hours or 99 hours, or some of these chronographs go so high. I like the trapezoidal date cutout here. And I only recommend it. It only makes 73 points if you swap it off this bracelet and put it on something else. Because when a bracelet has no extension, I deduct 1 point. Total score of 72, 73 if you swap it. In 37th place is the Timex Command and Counter. $75, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. And yeah, this one is just gross to me. They're just straight up copying the G-Shock Casio DW5600. They're mashing them together. You know, you've got this parallelogram display. You've got the day pointer over here. It says shock on it. It's gross. I really can't believe they made this, honestly. Score 72. In 38th place is the Wicked Watch Sakura. Price of $267, 38 millimeters, and 50 meters water resistance. And yeah, Sakura means cherry blossom. And this is looking like a cherry blossom. Beautiful color. It's got this kind of linen pattern thing on the dial. I like the silver here. This is probably the coolest darn looking watch we've seen in the video. I mean, I said that Citizen was the best pilot looking one. This is just cool, like a dress watch, I guess. Not really suitable for a pilot necessarily. It will tell you the elapsed minutes on this tiny, tiny little subdial. Total score 72. In 39th place is the Aviate Hawker Hurricane Classic Chronograph. $235, 43.5 millimeters, and 50 meters water resistance. And yeah, I have an Aviate. I got it very early in my collecting. It just looks so darn cool. I've read articles and heard the critique that Aviates are just pilot style watches. And yes, absolutely they are. The tachometer, pilots don't need that. Pilots don't really use that. It's just to give you pilot vibes. So that's what they do here. And at least on the scoring system I set up, it did not pass the threshold. But it's just below, like only 11 thick. That's kind of nice, but not for me. Score 72. In 40th place, 37th of the ones I'll recommend, is the Lad Weather Tritium Master. $199, 43 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. And it looks like they do indeed have tritium tubes on the hands and the hour marks. It's got a functional slide rule bezel. Weird. Yeah, what's holding this thing back? Why is it only recommended if you swap it off the strap? Well, let's look at the red. Well, there's a ton of pink. The thing is, like, when I'm wondering why is something failing, if like every single item has some sort of penalty, those do add up pretty quick. But yeah, bracelet, no extension. Swap it off of that, and it's recommended. There's no hours of elapsed time, so that's unfortunate. Tiny little 60-minute subdial. Yeah, there's no Arabics on the dial, these sorts of things. There's a lot of little stuff. And my scoring system did not reward lume in any way, shape, or form. I just felt like there were so many parameters. But yeah, that was the last one I can even recommend. The majority of the watches in this price range are just not recommended, including this Timex Legacy Tonneau. In 41st place is the Timex Legacy Tonneau. $219, 42 millimeters somewhere, and 50 meters water resistance. It looks like a Porsche thing or something. There's some famous watch this is just trying to look like. But yeah, look, you're missing marks on your elapsed minutes. Whichever one of these is for elapsed minutes. Totally imprecise. It's kind of a racing watch too. Was that witty? I promised to say one witty thing about every watch. Oh man, that's gonna be so tough. Maybe not witty or insightful. Maybe just factual. I'll make one factual tidbit about every watch. I've revised my standard here. A factual tidbit. Awesome. Okay, score of 72. 41st place, the Sturmanskia Traveler VD53. 3385877. Looks cool, but does not score well on the scoring system. The factual tidbit I'm going to offer here is, okay, you've got these, what is going on here? The 24-hour subdial is not matching this one. I think that's a mistake. I don't know, maybe this thing gets dual time. If it does, what is dual time worth? Dual time is worth 2 points. So if this is an actual dual time watch, check it out. I mean, if you're interested in it, to find out if it's dual time. And if it is, I recommend it. It's certainly not world time though. This just tells you like numbers you can add to the existing times. You're still doing math in your head, which you can already do that way. Like, yeah, if you're just adding numbers to what you see on the dial, that to me that's not true world time, right? Or even dual time. Score 71. Bernie Pilot Slide Rule, $91. And it looks like it would be awesome. What's the problem with this one? You've got a compass bezel, you have slide rule, you have day night. You've got stuff, lots of stuff. 150 grams, loses a couple points there. Well, it'd be recommended if it wasn't 150 grams. Yeah, the slide rule actually looks pretty darn cool. Looks like it's under the glass. Man, I don't trust anything Chinese. I would want to make sure that that actually turns. I'd have to find a picture where it's not 60 exactly lining up to really make sure that the slide rule... Well, it looks a little bit off. Maybe it is. That's a promising sign to see that these aren't perfect. Maybe it works. I still want to double check that it can really turn. It's not just Chinese watches. You have to be careful about all of them. Okay, that was my tidbit. Score 71. 44th place, the Baltony S5057, $149, 39 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Got these screw down pushers. No es bueno. Thick Flieger hands. I think they're better options, but this is also an option. They make a green one. That's cool. Score 71. 45th place is the 511 Outpost Chrono. 130 bucks, 44 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. And yet, it's a 24-hour watch. Oh, but you get a 30-minute subdial. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Elapsed time, no hours. Oh, right, there's no hours here. Your total timing length is only 30 minutes. That's all you get. Yeah, so that's not going to score very well. I do like to see the standard hours here and the minute marks. That's very cool. The chronograph itself, though, is lacking. Total score of 71. 46th place is the Pagani Design Speedmaster PD 1701. 90 bucks, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It wants to be the Omega Speedmaster, clearly. Oh, I think you can get the white one with the red thing. I don't get it. I mean, honestly, I don't really get the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch either. I don't understand it. I mean, you look at that case back and I do understand it. Man, that is a gorgeous movement, the hand winding one. Other than that, I mean, I guess I sort of get it. I don't get the knockoffs, though. It's not the coolest design in the world. The Omega one, that's cool because they came up with the design. But aping it, I don't know. That's my opinion. Yeah, I'm sharing tidbits or opinions. So I shared an opinion. I guess that counts. No, the thing is, I want to make it so that if people want to watch all these, I want to make it so that at least there's a reason to watch the not recommended ones. But yeah, just not the top of the class for pilot watches. Score 71. 47th place is the Loris RT305 KX9. 86 bucks, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I think this is the best Loris. There's a few more Lorises in the video, and they're not any better than this one. Whoa, it has infinity at the top? Oh no, it's 00. Okay, 5. Why are there 2 zeros? Anyway, you get 60 minutes. 60 minutes of timing in your day-night thing. That's about it. So it is a chronograph, not necessarily a pilot chronograph. Score 70. 48th place is the Timex Expedition T49905. $64, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Cool looks to it. You get a 1/10 of a second subdial, which I mentioned in the scoring. I don't think a 1/10 of a second is particularly useful to a pilot. I don't think there's a lot of stuff that you're timing where you need a 1/10 of a second precisely. But in 30 minutes elapsed time. Indiglo. It's cool they have Indiglo. Score of 70. 49th place is the Stalingrad Trooper Chronograph. $115, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This is interesting. You only have 2 subdials, but it's sort of like the Brew watch. There's no symmetry to what they did with the subdials. What are they missing? What goes up here? Cool looking fabric strap though. Nice canvas. Total score 70. 50th place is the Zeppelin LZ 126 Los Angeles 76146. Price of $259. Size of 42 millimeters. 50 meters water resistance. Cool Zeppelin lugs. I like these kind of big slashes and stuff. That is kind of fun for timing. What do we get on the outside? You get a tachometer. Oh, it's a multi-tach. It does the second minute. So you get 2 minutes of tachometer. Really striking red color. Very nice. Very nice looking. Not the best pilot watch, more of a dress chronograph. Score of 69. In 51st place is the Casio Edifice EFB 730D-2AV. Price of 150 bucks. Size of 40 millimeters. 100 meters water resistance. It's kind of a racing style. Very similar to that Suunto we saw. No tacky on this one though. Yep, kind of a racing style. Really cool blue dial. That is the factual tidbit. In 52nd place is the Yalang V1215 VR42. $238. 44 millimeters and 100 meters water resistance. There's tritium tubes on here. That is a factoid. It's looking very racing. The tachometer scale is alternating between the inner chapter ring and this outer thing. It's kind of cool. Just kind of gives it more. It allows these numbers to be larger. It's its own style. It's looking pretty cool. It's actually just average thickness for a quartz chronograph. But yeah, I don't recommend it. It's a pilot chronograph. Only 30 minutes elapsed time. Score 69. In 53rd place is an Orient Slide Rule EU 07005B, $207. 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's got this crazy perpetual calendar thing. Oh man, I have no idea how this works. There's a way to work this crazy thing. It's probably not as weird as it looks. Slide rule is going to be incredibly functional. Interestingly, they put 10 at the top. I'm used to seeing 60 at the top, but some of these ones like to put 10 at the top. I suppose you can do it either way. 60 at the top makes more logical sense if you're timing things in minutes. Then you have the miles per hour at the top or whatever. Over here, if you do that, then it's going to be over here. That's the miles per hour. Not quite as intuitive. 42 miles per hour or something over there. Yeah, no timing function on this. Orient makes odd watches, in my opinion, but all right, score 69. Not recommended. In 54th place is the ADDI VK64 80-2034, $99, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. And when you press this button, you're going to time minutes, and you can also time minutes on the bezel. Double timing. I don't understand why that exists, but some of these have elapsed time bezels as well as a chronograph. No date. Score 69. 55th place, the Loris RM343JX9. It's $108. It's 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I kind of do like that they label the subdials, but look, the minute subdial doesn't have markings on it, and it's smaller than the seconds one. You have more precision on the seconds one. Well, actually, that is nice. It is nice when you're not actually recording a time to be able to like still count some seconds. So I do like having precision on the running seconds as well. I mean, I like precision on everything. Let's just make everything precise. Make everything useful. I'm a utility kind of guy. Quality looks low to me. Score of 69. In 56th place is the Proxima Chronograph PX1718 ST1902. $223, 39 millimeters, 50 meters water resistance. Cool Mandarin symbols on the dial. I'm sorry it's pixelated. We get a telemeter on the outside, and then minute Arabics here, standard hours. That's pretty cool. Medium contrast penalty because silver hands on a silver dial is poor for these subdials. I mean, it's got a lot of character, but I don't think it's a very good watch for a pilot to have. Score 68. In 57th place is the Loris RZ501AX9. $151, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters. Water resistance. And it has a solar movement, which is cool. And it looks like there's a power reserve for it, low, high down here. That's cool. It looks okay, but it's not great. The score is telling us that it's not great. 11 millimeters thick is 2 millimeters thinner than average, so that's good. But yeah, there's only 30 minutes of timing, and you got the darn useless tachometer. Score of 68. 58th place is the Fossil Coachman Chronograph. $160, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Got wooden elements on the watch. That is your factoid. But it is on a Bund strap. There aren't a ton of those, so that's cool to see. Score 68. 59th place is the Mercur Big Eye Aviation Timer. $215, 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Again, an ST19 with a solid case back. Not what I would choose. I just want to be able to see that pretty movement. And you don't need an elapsed time bezel. Not when you have a chronograph. This should be a dual time bezel. Score 67. In 60th place is the Vincero The Altitude. $199, 43 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. And it's not a chronograph at all. You have pushers, but the pushers do something else other than timing. You've got a dual time here. Yeah, this is not a technical pilot watch whatsoever. Yeah, it's a dual time watch. It looks like a chronograph, so I put it in here to warn people, don't buy this Vincero thinking you get a chronograph. It's not a chronograph. Score 67. In 61st place is the Aviate Hawker Typhoon Conningham D-Day 80. I don't like the looks of this. It does have is this a retrograde 10th of a second? That is very interesting. Or no, there's one on each side. Okay, that's how that works. The 20, 1944. Oh, so this is cool. They do that sometimes. There's some significant date. 1944 operation overload. So it's 2024. That's cool. 1944 to 2024. I really do not like the looks of it personally. Yeah, the watch itself, not doing it for me. No date. There's no date. Complication. Total score of 67. In 62nd place is the NWC FRXC001 chronograph. $211, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. For these guys, that is a massive watch. They make like 35 millimeter field watches and stuff. They make these tiny watches. Acrylic crystal. They're doing that deliberately for the look. I can respect that. If you're just doing it to cut costs, I don't really respect it. But yeah, not a great pilot chronograph. Interesting how they integrated the crown guards here. There's your tidbit. Yeah, I like what they did with the case. It's kind of asymmetrical. It's thicker on the right side than the left. It's a cool look. Score 66. And in 63rd place is the Undone Vintage, $265, 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I don't remember what movement's in here. VK64, perhaps. They're just copying the Breitling Pistachio, I forget what that's called, B03 or something. I can't remember what the Breitling is called. I think that's what they're trying to do here. It's more of a dress chronograph appearance. Not very useful to a pilot either. Score 66. 64th place is the Spinnaker Hull chronograph. $235, 42 millimeters somewhere across or diagonally. I don't know which one. It would make a difference for sure. 100 meters water resistance. Hopefully it's 42 this way. I don't know. I mean, it's not going to be a massive watch either way. But you're missing little marks on your subdial here. Your lapse seconds, no marks. I don't get this one. I really don't understand what's going on here. And the screw down pushers. Yeah, it's just kind of nondescript. Like, what type of watch is it? Hard to tell. I guess pilot, but it's not that great of a pilot watch. Score 66. In 65th place is the Fossil Decker. Price of $140, 44 millimeters, and 100 meters water resistance. And yes, this is what I'm talking about. It could, just like that other one, look, you go 10 and then you go 10 again. But on the other one, they put a 20 at the top or something. Yeah, there's some movement that does this. It goes around once every 2 seconds or something. Very odd. Yeah, severely lacking in precision here in the ability to use the chronograph. I'm not pleased with that. It's kind of a fashion watch. The hands look very poor. I don't like these like white sticker hands. It looks bad. Total score is 66. In 66th place is the Merkur Doctor chronograph. $269, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I probably did too many of these Merkurs. A lot of them have these contrast issues. This is very poor contrast. You get a pulse meter. Yes, 15 pulsations. You want 50 pulsations. At least I do. This is weird though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why isn't it continuing? There's some kind of weird significance I don't understand here. We've got a tachymeter in the middle. It's a multi-tac. It means you can do a couple of minutes. You also get an asthmometer. So this is your breathing rate. That is very cool on the other side of this thing. And you get a countdown timer. That's very cool. With all these numbers. Yeah, this is cool. I mean, neat watch. Again, though, it's got a solid case back. Just really too bad. This one is more intriguing than the other ones. The contrast thing is kind of a deal breaker for me, though. Just the hands should just be black. Just make black hands. If you have a white dial, make black hands, not silver hands. It's quite easy. It's quite easy to do. Total score is 65. In 67th place is the Sterling Rialto 3975L. $120, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's reminding me of that Pagani design. Yeah, the Pagani design was like a straight rip-off of the Omega Speedmaster. This one's a little more subtle. Sterling still tries to just kind of toe the line here, but it's not a great chronograph. Look, your 30-minute subdial, you don't have the markings. Where did the markings go? And there's a slash exactly in between 10 and 15, where the 2.5-minute mark is. How is that useful? Just put in the marks. What did they do over here? Okay, 2, 4, 6. Okay, that's not as bad. This is horrible. What were they thinking? There's your factoid, score of 65. 68th place is the Timex X Pan Am chronograph. $219, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. This disappoints me. The Timex Pan Am that doesn't have any chronograph stuff, just the simple one, it's It wasn't recommended in the Simple Pilot Watch video either. And I kind of held out hope. I thought, oh, maybe the chronograph will be okay. We'll just see how it does. You can tell looking at this, it's not great. Only 60 minutes elapsed time, and there's no minute markings. It's just a plain chronograph, like a dress chronograph style. They put a plane on here, but... And then you have it running seconds, but you can't count any seconds with it because there's no marks. The date cutout even looks like an afterthought. They have a nice, pretty picture of it. It's nice and shiny and stuff, but I think this is a missed opportunity. It's just for nostalgia. So, if you're nostalgic about Pan Am, this is a cool watch, I suppose. I don't think it's great for a chronograph. Yeah, I gave it high looks score. 8 out of 10 for looks. The strap looks really cool. The little rivet has the Pan Am like globe thing on it too. Not recommended. 64. D grade. In 69th place, the Seagull 1963. Price of $159. 40 millimeters across. 30 meters water resistance. This thing is hyped so darn much. It's not a great pilot watch. I said it. Yeah, I'm so sorry about these low resolution images. It really has to do with the website, whether they put a high resolution image or not. Yeah, I think it's too small. I don't think it's really giving you anything cool for pilot. And it's only 30 minutes elapsed time. That's not good. Why couldn't they put an hour on here too? Yeah, the ST19 movement that powers this, I know some of them do have an hour capability, so they could have an hour subdial, but they don't. That would be nice. I'm sure that would help it out a ton. Yeah, that would give it like 9 more points here. So it'd be a 73. It'd be recommended if they just did the hour thing. Yeah, that would add 9 points if they had an hour subdial that was good. Gold indexes on a champagne dial. Not great contrast. Total score 64. In 70th place is the FOD Flieger chronograph. $199. 38 millimeters diameter. 50 meters water resistance. Similar to the Seagull, actually. Well, there's differences. Form factor is similar. Well, these have thick hands. Seagull did have nice thin hands. That was good. Yeah, kind of a rough burlap looking strap here. I don't know how comfortable that'll be. It's looking rough. Score of 64 for the FOD. All right, 71st place, Sheffield Chronograph 1, $248, 41 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. There's that beautiful ST19 movement. All these big gears everywhere, and you know, you've got this horseshoe thing sticking out, and all these big, cool things to look at. Blue screws just everywhere. You've got these jewels here. It's cool. I mean, it is a cool looking movement. Yeah, I'm not kidding when I said it's hard to find movements that look cooler than this. In the price categories above this, for every single watch, I do the case back. Within reason. I didn't go hunting as much like I did with the Loom thing, because it's not totally critical. Particularly in the top 2 categories, luxury and premium, I really look for every single one. So we're going to see some cool case backs. We're going to see some cool movements. The ST19 looks as cool as any other movement you're going to see. But yeah, this watch, poor contrast here with the hands and the indices. Silver on white, not great. It's just very basic. 30-minute elapsed time, and that's all you get. Throw a tachometer on there, but that only gives it a point. Good thickness, though, only 12.5 millimeters thick, which is impressive for an ST19. That's impressive that they were able to do that, because it is a thick movement. Total score of 64. In 72nd place, the Suges 387B Pilot Chronograph. $199, 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Another ST19, and it is looking really rough. These indexes look, the 12 here, the applied 12, look, the 2 is lower than the 1. This is looking bad, really bad. These hands look so cheap. And look at the typography here. That is very poor. Ugh. I would not spend $200 on this thing. For $200, you can get, well, $217, you can get the Swiss Alpine Military Chronograph, 12 hours of timing, slide rule bezel. Do not get the Suges. Score of 64. In 73rd place is the Vague Watch Company 2 Eyes AG. $227, 38 millimeters, and 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, it's small, but it's also thick. 2 millimeters thicker than average. There's your factual tidbit. Apparently a ton of colors. And you can get a leather strap, even though there's some bizarre looking bracelet. Score 63, not recommended. 74th place is the Swatch Nothing Basic About Blue SUSN 418, $130, 42 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. These other colors have different names and designation, obviously. Rubber strap, tachymeter, not the best pilot watch. Something factual about it is that it has a 1/10 of a second subdial. Does it score better than the Omega swatch, the Moon swatch? I don't remember. I will try to remember that this one scored a 63, and when we get to the Omega Moon swatch, we can see which one did better. All right, next in 75th place, the Shoto Veli AL 3300-11 Aviator. This one's actually looking pretty sweet. $249, that's a lot. Size of 45 millimeters and 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, it's kind of a lot of money. What is going on here? They have the invisible subdial that is so tiny. Your running seconds is just huge. And then this tiny little subdial. The hour hand is going to cover the entire subdial, and you will see nothing. It'll just completely obscure the entire subdial. That's odd. That's very odd. If I was going to make two of them small, it would be the day-night thing and the running seconds. And then I'd make that minutes humongous. But yeah, you only get 30 minutes elapsed time. Yeah, Shoto Veli's not the best. Score 63. In 76th place is the Pulsar Accelerator. PZ6031X1. $224. 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Man, that is expensive for Pulsar. It is solar, but look at this 30-minute subdial. Like, a vast swath of it has no markings at all. And that's all you get. You only get 30 minutes time. And then I have no idea what's going on with the hour subdial here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's got half hours. Carbon fiber basket weave pattern means it's fast. And you get the strap too. Those are my insights. Score 63. In 77th place is the Audaz Sprinter ADZ-2025-02. It's the watch of the future. The watch of 2025. $250, 45 millimeters across, and 200 meters water resistance. You get knurling on the bezel, but you cannot turn it. Odd. That's my insight. Score of 63. In 78th place is the Molnia Evolution 0020102. $264, 48 by 48. We haven't done that in a while. Let's bust it. This here is for all the fellas. Okay, a 48 by 48 square has equivalent area to a 54 millimeter circle. Now it isn't a straight square, but this is going to be larger than just 48 implies. Look at all this extra crud on the outside. And then the lugs don't even start until here. This is a big, big watch. And that's really the main issue here. I do like the orange though. And you get this applied Cyrillic logo. Stellano Vo Rossi. Score 62. In 79th place is the MVMT AirHawk Pilot Watch. Okay, they say it's AirHawk and it's a pilot watch. Both of those things. $149, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Man, these irk me. These irk me. Not just movement, not just MVMT, but anybody who does this phony baloney. What the heck? Day of the week. Date is this stupid pointer thing. These pointer date things are not good. And you have to do it with the pushers. But what if you just hit a pusher accidentally? Then your dates are all wrong. Yeah, this thing is no bueno. A pilot gets no usefulness from this watch. Well, they know what time it is. That's useful. Score 62. And somehow scoring even lower than the MVMT, how? Is the Timex Marlin. 80th place Timex Marlin Chronograph. $199, 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Only $50 more than that MVMT, but on my scoring system, a lower score somehow. Yeah, the Chronograph got minus 15 on the last one. It gets minus 12 on this one. Chronograph is not ideal. Why is that? Oh, well, because you're not going to be able to tell anything about the time. You're going to press the pusher, and the elapsed time is going to happen, and you're not going to have any idea how many minutes have passed. If it's just going to be, you can tell how many 5 minutes have passed. So you can time in 5-minute increments. Now, I'm probably being a little too hard on this Timex Marlin, but it's not great for a pilot. I think they're trying to be more racing. Score of 61. In 81st place is the Lima Chrono Sprinter. Price of $260, 37 millimeters across, and 50 meters water resistance. Very interesting shape here. I don't know exactly what this is. You've got an ovalish crystal here. It looks very cool. Circular date cutout. They should wipe the watch off before taking photos of it. Unfortunate there's no markings on the 60-minute subdial. It's too bad. This is a cool thing to do with day-night. I mean, there's a lot of style here. It gets style points. Not literally, there's no points on here for style. Oh well, looks vibe. Yeah, for a pilot chronograph, it's not really it's not a vibe for pilot. Stylish in other ways. Total score 61. 82nd place is the Invicta Aviator 33027. And there's no timing on it. It's like that darn movement watch. You get... But why is there a 30-minute subdial? Oh, that's the date of the month. It's a 31-minute subdial. The 10 and the 20 are slightly asymmetrical here because there's 31 marks. Yeah, that is weird. But you get a functional slide rule. It's worth something. I really hope it's not a unidirectional bezel. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those sorts of things. It's probably best practice to always carefully check if you're getting a slide rule watch. I mean, I'm so jaded about watches in general. So many companies do things that are so horrible. Just horrible things to do to the watch. And yeah, I would not be surprised if there's a unidirectional bezel for some reason. Like, why is this bicolor? What is the bicolor telling us? There's no 24-hour hand to do a day-night or something. They don't think about these things whatsoever. A bicolor bezel is supposed to be to show you day-night cycle on a GMT watch. But you'll see bicolor on all kinds of other random stuff, like this, where it makes no sense. I don't know, it does actually look pretty cool. It bothers me that the bicolor should have a purpose, but they've just totally bastardized it. In 83rd place, getting the same score as the last one, but I would prefer the Invicta over this one, is the Timex UFC Combat. $60, 53 millimeters across, and it's 50 meters water resistance. It does have dual time capability, but it is 20.5 millimeters thick. I was wondering which watch goes up to 21 millimeters. Oh, there's one that goes up to 22. There's a thicker watch than this one somehow. It's astounding. 7 millimeters thicker than average. And yeah, the 53 millimeter diameter. Is it counting for these chunky things here? Or is it just 53 here to here? Either way, it's going to be obscenely huge. The problem with the Anadigis, and actually, I have an Anadigi that, spoiler, this does extremely well in this video. The Citizen Skyhawk does extremely well. I don't know how much of a spoiler that is. I came into this video knowing it was going to do fantastic. Like, no matter how I set up a scoring system, that was going to do great. But anyway, one of the downsides to Anadigi is it's still susceptible to magnetism. It has little rotors and stuff. According to Seiko, according to Casio, anything that has hands can get messed up by magnetism, and you can have incorrect time. And the hands actually cover the digital displays. That's why I said earlier in this price tier, there's an opportunity for the ultimate aviation watch to just be straight up digital and have little buttons on it so you can do calculations. But yeah, Timex UFC Combat, I mean, if you just like the hugest watch in the world, it's probably a good choice, actually. What's 58 plus 14? I'm not ashamed I can't do it in my head. Oh, it's still only 72. Okay. Acrylic crystal. It's not just that it's gigantic, it's also that it has acrylic crystal, resin band, all kinds of stuff I personally do not like on my watch. Score of 58. 84th place is the Timex Q Chronograph. $229, 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Again, missing minute marks. No bueno. Day-night, tachometer, not the best. It is that retro style that people are into right now, though. Score 58. In 85th place is the Thunderbirds Flieger Uhr TB 1052. I thought this was going to be so cool when I first saw it. I was like, yes, this is cool. It has dual time on the bezel as well as a slide rule. What? And then I look closer and, oh, no, it's not a slide rule. It's just dual time. You get your minute Arabics on here, sort of. Wait, what is going on here? 50, 55. What is the deal here? 10, 5. What am I looking at? What are these numbers? What is the significance of the numbers? They're just thrown on there to make it look more technical or something? These arrows? Yeah, it's trying to be like a slide rule, but it's fake. Fake slide rule. Get out of here, fake slide rule. I hate that. I hate the little arrows that are fake, that don't mean anything. Yeah, so I don't recommend this one. Listed weight 207 grams, score 58. In 86th place is the Sterling Monaco 669M, 120 bucks, 42 millimeters, 50 meters water resistance. Sweet, a slide rule. Let's look. Oh man, I'm excited to use my slide rule. Oh, it's lies. It's lies and phony baloney. There's a tachometer scale on the inside and a slide rule on the outside. The bezel may not even turn. You just don't know. But if you put this logarithmic scale and then you don't give me another one on the inside, no. Yeah, so stay far away from this Sterling. Oh man, it's enough to make me not want to ever buy anything they make if they're willing to do this. They make this product and they sell it to someone. No good. Score 57. In 87th place is the Invicta Aviator 28108. Price of 120 bucks, 50.5 millimeters in diameter, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, the subdials end here, and then double that distance is where the actual end of the watch is. They really decided to make this thing huge. It's 51 millimeters. Why does it have to be so big? And you have your screw down pushers. No good. Missing minute marks. It's a very basic chronograph. It's got airplanes and stuff, but 17 thick as well. Very thick. Score 54. In 80th place, you thought we were done with fake slide rules. We were not done. There's more. Let's look at this fake slide rule. It's the same as that last one. Fake slide rule. No. It looks like they have the scale correct on the bezel, but then you get the date, you know, the date of the month pointer thing and the day of the week. And then this is pointing at 24, but it's 2 o'clock. I think their watch is broken. Yeah, don't get the Seconda Maverick. Only 77 bucks, but you can do better for 77 bucks. You can get a Casio databank for $30. That's going to be so much better than the Seconda. Even this Casio, 85 bucks. Get the Casio. That's going to have a functional slide rule, decent chronograph, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, don't get the Seconda. In last place, the absolute lowest score possible. Well, it's not the lowest score possible. We could imagine something that's worse than this. Sinning Aviation Skeleton. It does have a functional slide rule. Let's look at it. It's actually functional. Their picture is so bad. So unbelievably bad. But it does have a functional slide rule. It also has a day... In fact, that might be when it breaks. People say it breaks after about 30 days or so. All the reviews say that the watch just falls to pieces. It's not a chronograph. It is an automatic Chinese movement with, what is this, month, and then day of the week is just 1 through 7. If anyone thinks about days in the week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But it has the half days as well. Big date here. Wait, what is the 30 for then? I don't understand. I don't understand the watch. It has 0 meters water resistance. People say that it gets fogged up just existing in the world. Not even if water is present, it'll get fog in it. 50 millimeters in diameter and 16 millimeters thick. Yikes. Stay away. Stay far away. All right, so that was all the Pilot chronographs under 270 bucks that I covered in the video. Obviously, there were a few racing ones mixed in as well. Like I said, there's a history of racing watches, so there'll be more as we go on, like the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch racing watch. There'll be more racing watches in the video. But yeah, in this price category, there was some good stuff. There's a lot of not great stuff. I would stay away from these chronographs that have a 60-minute subdial and a 24-hour deal. I would just stay away from those. Be careful if you're choosing a watch in this low price range. Stay away from the ones that are missing the hash marks. Even if they have all the hash marks, I'm telling you from experience, it is very hard to tell what minute it is on a 60-minute subdial. There's a reason as you go up in price, you start to see it less and less and less. Yeah, some solid digital options, the Casio GW6900, Timex Ironman, Databank, of course, the famous DW5600. Nixon Regulus, that was a surprise. I was not expecting that to perform so well, but it really did. It's the only ABC watch in this price category that I found. There's probably some other ones out there. In fact, I think Casio does have some. The Casio ABC watches in the next category are very strong performers. I think they're better than the Nixon, but they cost more too. All right, that was the Pilot chronographs under 270 bucks. Hopefully I didn't spend too much time. You know what, I'm not gonna worry about the length of the video. Y'all can skip if you want to. So now let's move on to the next category, affordable. All right, Pilot chronographs, $270 to $510, affordable. Here are the top 5. In 5th place is the Luminox F35 Lightning II, $400, 44 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. That's a lot of water resistance. You also get a sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. You get tritium tubes, 13 thick. It's the average thickness of a quartz chronograph. That's good. Tenths of a second down here. It's got one of these ones where you have elapsed hours and elapsed minutes on the same subdial. Actually kind of nice. Unfortunately, the hand is kind of large. I would prefer if that was thinner. Totally functional slide rule. Looks good. You don't get all that many conversions, but you get some good ones here. A lot of texture on the dial. Let me show you that case back. Yes, there it is. There is the F35 Lightning II. Lockheed Martin. It's got their logo on there. I think this is the A variant. Yeah, it says USAF. It's Air Force. So it's that conventional takeoff and landing variant of the Joint Strike Fighter. Yeah, very cool watch. The bracelet is not going to be a highlight. I would probably change it off the bracelet, and you'll save some weight there too. Yeah, this is a legit option. Total score of 83. In 4th place is the Dan Henry 1945 World War II chronograph. Price of $280, size of 41.5 millimeters, and 50 meters water resistance. I love the form factor of these watches. Yeah, I have a Hemel that has a chronograph with a dual time bezel, and I love this darn thing. It's really fun for traveling. Anytime I have to fly for work, it's typically more than an hour. So having this bezel here, I just start the chronograph and I put the triangle over the hour. I can time my flight from wheels off the ground to wheels down. It's fun to do. I don't even use that information for anything. It's just fun to do it. So I like that. And this dual time bezel is really nice because you get the 15-minute marks too. Yeah, I like that. A lot of dial detail here. You've got your tachometer, you have your telemeter, you have minute Arabics here, you have hour, standard hour Arabics, and a little bit of military time here. See 15, 18, 21. Those are nice. You get tenths of a second. This is a strong offering from Dan Henry. I really like that one. Case back is so cool. I don't know what plane this is. It sort of looks like the Spitfire, but it might not be. Does it say on here? It doesn't say. Beautiful, beautiful engraving on Dan Henry case backs. That's a highlight of the brand for sure. Yeah, this is an excellent option as well. Total score of 85. In 3rd place, a watch you're going to see on a lot of soldiers' wrists, pilots' wrists, Suunto Core Alpha. $299, 49.5 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Where do I start with this one? I guess I'll start with the downside. Only 30 meters of water resistance? Guys. And the mineral crystal, these get scratched up like you would not believe. But there is so much capability. And supposedly they just suck down batteries like you would not believe as well. It's thick, it's huge, it's getting a big penalty for the size. But utility, it's actually breaking the system. It's getting 51 points for utility. You've got your hours, minutes, seconds. That's not shown on this particular screen. I love that they show you the different menus. Time, Altimeter, and compass. Yes. I love when they give you a roadmap. They show you what screen you're on and what the other screens are in some manner. That's excellent. Right now it's telling you your altitude. Altitude sweet. Look, you get temperature there too. Time, you get military hours. You can set this up to show you military hours. Or you can just have it do AM, PM. You can, this could say 4:35 PM if you prefer. That's excellent. The chronograph goes up to 24 hours, does hours, minutes, seconds. Contrast, I gave it medium contrast. You can still read it at off angles, but it's not very crisp. This display is kind of old technology. There's much better displays now, and Suunto Core has not updated their display. But yeah, this is totally a dumb watch. It doesn't do any GPS or anything. It's just an ABC, Altimeter compass. This version has a fabric strap, so that's nicer. It also has a red backlight, so if you're wearing night vision goggles, which I think helicopter pilots do sometimes, soldiers definitely do, so it's nice to have compatibility with your night vision goggles there. Yeah, this is just a really cool option. Dual time is actually really nice on this as well. You can just display 2 times. It's a very versatile watch. Downsides are it's very big and poor water resistance, and you're going to scratch the crystal. It'd be nice if Suunto made one of these with higher water resistance, sapphire crystal. Maybe a little smaller would be good too. Oh, let me show you that case back. It's very plain, but this is nice. They give you the little quarter thing. You're going to be able to swap out that battery so easily, which is good because if you get this thing, just get some batteries with it. That's my recommendation with all quartz watches, is just, find out what battery it takes. Just have them on hand. That way, when it runs out of battery, you don't just leave it in the drawer for months on end. The moment it runs out of battery, just change that darn battery. Get back in business. Total score of 86. In second place is the Citizen Blue Angel Skyhawk JY8078-01L. $495, 46 millimeters across, and 200 meters water resistance. I have the newer version of the Skyhawk. There's a lot of versions of these. In this video series, I included this one, the Blue Angels one, and the newer one, partly just to show that you can save a little money and get one of these ones. But the capability of the Skyhawk is just really, really good. The chronograph is really nice. Now, this is one thing that's not the best about it is, okay, so let me zoom in. If you really, chronograph is your primary thing, probably just leave it in chronograph mode. Right now it's in time mode, which is going to show you your home time, New York City, and Tokyo is over here. It's just past 9 minutes past midnight in Tokyo. That's what they're showing. So that's the time mode. Chronograph mode, so you pull the crown to the first position, turn it clockwise 1, 2, 3 times, and then you'll be in chronograph mode. And you can just leave it in chronograph mode all the time if you like, but then it operates like a normal chronograph. It does look like it has screw-down pushers here, which I do not like. I'm not a screw-down guy. I want the pushers available at the drop of a hat. That might be one reason to go up a little in price and get the newer version. But yeah, that chronograph goes up to 24 hours. You get hours, minutes, and seconds. Confusing is maybe not the right word for digital. Like having extra steps in order to get to the chronograph, that's really the issue. I mean, some of these are confusing as well. This one's pretty straightforward, but it needed a penalty. All these digital ones needed a penalty for the fact that it's doing so much darn stuff that it's going to slow you down. A watch that's just a dedicated chronograph, you just press that button and your chronograph starts. This one, you press the button, depending on what menu you're in, who knows what's going to happen. So it requires a little bit of foresight. If it's important for you that the chronograph's ready to go, just always leave it in that mode. I personally like the dual time better, so that's what I like to leave mine in. But yeah, it has atomic quartz timekeeping. It receives a signal, radio signal, where these will be accurate exactly to the second. Perfect accuracy. It receives a signal a few times in the middle of the night. I have no problems with that, but that's because the signal is very close to me. And then it has solar charging of the battery, so you're not going to have to worry about battery changes. Great option. This slide rule looks very capable. Yeah, this is a sweet option. Let's look at the case back. They show you the Blue Angels on the case back. They tell you not to open it. In fact, I don't even see how you open this one. They made it hard for you. Total score of 95. A grade. In first place, dominating, destroying the scoring system irrevocably, is the Casio ProTrek PRW-35Y-1BER. It's $271. It's 44.6 millimeters, and it's 100 meters water resistance. This is partially what broke the system, the fact that it is a normal watch size. Like most ABC watches are just huge as all get out. It's still big, but it's only 45 millimeters in size. And it's funny, you see outdoor watch people are like, well, this is a diminutive watch that, it's suitable for women, but I guess if you're a girly man, you could wear it too, because it's only 45 millimeters. And then actual watch enthusiasts are like, oh, 45 millimeters, it's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die from the size. It's so huge. So there's a bit of a disconnect there, but it's a great size. It's gonna be fantastic. Only 13 millimeters thick. This is a beautiful size. How did they get it so thin? ABC watches are normally very thick, very large. It's beautiful display. Score of 99. It totally broke the system. I had to retune the scores for everything just so this thing wouldn't have... I think when I first put this one in, it was a score of 103. I had a different Casio ProTrek, and then I just thought about it some more. I scored all the watches, I had the top 10, I was ready to shoot, and then I realized, I don't think I put in enough digital watches. So I just looked, what are the absolute best? I found this one, man, it broke the system so badly. It was 103. I had to do all sorts of things, just change some things around. You'll notice it says medium contrast. That's because I did the black background. It still has pretty darn good contrast. That's a 2-point penalty. Otherwise, this would be 101. Yeah, the positive display is so crisp. I mean, this negative display is really crisp too. It's sort of like that Suunto, except just better in every way, in my opinion. Okay, let's go through this utility. Yeah, protection, 17 points. It's very good. Being fully digital, it is, for all practical purposes, immune to any magnetism. EMP or whatever, yeah, it might break your watch. Anything you're going to encounter in the cockpit, no problem. Straight up digital watch is the highest protection you can have from magnetism. There's a reason why NASA astronauts wear digital watches. They're very robust. Practicality, 28 out of 30. It's only penalties for resin band. I think I increased the penalty for resin band just so this thing wouldn't break the system. It's just so good. It's so good. Okay, it doesn't have a slide rule. It has day-night, or you can do military hours if you prefer. It has at least one alarm on here. Altimeter. Altimeter is a sweet complication for a pilot. Perpetual calendar, Sunday 30. Oh, that's just day-date. It does have a calendar screen on here. You can get your perpetual calendar. Compass. It's got that compass. Dual time. Atomic quartz. You don't have to set this thing. It's going to be exact to the second every time you want to use it, provided you're near one of those transmitters for the atomic time, which I am. I hope you are too. Check into that before you buy an atomic watch, though. But yeah, it's solar, so the movement is really strong, too. I'm not really finding any downsides to this one. I guess that it doesn't have a slide rule. Yeah, there's other complications that honestly are probably a little more practical, the ABC thing. So this is a solid choice. Let's look at the case back. So here's maybe one of the weaknesses. Doesn't have a pretty case back where you can see an ST19 mechanical movement. No, but this is actually pretty cool case back as well. Yeah, I don't really know what to critique so much on this. This bezel is stationary though. That's a critique. It'd be cooler if the bezel turned. So there you go. There's my critique. Oh, and resin. I don't like a resin band. Hopefully you can change this out. I would definitely change it to a fabric strap. There you go. Score of 99. And I had to work hard to not make it a 3-digit score. So that's the number one. And here are all the watches in this category. So you can decide, do you want to keep watching the video or skip ahead to the next price category. There are some sweet Casios coming up, some sweet ABC watches. There's a lot more with cool slide rules. Yeah, this Cortabert elevation actually looks really cool. There's the Citizen Nighthawk. No timing on this watch, but slide rule plus dual time. That Cadola is definitely a sleeper. Very strong choice, in my opinion. Yeah, so if you see things that are interesting to you, keep watching. Otherwise, skip to the next price tier. Quality. In 6th place is the Casio Multi-Field 3 PRW 3500T-7. $500, 53.4 millimeters in size, 200 meters water resistance. Yeah, it's too big. It's too big. Very cool. I love what it looks like. This is atomic quartz with solar charging. It's just really huge. I love that it's on a cool bracelet. Oh man, this thing looks really cool. It's just ridiculously huge, which I know some guys like. So maybe you prefer the Casio Multi-Field 3. If you just want a huge watch, that would be better than the one that's in first place. The case back on this, it's okay. I've certainly seen worse, but not that exciting. I'll mention here again, the reason why this isn't in the top 5 is because I only do one from each brand in the top 5. So yeah, Casio is in first place. That multi-field would have been in 3rd place ahead of the Suunto. But I just don't want 2 Casios in the top 5. Or 2 Citizens or 2 Suuntos, whatever. Just one from each brand in the top 5. Let's look at that case back. Case back looks pretty cool, actually. Total score of 93. In 7th place is the G-Shock Mudman GW9500 MEC-1. $400. Again, huge. 52.7 millimeters. Gigantic watch. 200 meters water resistance. Very well protected, though. Immune practically to magnetism. Mineral crystal. Very nice G-Shock. Oh man, these things are high quality. They're up in their game. They were already awesome. They're really up in their game with the atomic quartz, solar power battery. This one does not have dual time. Compass looks really cool on these ones. This Mudman has a really cool, I don't know what this is on the back. There's like a sea lion on the back. It says CG, Carbon Core Guard. Is that what, Core Guard? Is that what that is? I don't know, all kinds of weird branding. It looks cool. This is one of the cooler case backs for these types of watches. Total score of 91. In 8th place is the Wayforth Voyager. $375, 41 millimeters across, and 100 meters water resistance. And yes, it has that silly tachometer, the useless tachometer. It's not useless. I give it 1 point on the scale. You can use it for something. If you're in the car, going to the airport or something, I don't know. All of a sudden your speedometer breaks and you have to know how fast you're going. You can find out with your tachometer. driving on the highway using the mile markers. But beautiful yellow on this. Looks so good, this egg yolk yellow. Again, it's a form factor I love, which is just a chronograph with a dual time bezel. 6 o'clock date, that's nice. It would be nice if they had little marks in between these. I would like that. Great size too, 13 millimeters thick, average thickness, 41 millimeters diameter. I think that's gonna be really nice. Pretty plain case back on this Wayforth. Nothing to write home about. Total score of 83. In ninth place, the Rotary Aeromaster GS05986-04. $348, 41 millimeters in diameter. Let's zoom in. Yeah, this slide rule is looking really nice. I'm sorry about the low fidelity image. It's got a tachometer with it as well. I would prefer to have the times like, you know, under the 15, you have 2 hours, 30 minutes. So that if you're timing something and it says it's going to take 152 minutes, you can see, oh, it's 2 hours, 32 minutes. When they have that there. Instead of this tachometer, I think that would be more useful. I mentioned this in the scoring system. You can find your speed really easily with the slide rule. In fact, you can use it exactly like a tachometer. You just time something. If your time is 55 seconds, you put the 60 over the 55. It'll show you we're going like 65 miles per hour. It's more useful even than a tachometer, in my opinion. You know, if it takes 5.5 seconds to go 1/10 of a mile, same result. You're going 65 miles per hour. The Rotary Aeromaster has a pretty plain case back. Not too exciting. Really like the looks of this one. Very cool. It's a wild card. Score of 82. In 10th place is the Hemmel Hawkeye/Long Island Collab. $500, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I have essentially the same watch. I have a Hemmel airfoil. I love this darn watch. I really do. It's got a beautiful case back here. You can see the ST19 movement. This one though, it has a full lume dial. And you have these cool Flieger hands. You get the 30-minute sub dial. And these are jumping. The ST19 has a jumping elapsed minutes. That's really nice. That's the other thing that's confusing about some of the chronographs is the minute hand sweeps. The minute sub dial just moves gradually. And so, especially on a 60-minute sub dial, that can be very hard to tell how many minutes have elapsed. This is nice. It just jumps over. And you get these little dots in between all the hours. Very cool for dual time purposes, and also good for just timing up to 12 hours. Not too thick, only 13.1. The average thickness of a hand winding movement is 13.6, so this is 0.5 millimeter thinner than average. Score of 82. In 11th place is the Benris Airchief 2 Y-A278G. $347, 41 millimeters in diameter, and it's 100 meters water resistance. And I'm pleased to see that this did well because it looks really cool. It's also apparently a good chronograph. Here's that case back for the Airchief. It's got a cool lion and there's a clock, a lion holding the clock thing. There's no slide rule on this, but it's just a good chronograph. You get your 30 minutes and then you get your hours here on this sub dial. I mean, it's as low as you can get and still have a good grade, so it's not exactly like the top chronograph in the world, but this is totally a good option. I like the stenciled numerals on the dial. Cool choice. Score of 80. In 12th place is the Citizen ProMaster Air CB5004-59W. $410, 46 millimeters in diameter, and 200 meters water resistance. Okay, this is kind of funny here. It looks like you have mirrored modes. So there's really only 4 modes, but they kind of mirror them across, make it look like there's more than there is. It's an atomic watch with a chronograph. Yeah, your day of the week thing. I guess when you're in chronograph mode, it's just going to do this thing or whatever. You can see a power reserve in some other mode. There's an alarm on it. The slide rule looks really nice. This one you also have some other times, but it's not a dual time watch. You don't see 2 times at once. So I don't actually understand that very well. I really don't understand what the point of that is. I prefer the Skyhawk. Yeah, I would scrounge up 85 more bucks and get the Skyhawk rather than this one. But yeah, one downside is this chronograph doesn't have any elapsed hours. You just get 60 minutes of timing. And it's a small sub dial too. And you've got these darn screw down pushers. So yeah, there's kind of a lot of downsides to this ProMaster Air. But it does have atomic quartz, it has a solar battery, and the case back is totally plain. Total score of 80. All right, in 13th place we have the Islander Bridgehampton ISL 234. $469, it's 40 millimeters across, and it's 100 meters water resistance. And you get sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. That's nice. This bezel looks really sweet. I love this form factor for a watch. You do get a tachometer scale on it, but there's no date. Unfortunately, no date on this. Let's look at that case back. There's your ST19. You can never get tired of looking at that thing. It's so cool to look at. Nice thin hands on this, high contrast. Yeah, this is a great choice. Comes in white as well. I put leather strap. I think maybe sometimes I forget to get the right image, but you can get this on a leather strap, which is what I would do. It lowers the weight, and I think it just looks nicer than the bracelet. Total score of 80. It's a wild card for the final runoff. In 14th place is the Tracer P67 Officer Pro Chronograph, 109461. Yeah, this seems decent. You get hour marks, elapsed hours, 30-minute subdial. A little bit sparse with their markings, but I think it's okay. Yeah, this looks like a high-quality one. If you don't know, Tracer makes tritium illumination watches. So it's just full of tritium tubes. You have tritium tubes on the hour, minute, and second, as well as all these indices over here. And 2 little bonus ones just embedded into the dial, just for funsies, I guess. That orange looks really nice against the blue. When this hour hand's slightly out of the way, I think we'll be able to see that even better. Looks good. Nice pop of color. Tachometer, whatever. Yeah, even with the tritium, it's only 13.5 millimeters thick. Total score of 80. In 15th place, the last of the good grade watches, is the MWC Mecha Quartz Chronograph. $362, 44 millimeters across, and it's 100 meters water resistance. It does have sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. That's awesome. Only slightly thicker than average. You get your elapsed hours. Elapsed minutes is up here. It's 12 o'clock. Yeah, it's a 60-minute subdial, so that's not ideal. Nice thin hands, though. Pretty plain case back. Seems all right. These pictures are always so dark looking. Hopefully it looks better in person. It's really looking dark. Total score of 80. In 16th place is the Bowderry Asymmetry. $299, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I don't know why they call it asymmetry. It seems to be symmetrical to me. Oh, well, the tachometer is asymmetrical. Maybe that's why. I gave it medium contrast because these silver hands on the green dial are not contrasting very well. I would have preferred black hands. It's an ST19 movement. They even signed this little horseshoe deal here with Bowderry. Looks good. Looks really good. And they have an hour subdial. So yeah, some of these ST19s can do hour. I don't know if that means there's something slightly different about the movement, but there you go. It's 13 millimeters thick, half a millimeter thinner than average for a hand winding movement. Total score of 79. In 17th place is the Zeppelin LZ127 Graph Zeppelin 86845. It's $275. It's 40 millimeters across, and there's 50 meters water resistance. And you get hours and minutes on the same subdial over here. So you have up to 12 hours of elapsed time. Tachometer, you get your minute Arabics, you get your hour Arabics, big date. Some Flieger hands, but they're nice and thin. I mean, I say medium hands. That's because they do flare out in the middle, but they're not like humongous Flieger hands. Only 11 millimeters thick. Zeppelin is good about making a thin watch. Case back is not very exciting. Total score of 79. In 18th place is the Cadola Voleron Chronograph. $330, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You can get it in black, blue, brown, and this cool green here. I think they missed an opportunity to do a decimal scale here. I would really like to see that. That would be nice. But yeah, 60-minute subdial. So those are tiny, hard to read. The slide rule looks very crisp and easy to read. So that's good. And they took a good picture of it too. And it's a high fidelity image. So that's good. I don't know. I've never tried one of these. I think it's going to be annoying to have a 10 o'clock crown to try to rotate this. As a righty, I think that's going to be annoying. My hand's going to kind of cover it up. I don't know how easy it is to dial it in. You know what the gearing is like on this thing. I would like to try one. And again, I hate when they have the knurling and the knurling doesn't do anything. It'd be nice if you could just twist the bezel and be able to adjust the slide rule. I think that's a better way to do it. This is a good slide rule option, so I put it in as a wild card for the final runoff at the end. Total score of 78. In 19th place is the Xanto Desert Sands. $295, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's looking a little bit like the IWC Spitfire, but it's its own DNA here. Santo likes to put that date within the 6. That's really cool. They've kind of weathered the case, at least on this photograph. That looks so nice. There is something special about a bronze pilot chronograph. I don't know what it is, but I really like how that looks. These subdials are nice and big. I think that's the way to do it. You can still have Arabics for the hours. Just skip the 6 and skip the 9. I like that because then you have nice large subdials. And they put the military time on the chapter ring. You get minute Arabics. Main downside to this one is you only get 60 minutes of elapsed time. Great dimensions on it. 12 millimeters thick is nice. Case back is pretty plain. Nothing to write home about. Total score of 78. In 20th place is the Gavox Squadron. $500, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Sapphire crystal, that's good. You get hours and minutes on the same subdial here, 30-minute subdial, so that's good. But then you also get a dual time down here with hours and minutes. That is fancy. That is very fancy. One thing I don't understand is why you would have an elapsed time bezel with a watch like this. Oh, what I would do differently is have this be a countdown bezel. It should be a countdown bezel, 5, 10, 15. That would be more useful on a watch like this. Case back looks really cool. You have all kinds of conversions and stuff. You have nautical miles. This one has great thickness as well, only 12 thick, so it's a millimeter thinner than average for a quartz chronograph. Total score of 78. In 21st place is the Bertucci A11T chronograph, 13343, price of $425, 42 millimeters, and it's 200 meters water resistance. It's kind of a fresh look. It's very similar to their first watch they ever made, the A11. You know, you've got these minute Arabics in 10-minute increments with a little line through them. That's a Bertucci thing. It's pretty cool. Case is looking really solid. It's a titanium watch. Yeah, we saw one already, but so far not a lot of titanium in the video yet, but this is a titanium watch. It does offer a slightly better magnetism protection than a stainless steel case. Only 11 millimeters thick. That's awesome. And I like that they label the pushers. I think that's a good thing to do. Total score 78. In 22nd place is the Wenger Attitude Chrono. It's $330, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You get the telemeter. That's cool. I will never understand why these Wengers do little squares halfway in between the 12 numerals. It doesn't make any sense to me. But that's something they do on all different types of watches. If it's somewhere in between the 15 and the... Wait, why is there a cross here? This is not ideal for the minutes. It should have a penalty here. Yeah, it should have an additional penalty here for the minutes. This is not ideal. I don't know why there's 60 marks for the hour counter either. Yeah, there's some funny business on the dial. Things that don't really make sense. And it's got that rubber strap. I do not care for rubber. Get that rubber away from me. I don't like it. On my scoring system, it gets a small penalty. Total score of 78. In 23rd place is the Chronofix Flight 1952. $450. Whoa. 40 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. 450? The hands and the printing and the colors not matching. How can they charge $450 for this? That is too much. There is no timing function on here. And yeah, what is this where you've got this different layers, but then they chop it? That's weird. It's a weird thing to do. No timing on this. Everything else with utility is solid. The only penalty, and that's super rare to see, the only penalty on this is the fact that there's no chronograph. But it's got a slide rule that has the 60 plus. When it's 150 minutes, it tells you it's 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's useful, especially as you get higher up. 4 hours, 20 minutes is 260 minutes. Useful to have, for sure. Total score of 77. In 24th place is the Devosa Aviator Flyback. $395, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I like this coin edge bezel. It's kind of just a plain Flieger chronograph. No slide rule, no technical stuff on it. Yeah, 6 o'clock date, that's nice. Tenths of a second here. Total score 76. In 25th place is the Centric Instruments Pilot Chronograph. They call it a pilot chronograph. $300, only 38.5 millimeters. It's getting kind of small. It's 100 meters water resistance. And here you go. Very neat and tidy looking dial. These subdials are going to be really small though, at 38.5 millimeters. Centric makes solar watches, so yeah, it has a solar movement in here. Decent option, not top of the class by any means. Oh, let me show you the case back. There's the case back, plain as all get out. Score 76. In 26th place is the Hemel Brabant. Price of $450, size of 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's a quartz watch. You've got this redundant elapsed time bezel. It's a chronograph. Why do you need an elapsed time bezel? I don't know. This is cool to have the military hours on the chapter ring here, but you also have the minute markings. Unfortunately, that does make these subdials kind of tiny. It is a cool looking watch though. I just wish it had a dual time bezel. And then here's the case back. Case back looks pretty cool. Total score 76. In 27th place is the Dan Henry 1972 Maverick. Price of $350, size of 41 millimeters, and 50 meters water resistance. Yeah, I think in Top Gun, he had a watch like this. Tom Cruise did. So that's what this is. That's what it's alluding to. In terms of the chronograph, you do get hours. They're not labeled, but here's your elapsed hours, and then you have a 60-minute subdial. Good thickness on this. 12.7 is a good thickness. Bracelet doesn't have an extension on the clasp. Got that kind of useless tachometer. Day date is nice. Let's look at the case back. That is cool. Yes, Dan Henry, thank you. Dan Henry makes such cool case backs. And this is no exception. Total score of 76. In 28th place, the Citizen ProMaster Nighthawk BJ 7008-51E, $277, 42 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Mineral crystal with anti-reflective coating. This is nice. Great slide rule on this thing. Get your kilograms to pounds, that sort of things. Oil pounds to fuel pounds. You have some cool conversions. This is a nice slide rule. I like this. Now, I haven't used one of the ones with the crown. I do think that's going to be a little bit more annoying than the twisty bezel thing, but benefit is it's under the glass, so it's not going to get scratched up as much. The slide rule itself is not going to get scratched up. And you get the 60 plus thing. 120 minutes is 2 hours. 150 minutes is 2.5 hours. Only 11 millimeters thick. That's nice. And it has a solar quartz movement. And of course it has dual time as well. So you can have a second time zone in here. They've chosen to have the same time zone they're already in. So unless it's 10 p.m. where they're at and they have 10 a.m. as the alternate time. Case back has a cool globe on it. Total score of 75. In 29th place is the Winfield Chronos. Price of $475, size of 44 millimeters, 200 meters water resistance. The chronograph's looking tiny. Yeah, if I zoom way in, it looks fine, but I think looking at your wrists, those are just gonna be microscopic. It does look precise though. This is great, they did a countdown timer. All the little dots around here, that's a fantastic way to go. If you already have a chronograph, countdown timer or dual time bezel are what you should have. So they did it right. Good job, Winfield. You get a date, get all the minute Arabics. It's looking good. I like that it has a leather strap. Total score of 75. In 30th place is the Iron Annie Flight Control Chronograph. $310, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. And you get hours and elapsed minutes on the same subdial. It's a 30-minute subdial. And then, of course, the hours here. Weird looking hand, though. Be interested to see what this looks like when they move. It's not totally pointed at the top either, so did they start their timer and let it run for like half a minute? Wait, if it's a minute, it should be pointing at this one. I don't know what's going on with this subdial. Yeah, did I mention my AV8 Hawker Hunter got all out of whack and there's no way to fix it. There's no way to recalibrate the minute hand within the subdial. Chronographs are just more fragile than other types of watch movements. You get a big date here. Yeah, it's kind of funny. You can see the 5 is below the 2. And that's how they work. There's 2 little wheels. Oh no, maybe this is one where you've got a hole in the top wheel. There's 2 wheels on top of each other here. It's probably not 2 wheels side by side because this one's visibly lower than the other one. Case back has a little plane on there, but it's looking a little bit rough. Total score 75. In 31st place is the Jack Mason Avigator. $419, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This knurled bezel is stationary. You have a tachometer, beautiful blue. I like that pop of red on the second hands. Oh, it looks like, is this the French flag? Is Jack Mason French? Didn't know that, if it's true. It's a little red right here. What is the significance of that? There's red here and here. Why is that happening? Maybe it's just the crystal is doing something. Get your date at 6 o'clock. It's a serviceable chronograph. I like the cone crown. That's looking good. Case back is pretty darn cool. I like that. Kudos for making a cool looking case back. Total score 75. In 32nd place, the Lumetech B63 Chrono. $495, 39 millimeters, and 200 meters water resistance. 60-minute subdial, and day-night thing. So no hours. We're getting lower in score here for sure. Honestly, I don't want that kind of a watch anymore, I'll be honest. The 60-minute subdial is really hard to read. Lumetechs have their own look. They have tons of lume on them, so you won't be disappointed with the lume, that's for sure. Looks like the second hand is fully lumed, for example. Decent option, score of 75. In 33rd place is the Dan Henry 1939 military chronograph. $290, 41 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. And you get a tachometer and a pulse meter and a telemeter. All 3 on the same watch. It has to come in this chocolate brown, apparently. Oh, with matching date wheel. That's cool. Yeah, your tachymeter starts out here and then it goes to the middle. It's the red one. Your telemeter is the gold one, and then your pulse meter is the white one, which turns into gold over here. But look, between 100 and 85, there's nothing. And for resting heart rate, they might have a 90. So where's the 90? Is it here? And there's no scale indicated. So not the best pulse meter. If a pulse meter is important to you, don't get this one. Because yeah, 140 up to 190. That's a huge range where who knows what it is. Underneath this hand, it may say 170 or something. There might be numbers under the hand. A lot of stuff on the same dial. You probably get it for the look rather than the function. Dan Henry doesn't disappoint with the case back. Here we are. Some cool conversions. I'm actually going to zoom in on this one. PSI to bar. What is KSA? MPa, that's like helium. These are indications of pressure as well. Wow, we have pressure conversions, speed conversion here. Yeah, temperature conversion. Cool stuff. That's very cool. Dan Henry's seems to be in his element with the chronographs. Total score 75. In 34th place is the Cortebert Elevation Chronograph CB-3003-66, $380, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Also comes in black, green, and white. There's a ton of style with this one. There's a few conversions on here, just the miles to kilometers to statutory or whatever, the nautical miles thing. That's kind of all you get. Not a big, that's fine. Miles to kilometers. Anyway, it's looking cool. I like all the italics. These italics, Arabics here, italic numerals on the subdials. It looks cool. The logo is nice. They did a good job. The baby blue looks really good with the navy. The tenths of a second is actually pretty cool. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. It goes around every 2 seconds. Do you see what I mean? It goes down here in 1 second and then up there for the second. I think mystery solved on that. This subdial that goes up to 20. What is the crown for? Is this bezel stationary and then you rotate the internal bezel? If so, that's interesting. I haven't seen that before. Total score 74. Total score 74. In 35th place is the Casio Master of G Mudmaster GGB 100-1A3, $380, 51.3 millimeters in diameter, 200 meters water resistance. I really wanted this a while back. I think I was convinced by other people online or something. I couldn't get one this big, this ugly. There's a lot of weird stuff going on here. These darn hands are gonna cover the digital display. Yeah, the one for me is the one in that first place, the 35Y, the PRW-35Y. Oh man, that is beautiful, the Casio ProTrack. This is an option if you really want Anadigi. I think I'm over the Anadigi thing. Well, I mean, I have a sweet Anadigi in that Citizen Skyhawk, so I'm set for Anadigi personally. But yeah, this one, good grief, 19.4 millimeters thick, 51.3 millimeters diameter. It's just huge. It's ugly as all get out, in my opinion, but it can do a lot of stuff. Day-night, alarm, altimeter, perpetual calendar, compass, dual time. But it's not atomic, it's not solar. Just regular battery, quartz movement with a regular old-fashioned battery. It's definitely one of the options. The case back looks sort of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle belly. Total score of 74. In 36th place is the Abingdon Amelia. $499, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Here's the crown to rotate the internal bezel. That's cool. I like that they put it at 6 o'clock. Sometimes they do it at 12 o'clock. Either way, that's kind of nice. All right, let's look at the slide rule. Yes! This is a darn functional slide rule. The 10 is nice and large. You're going to be using that 10 for your, most of the math you do, you're going to use the 10. It's really just speed stuff that you use 60 because there's 60 minutes in an hour. It's easier to use the 60 for speed stuff. Yeah, this is a great looking slide rule. You also get dual time on here. So same form factor as Nighthawk, dual time plus slide rule. Better slide rule on this than the Citizen Nighthawk though. But yeah, the Nighthawk scored higher. It's a good size. It's actually lost a point for being 40 millimeters because we're starting to get a little small. I mean, there's no chronographs on it, so maybe there should be an exception for this one or whatever. You know what? No, I take it back. It's got a slide rule. So the larger the diameter of the watch, the bigger and easier it will be to read that slide rule. You're not going to have to strain your eyes so much looking at these tiny numbers. It is better to have a larger watch if you have tiny little numbers on it. Yeah, and maybe if you're a man, you just don't tell people that it's named the Amelia. Oh, that must be named for Amelia Earhart. Man, why am I so thick sometimes? Anyway, this is a cool looking watch. Not something many people would probably consider, but it's definitely an option. Seems a little pricey for quartz, but it is unique. Unfortunately, the case back is extremely plain. And you're not going to be able to forget that it's called the Amelia because they put that there for you. Total score of 74. In 37th place is the Swiss military SM34084.06. Price of $411, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Basically average diameter for these types of watches. Mineral crystal with anti-reflective coating. 1/10 of a second, as well as a 30-minute sub-register. But that's all you get. That's your elapsed time is 30 minutes. If you want to time something that's longer than 30 minutes, too bad, you're out of luck. And yeah, that's a big penalty. Knurled tachometer bezel that you can't turn. Total score 74. In 38th place is the Smith's PRS 40 chronograph. $304. 40.2 millimeters somewhere, maybe left to right. And it's 100 meters water resistance. If it's left to right, you definitely have wrist presence here. It's a lot of steel on your wrist. It'll look good. Yeah, sort of integrated case here. It may only accept pass-through straps, so check into that. Apparently this has a Faraday cage for their quartz movement. Heck yeah! There are very, very few watches that do that, but quartz movements are totally susceptible to magnetism. They can get all messed up. So this is great. They have the Faraday cage. It's a bullhead chronograph. This may be the only bullhead chronograph. I'm only in the second price tier going through these one by one, so I could have just forgotten there's another bullhead. That's very cool. That just means the pushers are at the top. It looks very distinctive. It looks very cool. Unfortunately, you only time up to 60 minutes, and you've got that tiny little sub-register. And there's no date. I mean, honestly, it's sort of just barely scraping in. For example, if it didn't have that Faraday cage, this would be a score of 70. So that's really helping it. It's being carried above the finish line by the Faraday cage. So utility-wise, it's subpar. It's less utility than you'd think for being recommended. Magnetism protection is extremely important in the watch. You're going to take into the cockpit. Case back is pretty cool. It looks sort of like those old Flieger ones. The little table. Yeah, anti-magnetic. They tell you right there. Very cool. Score of 74. In 39th place is the Redwood Recon C46 Commando. $279, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. The day-night looks really cool on this one. You get 60 minutes elapsed timing. They do the big cutout, it's sort of pilot-y thing to do for the date window. I like the yellow with the white. I like these large Arabics here. Case shape is really cool. Redwood usually does solar movements, but this one is not solar. Only 11.3 millimeters thick, so almost 2 millimeters thinner than the average for a quartz chronograph. Cool looking case back. This must be the C46 airplane. I'm going on a limb there. Bangkok, Hong Kong. Taipei, Okinawa, Seoul, Tokyo, Manila. Is that where the C46 flew? Maybe it is. Total score of 74. In 40th place is the Wolbrook World Time Chrono Mecha Quartz. $374, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, most of these are Mecha Quartz. I didn't make a distinction in the scoring between just deadbeat seconds and Mecha Quartz seconds. There is different utility, obviously, between the two. It's just for a pilot, you don't really need fractional seconds when you're timing things. You know, in order to get a good ground speed reading, if you're going for ground speed, you're going to time something that, you're going to time a distance that's like 5 miles or something. You're going to time some meaningful distance where you can get an accurate ground speed. Yeah, the Mecha Quartz thing is, yes, it looks cooler to have a sweeping seconds when you hit the chronograph button, but I don't think it's all that necessary for the pilot. Get a decimal scale here, telemeter, this world time, these cities things. Man, I do not like city bezels. I don't care for it whatsoever. So that does not appeal to me at all. And why do you have elapsed time bezel? What is the point of that? You have a chronograph to measure elapsed time. You've already measured that it's 52 minutes of elapsed time. You don't need to have a bezel telling you the same thing. But it's cool to see the Arabics here. Is this a racing deal? I don't know. It's got the Bund strap, not many of those. Caseback has a really cool thing on it. North American X15. Yeah, so this is racing, but it's like airplane racing. This hour hand is stupidly huge. They should take that darn triangle off the end of it because it's covering half of the subdial. But it's still recommended. It's still suitable for your pilot needs. Total score of 74. In 41st place is the Seiko Prospex Solar Speed Timer SSC 819, $505, 39 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. All right, here's the Seiko. Is this the first Seiko we've seen? It's not really pilot-y. I don't think Seiko really makes pilot-y watches. But I put in the speed timer so we could compare it. I mentioned the specs. $505, 39 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. Is a sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Good job, Seiko. That's awesome. Tell your friend Citizen to start doing that too. I mean, Citizen does on some. The Skyhawk, which I'm just going to talk about it constantly. I geek out so much over this watch. But yeah, it's sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. So Citizen got the memo on at least that watch. Got that tachometer, racing complication. This is a solar movement. You can see the full versus empty, the power reserve indicator down here. Case back is extremely plain. Get a date here at 420. Total score 73. Barely recommended. In 42nd place is the Pouliot Signal 2612.1 Navigator Alarm. It's $435, 42 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. And yes, this refers to the movement, the 2612. I'm sorry about the grainy image. That's really poor. Gives you an idea of what this cool movement looks like. This gigantic, weird, interesting shape here for this plate in the center of it. Yeah, it's a manual winding alarm movement. I think one of the crowns winds the alarm or sets the alarm, one of the two. Look into that. You have a crown for the internal slide rule bezel. And it does have 60 at the top. Again, I'm sorry for the grainy image. It's got compass markings on the bezel, but you can't turn it. So I don't understand those. I really don't. But there it is. Supposedly 42 hours of power reserve on this hand winding movement. And apparently there's a glucidur. What do they do glucidur for? The balance cock? Or there's a, I'm sorry. Yeah, what part can be made of glucidur? Something in the movement could be made of glucidur, and that offers it magnetism protection. Seems like a cool size. Very unique movement. So if you're a movement collector, this is a cool one. There's no timing on it though, unfortunately. That slide rule does look not that great either. It's just going to be used kind of as a math slide rule. There's no conversions indicated on it. Or you can just remember what your conversions are. Total score of 73. In 43rd place is the Yema Flygraph Bicompax. Price of $429, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This is a beautiful watch. I cannot dispute that. It is gorgeous. They make a blue one that is also beautiful. You get a tachometer, you get a telemeter on the inside here, and then you get little minute Arabics. It looks very cool. I love that the hands are nice and thin. It looks like they're well loomed as well. That's going to be appreciated. It says France on it. Yema is a French brand. They don't let you miss that. Look, you've got the French colors around this running seconds. Acrylic crystal, not great. The chronograph is really not so great, but it looks really nice. So 9 out of 10 looks. That's carrying it over the finish line here. Carrying it to recommended. The fact that it looks really cool, because utility-wise, it's under the mark. The acrylic crystal, I mean, they're doing it for looks. Acrylic does have a nice warm look that you're just not going to get with mineral or sapphire. It's just going to get all scratched up is the problem. The market has spoken. We like sapphire. Total score of 73. In 44th place is the Seagull Horizon Slide Rule. Price of $479. Size of 42 millimeters and 50 meters water resistance. It's a regular auto. There is no timing feature on this. I think it uses some kind of seagull movement. Caseback doesn't give us any clues necessarily. It looks okay. Again, we get some Mandarin on there. That's pretty cool. This is nice, very clear. Slide rule bezel. I like the white one on the outside. Looks like it might have some kind of sapphire bezel cover or something. I bet that'll hold up really nicely. As I've mentioned, I do like the twisty kind. I think the twisty bezel is better than the internal rotating bezel. Yeah, no timing really holds it back, barely passing the class. Total score of 73. In 45th place is the Seiko Prospex SRP B57J1. $296, 45 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. No timing on this. This is Seiko's, oh wait, I said Seiko doesn't do pilot watches. What about the Flighty, the Flight Master? Okay, so Seiko definitely does a pilot watch. They do a really cool one. This has a similar look to the Flightmaster, at least the slide rule does. Yeah, nice slide rule. It's nice to get these markings that go beyond 60 minutes. Like 180 minutes is 3 hours sort of thing. Or 180 seconds is 3 minutes. It's just nice to have that conversion there. Very plain dial, very easy to read. I like the red on the end of the seconds. Case back is a standard Seiko thing. You know, looks like a Seiko watch. Just making it in, score of 73. In 46th place is the Zeno Watch Tachometer Quartz. That's a lot of stuff to read. $484, 42 millimeters in diameter, and 50 meters water resistance. It's got the tachometer, as promised. You've got your AP Royal Oak waffle dial here. You've got elapsed hours, that's nice. 30-minute sub-dial, like to see that. But yeah, the tachometer is not the most useful. On balance, after everything is factored in, I'd say it's passable, but just barely squeaking in. It is about 1.5 millimeters thinner than average for a quartz chronograph. Case back is pitifully plain. Score 73. In 47th place is the Junkers Cockpit Chronograph. Price of $464. Size of 42 millimeters and 100 meters water resistance. It's looking very plain. There's something odd about it. I think these numbers are too small. It looks weird. And yeah, they want to avoid the subdial. So did that determine the font size? If so, this is bad. I mean, I would just send the numbers out a little farther and make these little squares smaller. But these numbers look way too tiny. You get a day date, that's nice. Cool sunburst dial, and then radials on the subdials. Like, the quality is clearly better than a lot of the ones we've seen so far. Oh, you get minute Arabics around the outside. Just a plain Flieger style chronograph. But only with 60 minutes of elapsed time. I think it's over here too. Yeah, minute mark's missing. Yeah, like what is it now? Like right now, is it 48 minutes and 38 seconds? Or is it 49 minutes and 38 seconds? Which one is it? I don't think you're going to be confident which one it is. If it had the little lines, that would help a ton. But there are no lines. Case back is really cool though. Look at this crazy plane. That's sweet. Total score 73. In 48th place is the Aeromat VDN. Price of $490. 45 millimeters. 100 meters water resistance. Got these wire lugs here. I don't know if there's a traditional spring bar in between them. Sometimes they do. This has a timing marker. See that ruby here at the top? Yeah, you can put that wherever you want and record a time. Again, minute mark's missing. Look, on your chronograph, elapsed minutes. It's like, what? And right now, is it 59 minutes or is it 58 minutes and 36 seconds? We don't know. You'll never know. The blue looks pretty cool, but I bet black or gray would probably be better. Here's the case back. Looks okay. Average thickness for a quartz chronograph. Score 73. In 49th place, the last of the passing grades is the Citizen Avion CAA 4213-18L. $316, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's got these cool lugs that I've seen on other Citizens. Those are very interesting. It's got this weird little cutout here. It doesn't really strike me as a pilot watch, even though it has like the pilot hand, the sword hand, and they're saying Avion. It's got kind of a type B thing going on. You know, hours on the inside, minutes, Arabics on the outside. It looks like a department store watch to me in like a pseudo aviation style. Not the Citizen for me. I love Citizen. I'm wearing Citizen right now. Eco Drive, yes. I love Citizens for the Eco Drive too. Like, that's awesome. It's a dressier one. PVD case, physical vapor deposition. And here's the case back, pretty darn plain. It's a suitable option, barely squeaking in. The lowest score that's still passing. Score 73. In 50th place is the Bulova Lunar Pilot. $508, 45 millimeters across, and 50 meters water resistance. Oh, I'm not going to remember the story with the Bulova Lunar Pilot. Something about like, an astronaut took 2 watches and his Omega, this crystal popped off, but the Bulova was okay. Something like that. I don't know. It's a racing watch too. Look at this thing. Tenths of a second. Yeah, maybe significant in racing or something, but come on. Maybe with flight, like testing, test pilot stuff, this would be great. It's an impressive watch. When I evaluate it, As a pilot watch, though, it doesn't stack up. Only 60 minutes of elapsed time. Tachometer that you're not going to probably use as a pilot, unless maybe you're a test pilot or something. If you're a test pilot, your hands are on whatever controls. You're not fiddling around with the watch. The pushers look really cool, but I've heard it's really easy to push them accidentally because they're so big. It's easy to bump it into stuff. It's 45 millimeters, but you see how the case is where it just continues? It's a big one. It's not like a 45 millimeter case with just a couple lugs here. Look, the lugs go really far. It's going to be a big, big watch. It's going to wear larger than other 45s. I think they make a smaller one now, but the proportions are off on it. So I don't know about the Bolivar Lunar Pilot. I really wanted it for a while. Well, I can't say I really wanted it. YouTube watch guys convinced me I should want the Bolivar Lunar Pilot, but especially now that I know more about pilot chronographs, this is not the one I would choose. Well, I chose the Skyhawk. That's the one I chose. There's so many watches that do so much more that's useful for a pilot than this Bolivar Lunar Pilot. And here's the case back. Okay, you get the whole story. Whatever I told you about the crystal popping off, I bet it says that on the back of the case. We can't see it under this basket weave strap, but it seems like there's a lot of text there. Hadley, some guy named Hadley or something. Yeah, there's a ton of cool history there. I shouldn't be flippant about it. Just not for me, and specs-wise, not measuring up, in my opinion. Because the chronograph is falling short because there's no elapsed hours and stuff. Total score of 72. In 51st place is the Hemel Sky Racer Automatic. $400. It's 41 by 41. 41 by 41 millimeter square is equivalent to a 46 millimeter circle in area. 50 meters water resistance. A cool textured dial. Look at the decimal scale on this. Nobody does it that cleanly. This is sick. Typically when there's a decimal scale, it's kind of an afterthought. It's kind of hard to read. This is clear as day. That is beautiful. You have a count down bezel. That's why I gave it timing marker. So that's better than count up for sure. But the chronograph itself is not what you want. 30 minutes elapsed time is all you get. Like that Seagull 1963. In fact, oh, it's not a Seagull. It's an automatic chronograph. What movement would that be? Wow, an automatic chronograph for under $400. I mean, it scores better than a quartz chronograph. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if it's the Seiko NE85 or NE something. I can't remember. Sorry about that. No date. You know, if they just changed a couple things, change one thing, add a date to this, boom, recommended. Just under, score 72. 52nd place is the Poliot Strela Cosmos CO40 CYB-B. $470, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Chronograph, KLI, I don't know. Strela. So with these Russian watches, I never know what the brand is. They said Poliot on whatever website I found this on. Poliot Strela. But is it just that it has a Poliot movement and Strela is the brand? It's not very clear with Russian brands, like what the delineation is. Is this a line within Poliot? Hard to tell. There it is. I'm zooming in. Look at that movement. I think that's just the ST19. Looks so good though. Yeah, so they say it's a 45-hour power reserve. I don't know, sometimes they say 40, sometimes they say 45. But okay, you get the tachometer, you get a telemeter, 30-minute elapsed time, no date, just under, score 72. 53rd place is the Heim L2 chronograph, $450, 38 millimeters, 50 meters water resistance. It's looking very dressy. Look at how small that minute hand is. And that's why I prefer a real photograph. You can kind of see some of the issues sometimes with contrast or whatever, that it's harder to see from a stock photo. It is good to try to find real photos of watches. If you're going to buy one, I would look at a bunch of photographs people take of it in the real world if you're not going to be able to see it in person. It's a quartz movement. It's this darn VK64, whatever. Look, missing minute marks, tachometer. It looks really darn cool. I love these like brigade numerals or Chicago. A lot of cool stuff. I wish they put in a different movement that had elapsed hours, maybe a 30-minute subdial. Could be a really sweet chronograph, but like this, not for me. Total score 72. In 54th place is the Zeppelin quartz chronograph. 96705, $325, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I love black hands. I am such a sucker for black hands. You just don't see them very much at all. It looks so good. Oh man. Zeppelin has a cool style. I've mentioned the Zeppelin lugs are cool. They get the black hand thing. Like, Zeppelin is a cool brand. I'd like to own one someday. Probably a pulse meter or something. I don't know. They have so many different watches in this sort of type. You know, some have tachometers, some have pulse meters, some have a telemeter, whatever. There's all kinds of different Zeppelins out there. This is not the one to get, in my opinion. It does look cool, but yeah, 60-minute subdial, which is actually quite clear. And you get all your little markings. But that's all you get, 60 minutes elapsed. Good dimensions, only 12 millimeters thick, so a millimeter thinner than the average for a quartz chronograph. Oh, and here's the case back. It's got some kind of Zeppelin on the back. Not bad. Total score of 72. In 55th place is the Cadola Aviateur. $369, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. No timing on this. It's just the slide rule thing. If you just want a three-hander with the slide rule, this looks okay. I think you should get the chronograph, though. The slide rule works in combo with the chronograph. And if you just have the slide rule, put the 10 at the top, because the 60 is, you know, slide rule does division or multiplication. Miles divided by hours is something you can put in here. And you use the 60 because it's 60 minutes. Usually what you're timing is minutes. So you time 5 minutes and then you put the 60 over the 5 and that gives you your miles per hour up here. But yeah, if you're not timing anything, then put 10 at the top. Yep, just under the mark. Let's see if it has a case back. No case back found. Score 72. In 56th place is the Citizen X-Wing CA 4478-56L. $315, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, if you love Star Wars, I don't know. I used to really like Star Wars, like in high school. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to get into all that, but having the Star Wars on the watch, and it says, "May the Force be with you." Lucasfilm Limited, like, make sure you get your money, Lucasfilm, from the cash cow. I mean, it's smart of Citizen to do this kind of co-branding thing. You get your little triangle at the top. That's not centered, though. Don't have anything else to say about this one. Score 72. In 57th place is the San Martin SN0105, $305, 38.5 millimeters diameter, 100 meters water resistance. It's just kind of a Flieger style, but the best Flieger style watches will have a 30-minute subdial and elapsed hours and a day date. It's the IWC. IWC is not the only one who does it, but that form factor, like, that's what you want. That's what I would want. Maximum utility for the pilot. This is like the Chinese style. Yeah, well, it's a Chinese brand. They're just doing like the 1963. You only get 30 minutes. Not for me. Score 72. In 58th place is the Bulova A15. Price of $487, size of 42 millimeters, and 30 meters water resistance. This one did pretty well in the dual time video because you can do 30-minute zones with this second bezel. You have 2 bezels inside. Yeah, here it says no seconds. There's very few of these in this video. It can time minutes and hours, but no seconds. But, you know, by use of these 2 crowns. That is very unique. That's very cool. I think Bulova's the only one who does that with the 2 crowns. It's a cool watch, but for a technical pilot watch, it's not. It's not what you want. There's no date on it. Hey, if they slapped a date on it, well, a date is just 1 point. That wouldn't bring it up. Case back is super plain. Yeah, this is another one I really wanted in the past, and I think I've moved on. But it is cool. I can understand the appeal. I really can. Total score is 71. In 59th place is the Stramanskia Luna 25. Price of $429, 44 millimeters, and 100 meters water resistance. All right, let's zoom in. Cool. Cool moon. Min sec. That's cool. Okay, tenths of a second. I actually like this. This is pretty cool. And then you've got your tachometer. This one actually looks pretty darn functional. Some of these are weak sauce. This looks pretty good. Quartz movement. Looks like it has a pretty cool case back. There's a rocket or something. Really hard to tell. This is the most grainy image I've ever seen in my life. How does it get 100 meters water resistance with these flathead screws? 6 of them holding the case back on. Maybe 8 of them. I don't know about the 100 meters. Cool looking crown. It looks like there's red on the pushers in the crown. Oh, that is cool. I love when watches do that kind of stuff. Good looks, not great function. Total score of 71. In 60th place is the Newmark 6BB chronograph date. $386, 38 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. There's that date they promised us. To buy compacts, 60 minutes elapsed time, and then day-night indicator. I like how the case got integrated crown guards with this case. There's your factoid. Couldn't find a case back for it. Looks cool, not recommended. Score 71. In 61st place is the caliper slide rule, $351, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. One of these crowns is going to move that slide rule. I don't know. I literally haven't checked into this, but is pi literally the opposite of the 1 when you put a logarithmic scale in a circle like this? I mean, it sort of makes sense, right? Because pi is used in the calculation of circles, areas and circumference and stuff. If true, that is really cool to see, to have the pi symbol there. I like that. You know, there's no timing on this watch. It's just straight up a slide rule and the most basic three-hander you've ever seen. It's all right. I just don't think it's anything to get too excited about. Here's the case back. They have some conversions or something on here. That's cool. I actually like that. Total score 71. In 62nd place is the Undone Type 20. $285, 41.5 millimeters, 30 meters water resistance. I'm so jaded with these types. Man, everything is a type something. Type 7B, type 20, type 10, type whatever. I don't know that it means anything, I'll be honest. But okay, this is apparently type 20. Normally you see XX, and it doesn't look like this, but this is type 20. Timing marker, that's cool. I like the chocolate brown. Utility is not the best. One factoid tidbit. Oh, okay, the size is about 1.5 millimeters smaller than the average for a quartz chronograph. Total score 71. 63rd place is the Swiss military SM34098.06, $433, 42.5 millimeters, and 100 meters water resistance. Looks pretty cool. Functionality is not what I would like. Lots of colors to choose from. And here's my opinion. I like these large Arabic numerals for the standard hours. Total score of 71. In 64th place is the Brew Retrograph Lumint, $375. It is 38 left to right and 41.5 north to south. 38, 41.5. Equivalent area to a 45 millimeter circle. Cool. It's going to be a nice wearing experience. Lumint probably means this thing is full darn lume. That's going to be cool. With rectangular watches, you often lose precision in the corners because of how it works. They kind of curved it a little bit. I think this is going to work pretty well. Very stylish. You can see some distortion from the crystal. This is going to be a fun one for sure, just not the best for a pilot. And here's that case back. Looks okay. Extraction timer. No idea what they mean by extraction. Total score of 71. In 65th place is the Aigi Arctic Chrono 2. $289, 40.5 millimeters in diameter and 100 meters water resistance. And you've got a pulse meter on the inside, tachometer on the outside. Pulse meter is a 30 pulses scale, which, as I've said, at that point, I'm not even going to bother with it. I'm just going to detect 15 pulses. How long was that? And just multiply by 4. So, case back is looking really cool. You see some geographic shapes on here. Is that Greenland or something? I don't know. Looks cool. I like the green subdials. That is my interesting opinion. And the green second hand. Gets low contrast for having white hands on a cream dial. You guys, don't do white on cream. Do black on cream or something like that. Like, Brew did it right. They did black hands. Aigi figured it out. So they lost 4 points for that. Total score of 70. In 66th place is the Tcell Pilot 977. $308, 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. It's a three-hander with slide rule. Poor resolution on the image, sorry guys. Tachometer on the inside, slide rule on the outside. Looks like it's a twisty style, like I like, the Breitling Navitimer style. But you get 50 meters of water resistance. Better than the Breitling in that one metric. And it's got just a regular NH35, it looks like. That's your factoid. Score of 70. In 67th place is the Ventus Caspian C04. $299, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. 30-minute subdial is looking good, but then we have day-night up here. I would prefer elapsed hours. And you could do a day-date as well. There's plenty of room for that date. Put in an put in whatever movement has the day on there too. That would be nice, but they didn't. Score 70. In 68th place is the Bulova Icon Chronograph, 262 kilohertz. It is $499, 46.5 millimeters somewhere, and 300 meters water resistance. I don't get what Bulova's doing. Who wants 300 meters chronograph that is this huge, that does this if you've ever seen this thing work, it looks like it's gonna kill you with the way it whips around. Yeah, I think this blue one goes around 10 times every second, and the white one goes around once every second. But yeah, okay. The bezel doesn't turn, but they have they have a countdown thing like a diver. They've got perlage on here. It's basket weave too. Tuning fork for some reason. There's a pusher over here too. Oh, is this No, this is a thousandths. Here's your thousandths right here. It's a retrograde thing. I bet that doesn't spin. Okay, 10 times a second is still gonna look crazy. So I need to get my facts right on this one. I'm a little loose with the facts. It's so much to look at. It's breaking my brain how much stuff is here. There's so much darn stuff in your face. With this on the front, party in the front, there's got to be a party in the back too, right? No. Plain Jane to the max in the back. Infinity symbol. Precisionist. That's all you get. High performance. There you go. I think I made a mistake in the scoring. 1/1000th of a second technically gets it 1 point, so this should be a score of 70. It would still be in the same spot though. Gross rubber strap. Total score of 69. Actually 70 with that 1/1000th of a second. Score of 70 for a pilot. Not recommended. In 69th place is the Trintech Copilot Chronograph. $400, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I like Trintech. I like Zulu instruments. They look really cool. This one is bad. I don't get this one. Why do you need elapsed time when you have a chronograph? You don't need elapsed time with a chronograph. Day-night, 60-minute subdial. Kind of tells me all I need to know, to be honest. Cool chunky lugs. If you like the look of this, I would go for their dive watch that's like a pilot diver. But not with the chronograph. The chronograph's not good. Total score 68. In 70th place is the Altime Rebel 18-6, $365, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Sort of like the Bulova Lunar Pilot pushers. I think these are the other way though, the way the hinge is. It's made of aluminum, approximate weight aluminum. They don't tell you the weight, which if you're gonna make your watch out of aluminum, you'd think people would want to know the weight, but they didn't tell us. My estimate, based on the density of aluminum, is like 51 grams. Same old story, 60-minute subdial, day-night indicator, not great for a pilot. Total score of 68. In 71st place is the Trintech Com 02 chronograph. $500, 42 by 42, 42 millimeter by 42 millimeter. Square is equivalent area to a 47 millimeter circle. It's a big watch. Huge lugs, look at those lugs. Okay, 100 meters water resistance. I do like this better than that Trintech one we saw a moment ago. Same company that does Zulu and Trintech. Oh, it says Trintech here, even though it says Zulu on the dial. I don't know. But again, I do like that they skeletonized these hands. That is much appreciated. That's great to do on a chronograph if you're going to have bigger hands. Just cut a hole in the middle. But yeah, day-night, 60 minutes elapsed. Not recommended. Score 68. In 72nd place, the Baran Chronograph 13-012. $470. 38 millimeters in diameter and 30 meters water resistance. This one has elapsed hours. Hours, minutes, second. Timing length, 12 hours. Well, why is it doing so poorly? Well, the protection's not good. 30 meters mineral crystal. Tacky is not that great. It'd be better if they had something else here. There's no date on here. Very cool hand-winding movement, though. Check this out. I think the movement is actually called a 31681. I think it's a pole yacht. It's got this cool little arrow tip bridge here in the middle. It's a cool look. Doesn't seem very robust to me to have it that way, but that's how they do it. So cool though. You're gonna see all these gears. You're gonna see this is the pusher thing. It's gonna be so cool to play with this. Here's your little balance wheel. This does not look good though. These hands look really poor. You can see somebody's fingerprint on the hand. Not good. And this applied logo looks so bad. It looks really bad. This thing needs a little bit of a refresh. I don't mind the looks of it, the retro looks, but the quality here with the hands and the applied deal, that's not good. It's really not good. Not recommended, unless you're just collecting cool Russian movements. Score of 68. In 73rd place, the Duxit Concilio Chronograph. Price of $270, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistant. Bracelet looks pretty cool. No extension on that bracelet. There's your factoid. It does kind of look like the Maverick thing, the Top Gun deal. But yeah, day-night, 60-minute thing, tachometer, kind of a racing thing. Score of 68. In 74th place, the Sterling GR01Q 4012. $295, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I like the dark blue hands on the white dial. Again, we don't often see that, so that brings a smile to my face. There's your interesting opinion. A little bit thicker than average, but not too crazy. Score of 68, not recommended. In 75th place is the Vario Empire Chronograph. $298, 38 millimeters across, and 50 meters water resistance. It's a dress chronograph, not a pilot chronograph. No precision and timing. You can time in 5-minute increments. Day-night thing here. My opinion here is I really do like the color, the champagne dial. And the guilloche, or whatever you want to call this, Clou de Paris. I think it's guilloche. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's a cool dress watch. Not great for pilots. Score of 67. In 76th place is the Presidis Pack 76. $280, 38 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Cool integrated crown guards in the case. I do like those. 38 millimeters is smaller than I would like to see. And yeah, the utility is poor, 29 out of 50. Here is the case back. Asymmetrical, they say. Is it asymmetrical? This case is asymmetrical. Okay, there's your factoid. Score 67. In 77th place is the AV8 P51 Mustang Blakesley Chronograph. It's $315, 43 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. This crown cover is really cool. I don't think it fits the style really. Again, AV8 watches look very interesting, but the function is just not there. All right, here's the case back. Case back is looking cool. They're doing, like they've done before, they do kind of the Air King thing where you've got hours mixed with minutes. So it's 3, then it's 20, then it's 25, then it's 6. But they make it work because they do larger for the hours, smaller for the minutes. They put their logo at 8 o'clock, AV8. Get it? Yeah. So cool looks, not the best for a pilot. Score of 67. In 78th place is the Laurier Gemini. $499, 39 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. What to say about it? It does have a dual time bezel. It gets that on there, and it's only 2 points. For a technical pilot watch, that's just icing on the cake. It can't carry it, the fact that it has a dual time capability. That is nice though, it is a bonus. But otherwise it's just like the Seagull 1963 functionality. No date, only 30 minutes elapsed time. It even has a tiny subdial. It looks really cool. I like their cases. Laurier makes cool cases. Not the best. Score of 66. In 79th place is the KHS Air Leader Chronograph. $366, 50.5 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. It's a big boy. It's only 11.7 millimeters thick, so it's 1.5 millimeters thinner than average for a quartz chronograph. It has a Faraday cage protecting that movement. Yeah, I just wish they had used a movement with elapsed hours instead of this tenths of a second thing. It would have been better if they had elapsed hours and a day date. Yeah, so what would happen if we added 8 points on top of here? It'd be a 74. Yeah, if it had hours, then it'd be a 74. Totally recommended. There's a place for large chronographs, absolutely. Could be better. And here's the case back. The bird looks really cool. Score 66. In 80th place, the Orient Solar Chronograph RA-TX0203 S10B. $320, 42.8 millimeters. It's 200 meters water resistance. Clearly trying to compete with Seiko here with the speed timer, speed something. This one is solar. It's kind of a racing looking thing. Day, night. And look, no precision here. Oh, they say the minutes are down here, and this is the seconds. Is that true? They labeled it, so yeah, I guess so. Maybe so. Oh, and that's how I scored it as well. I said minutes tiny. It's a tiny little dial. That's the penalty it gets. You get a date with a beveled date cutout. And we have a case back with 2 little sea creatures spinning around or whatever. Epson. Oh, cool. Comes with your Epson printer. Total score of 66. In 81st place is the 6MX quartz chronograph, or 6MX. $278, 48 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. And it is a fiber reinforced case. So plastic. Plastic case, which is nice and light. I'm not a plastic hater. The thickness is crazy though. 16.7 millimeters thick. It's a solar movement. See, you have a little, it'll tell you how much power remains. 30-minute subdial, that's cool. But that's all you get. So elapsed time, 30 minutes only, no hours. That's what's dooming a lot of these chronographs, is they're not timing all that much time. Total score of 66. In 82nd place is the About Vintage 1960. $399, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Poor contrast with white hands on a cream dial. Really tiny numbers. I don't know if they have to be this small. Maybe they do. Scott Anderson puts his name on here. 1960 racing. Oh, they say it's racing. Yeah, you get a checker flag on the case back. Not the best pilot watch. Score 66. All right, here it is. In 83rd place, you've all been waiting for this. The entire video, you're just waiting for this moment. Finally, you get to learn. Where does the Omega X swatch, moon swatch land? It lands here. Price is $270, 42 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Oh yeah! So 30 meters, acrylic crystal. Two great tastes that don't go great together. They don't go great on their own either. Like, let's not do that. Let's skip that. Ooh, it's getting a point for having a plastic case. So that slight protection from magnetism, not having a steel case. Did I mess this up? You guys, I think no, I didn't mess it up. Hold on, let me zoom in. Oh, it freaked me out. I thought this was an 8. I thought this was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I thought I missed hours on this. No, it doesn't have hours. You sweet summer child thinking that this thing would actually be good. No, this is a 1/10 of a second. It only goes up to 60 minutes. And for Pete's sake, it's horrible. There's no way to tell how many minutes have passed. Yeah, I don't recommend it as a pilot watch. I mean, it's based on a famous racing watch. So that's the first thing it did wrong if it wants to be a pilot watch. I'm not trying to be provocative. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I think it's funny to say that the Speedmaster is a racing watch. It is true. It is true. I think it's funny to poke fun at the Speedmaster lovers. I shouldn't think that's funny. That's not nice, Ben. Be nice to the Speedmaster guys. I'm sure they're cool guys. But yeah, this thing, there's no date. It says Omega on the dial. That's why you're paying $270, in my opinion. I don't think this is great. Some people buy these and they put them in a steel case. However, if I evaluate it objectively, which is what I did with this video, I set up the parameters for what's a good pilot watch, and this is how it scores. It has no hours of elapsed time. Timing length is only 60 minutes. There's minute marks missing here. That's very bad. Tachymeter is not useful to a pilot. I mean, there you go. It's not very useful pilot watch. Let's look at the back. It's got a Mars battery cover. That is pretty cool. I mean, if I had one in the collection, I would definitely wear it, and I'm sure I would have a lot of fun with it. I just don't think it's a great pilot watch. Score 66. In 84th place is the Zarek Artemis Chrono. $425, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yes, this orange pusher looks so cool. Also, yes, that they took it on a background that looks like the moon. Sweet. It says NASA. It's got the NASA logo. It's just not the best. 24-hour thing, the missing minutes thing. Yeah, a lot of these are having the same issues. Tachymeter. The case back is super cool, though. Look at this. What is that? Very cool. Maybe it's the Artemis? I bet it is. My ignorance of space and aviation stuff is... I'm slightly ashamed of it, but only slightly. If I spent time learning all this stuff, then it would have taken me longer to get the video out for you viewers, so that's my excuse. Total score of 65. In 85th place, the Bulova Sutton. $440, 44 millimeters, 30 meters water resistance. This Bulova is actually a reasonable size. The big date is like the biggest of big dates I've ever seen. Like, there's big dates and then there's big dates, and this one is huge. You've got the perlage thing like they did on that other Bulova. Interesting. Radial patterns looking really nice. Just not the best pilot watch. 1/10 of a second. Tiny sub register here. Pushers are looking cool though. Lugs are looking cool. Yeah, they've got a creative designer. It's just too eclectic for me. There's too much going on most of these Bulovas. Case back is totally plain. Total score is 65. 86th place is the out-of-order Pilot Chronographo. $399, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It looks like a dive watch. You have elapsed time and a chronograph for no reason. I'm just always going to say there's no reason to do that. Case back looks pretty cool. Patented aging process. I do like the weathered look of their cases. That is really cool, actually. Those are my thoughts. Score of 63. 67th place, the Red Star 7756G. $299, 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. And this is a cool looking movement. Pointer date, day, night, and a chronograph. What is this movement? Is this the name of the movement, the 7756G? Ooh, baby. Is this just an ST19? I don't know. There's all kinds of Chinese back here. Looking cool. Poor contrast. Total score of 61. In 88th place, the AV8 Hawker Hunter Retrograde Chronograph. $280. 45 by 45. Oh my goodness. Equivalent to a 51 millimeter circle. With all this chunky stuff on the outside. 50 meters water resistance. The retrograde minutes is very cool. I like that, but that means the timing length is only 10 minutes. Not great. Although the Timex Waterbury had one of those too. That's probably the one to go for. It's more functional than this one. This one looks really cool though. Total score of 60. In last place, 89th place, is the Pegoud Cadron. $500, 52 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Dang! Yeah, the crown is probably like 15 millimeters diameter. Chunky lugs. It's a chunk master to the max. The subdials, and then vast area for full Arabics. This is a big watch. That'd be forgivable if it had good utility here. It's got this like 2-second thing. 2, 4, 6, 8. What it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They may have the wrong printing on here for what this is supposed to do. Not good. 18.3 millimeters thick. So not only is it 52 diameter, it's 18.3 thick. I'm estimating 158 grams on leather. On leather. It's a beefy watch. And it's the last place. Score of 55. All right, so that was all the Pilot chronographs in the $270 to $510 range, the affordable range. It is so cool to see the good ones again. I had lost hope being in the sea of like chronographs that are not suitable. Let me refresh my memory. Ah, yes. The Suunto. The Skyhawk. Yes. The Rotary Aeromaster. So many good things here. Even the Air Chief is quite useful. You've got your hours, all that stuff. There's some good chronographs in the affordable price range, but they're going to get even better as we go up in price. So that brings us to quality. Pilot chronographs, $510 to $1,920. Quality. Top 5. In 5th place is the Hamilton Khaki Crosswind GMT Chrono Quartz. $1,067. 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. And there's only 2 of these Crosswind ones in the video. They're both Hamilton. For effective true airspeed. Airspeed. You want to know your effective true airspeed? My goodness, there is a bezel here. There's a bezel inside the thing, and there's another bezel. There's 3 bezels. There is no slide rule. You have a logarithmic scale, so that threw me off at first. You do have the logarithmic scale, but it's used in conjunction with these degrees and like the speed in there. And apparently what happens is you're going to be flying somewhere if you're a pilot, and then you're going to contact air traffic control, and they'll tell you the wind speed and the direction. And that will enable you to figure out your crosswind. Figure out your crosswind something. Sorry. That's the best I can do. But that's all the thing does. Well, this one's a GMT. You have a GMT hand. You've got the chronograph, which is sweet, obviously. Dimensions are good. It looks really cool. It's a bit large. And yeah, $1,000 is a lot for a quartz watch. That's a tough sell. But yeah, after all that's said and done, I put it at 87. Let's look at the case back. Case back's pretty cool. You've got this deal here. You have this chart, which maybe helps you to use the watch somehow. Oh man, this is fancy stuff here. Not a very practical complication. And it's old school too. Like, if you really want to do it old school, I guess this is the way to go. But I think your flight calculator that you just have in the cockpit can probably do all this stuff too. Cool to do on the wrist, I suppose. It certainly looks cool. Total score of 87. In 4th place is the Victorinox Inox Chrono. $1,100, 43 millimeters, 200 meters water resistance. I think Inox stands for steel, but this is not steel. This is forged carbon. Looks really cool. $1,000 for another quartz watch. You've got a paracord strap, so you can build a tent or something. I don't know. All right, I have to show you this. The tachometer is barely imprinted into this carbon, forged carbon case. Forged carbon is sort of like plastic, is way, way better than plastic, obviously, but it's going to have the weight and feel of plastic. Anti-magnetic. Is that in the score? I'll check in a second. You get the full date. Well, not the full date. You get an abbreviated day and date. That's cool, actually. I like that it says Mo. This 60-minute... Oh, that's just running seconds. Yeah, 30-minute subdial. It's kind of Spartan. Oh, sorry. You get some military hours on the outside, so 1800 for 6 o'clock. But you don't get all of them. You just get some evens. Yeah, magnetism cage. It has a Faraday cage for that quartz movement. If you missed the scoring segment, quartz movements can get all messed up from magnets. This one won't, hopefully. It's extra protected with a Faraday cage. It looks really cool. Again, that's a tough sell, 1100. That's just what Victorinoxes go for, and they are really cool. They definitely command that price somehow. And here's that case back. They show you the darn pocket knife. The Swiss Army... Come on, guys. From the makers of the original Swiss Army knife. Yeah, thank you. It's a bit much for me. I mean, yeah, it's a little cheesy. Total score of 89. In third place is the Yema Flygraph Navigator. $1,294, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. And it's a Swiss automatic chronograph, 48 hours of power reserve. Probably based on the Valjoux. Most of these are going to be based on the Valjoux 7750. Some protection from magnetism with some fancy materials. Case back has a funny looking thing on it. Looking very French. Leather strap. It's on the silicone here, but I thought this picture looked really nice. You can get it on the leather. Okay, what's on the dial? You get your slide rule. Heck yeah. They put 1 at the top. Your 6 is over here. But you get pi. They gave you pi, which is directly opposite the 1. That's very cool. And you actually do get the tachometer on the outside if you want such a thing. The plane, in case you forget that it's a plane watch. I really like what they did with the subdials here with this little raised portion. It just looks cool. Day date. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a really good one. Total score of 90. In second place is the Luminox F22 Raptor XA.9241. $719, 44 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Yeah, almost $700 for quartz. Yeah, check it out. You have hours and minutes on the same subdial here. It's 30-minute subdial, too. Get your military hours and your standard hours. Get a little picture of that F22. Very cool. We're back to the normal slide rule with 60 at the top for doing speed sort of stuff. That's good. Nice big bezel here. Clear big numbers. You're really going to appreciate that. I know I would. I enjoy twisting the slide rule bezel on my Citizen, and so I would enjoy this. Sorry, this is a bad picture, but you can see the F22 there. It says titanium. Yeah, that's in the scorecard too. That's a lighter watch. I'm estimating 70 grams, something like that. It's going to be pretty sweet. Sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Yeah, these watches, once you get close to 1,000, you're really starting to get some nice features, at least on the ones that are scoring well. One with the score of 95, it's guaranteed there's awesome stuff in it. Absolutely, this is a good watch. Score of 95. In first place is the Citizen ProMaster Skyhawk JY8148-08L. Price of $600. Size of 46 millimeters, 200 meters water resistance. Yes, I'm wearing the one on the screen. It was actually number 1 in my top 10 of dual time watches. The Traveler Watch video. This was on top. There's nothing in there about slide rule or anything. What it does with the cities here was enough to put it at the very top. And the fact that it's atomic quartz, solar battery, all these sorts of things. How easy it is to use and look at. Yeah, the dual time thing is awesome, but I'm going to focus more on the other stuff. Man, this watch is so good. It's number 1 in this price category. $600. I bought mine for $380. Bought it lightly used from somebody. You know, that's slightly little more risky, but man, you save a bunch of money. But yeah, here we go. Here's all this detail. In person, it does not look blue. Very dark navy blue. It's not bright blue like this. But yeah, the slide rule's really nice. You get what I call slide rule 60 plus, which is just, you know, if it's 220 minutes, you look over here and you realize, oh, it's 3 hours and 40 minutes. And you have that conversion on the inside. See, 210 minutes is 3 hours, 30 minutes. It's nice to have that. But yeah, it's an atomic watch. Like, this is atomic time on my wrist. As accurate of a time as you can get anywhere. Has the day-night indication here. That's for your local time, the 24-hour scale. It has alarm. I use the alarm when I was traveling. I mentioned that earlier in the video. Perpetual calendar. When you put it on the calendar function, that's pretty cool too. You can't look at it all at the same time. That is one downside. But there's limitations. There's only so much space. Dual time is fantastic on this watch when you're in the time mode. You know, New York City, Tokyo. New York City, it's 10 o'clock. Tokyo, it's after midnight. So cool. So darn cool. The timing is really useful on this thing. There's no extra points for it, but you do get hundredths of a second. And that's really cool to see when you use the timer. Sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Yeah, this is a great watch. Case back is really lame. They didn't do anything for the case back except to say service repair only. Make it so you can't open it whatsoever. This is interesting what they do with the strap, but you'll notice on the back here, look, it's just regular lugs. You can just take this thing out. The strap just comes with this weird metal thing. Gives it that different look for the strap. But you can change it for a different type of a strap if you like. I can't stop wearing this watch. It's just so good. But as a chronograph, I've had so much fun. You know, I'll measure a distance out in the yard and I'll time myself running it, figure out what offsets to do in order to be able to actually figure out how fast I'm running. Or how fast my daughter's running. It's fun. Yeah, I'm in the honeymoon phase with this one, so I could talk about it all day. Here's the overall distribution of watches in the quality price range. Greens, there's 34% of these that are green. Good grades. 39% are okay grades. Look at the C spike. That is nuts. It's going to be page after page. 6 pages with just C grades on them. That's intense. And then 27% are in these reds, not recommended. So you'll see that as I go through. And here's the full story right here. Here are all the watches in one screen. All right, let's go on to 6th place. In 6th place is the Citizen ProMaster Geo Tracker. $795, 46 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistant. You have a cool little projection here, geographic projection that's going to rotate. The little arrow here is showing you Greenwich Mean Time. And so you can figure out your approximate time anywhere in the world. So in mountain time, it's like 1700. Oh wait, 1800. You can get used to this, I'm sure. You know, it's 6 p.m. While in Greenwich Mean, and then Japan, it's 10 a.m. But here it's 18 p.m. Is that the right offset? Oh man. I know they're +9 and I'm -7. Yeah, I'm not going to try to figure that out right now. Maybe that's correct. The slide rule bezel looks really nice on this one. There's a lot of detail here, so that's cool. These little cities on the inside, that's to help you set the darn thing. Or when you travel to change where you're at. Because like the Skyhawk, this has atomic timekeeping. Solar battery as well. Pretty cool. There's no timing function though. That's the problem with this watch. You get your day of the week, but no timing. And that, you know, that's a pretty big penalty, -15. It says that it has a Faraday cage with it. Sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. 200 meters water resistance. Like, this is a solid watch. Only 11.5 thick. That's really nice. Case back's a little cooler than the one on my Skyhawk. Total score of 86. In 7th place is the Eterna 1940 Chronograph. $1,574, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Cool coinage bezel, sapphire crystal, air coating. Lots of tiny little stuff on the dial. Looks like it's got some kind of a 7750. Well, that doesn't look like a 7750. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm not a movement expert or something. I just go with whatever it says on the product page. And that's not on the scorecard, so I won't speculate about the movement. Let's look at the dial. Okay, so we've got a multi-tack. These are tiny though. This is gonna be tough to see. Multi-tack, tachometer, telemeter on the outside, Arabics here, standard numerals. This is a legit watch. You've got your hours on the inside. Tiny little numbers though, wow. 30-minute sub-dial, and then the hours. Here's your running seconds. Yeah, even though the printing is tiny, I still think this is a sweet watch. Sweet chronograph, gave it a score of 86. Yeah, B grade. Passing the class for sure. These hands look really cool. Look like weapons. And I do like these kind of rectangular pushers too. It's a classy look. Good photo too. They have some reflection of light at the top. Looks good. Total score of 86. In 8th place is the MTM Cobra 44. $1,865 for a quartz watch. 44 millimeters somewhere. 200 meters water resistance. You know, maybe this should have gotten like a 44 by 44 because it's looking more square than it is circular. It wouldn't score as high if it did. Looks like you have screwed in lug bar. MTM does that a lot. That is a much more solid strap attachment mechanism than a spring bar. So that's appreciated. Tiny little hour elapsed. It says no hours. Oh, right. Okay. This is for your alarm. So you can set the alarm over here. Hopefully there's two hands. Hopefully you're not just setting it for like 1 o'clock or something. But yeah, here's your alarm. It tells you if it's on or off right there. So at least it's somewhat of a fancy quartz movement. Oh, I'll zoom in again. Okay, and there's a button over here. There's all kinds of buttons everywhere. But, so you'll have to figure out how to work this thing. And a cap over the crown. I don't know, all kinds of weird stuff. You see your slide rule, it's very discreet. It's not too prominent. And you do get the plus 60 thing where 90 seconds is 1.5 minutes. Case bag's pretty plain, just a dagger. Total score of 86. In 9th place is the Citizen ProMaster Land JV1007.07E, $695. It is 44 millimeters, come on, with 43.9, and 200 meters water resistance. I mean, this thing is solid. It's got these darn screw-down pushers. Yeah, I should try that someday. I think I know myself that I wouldn't like that. But you do have an internal rotating bezel for the compass. That's pretty cool. But yeah, this digital display is so crisp, so clear. They've really improved digital displays. Not across the board. Just make sure you get a watch. If you want an improved digital display, take a look at what they look like. But yeah, 1 through 7, it looks like there's 7 menus here. And this one just tells you Monday, 10:09. Let's look at the case back. Very plain case back. Not exciting whatsoever. These hands are kind of big, unfortunately. It's a cool look, though. I like this contrasting color of bezel here. It almost looks like it could be rubber or something, like the Mula Glasuta SAR. I don't think it is, though. I just think but it's cool to have a contrasting color. On the dual time one, this did very well because it clearly shows you 2 different times side by side and the city that they are. Beautiful time presentation. Total score is 84. In 10th place is the Hamilton Khaki Aviation Crosswind Auto H77616533, $1,906, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You get your drift angle. I mentioned in the scoring system, this is a complicated complication to use. It is totally specific to aviators. And it's one of those things that probably your GPS can do for you, like other instruments in the cockpit can do for you. You don't necessarily need a watch to do it. You have 3 bezels here. You've got a twisty one on the outside and then 2 internal rotating bezels to do this crosswind stuff. There's no slide rule. You can't do any normal calculations with it. This is only for the crosswind. You get your elapsed hours. Your elapsed minutes over here is very poor. This is a very poor elapsed minutes. I think this probably should have gotten medium contrast because it's got silver hands on a silver subdial. So that would cost it a couple points. Yeah, the closer I look at this one, the less I'm thinking it's so great. It is very cool. It does look very cool. The strap is really nice. Cool case shape. Very unique complication. Case back is really cool too. You've got this drift angle thing, but also a little window for the movement inside. And it is an automatic movement. Total score of 84. In 11th place is the Liv P51, $1,890, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It does have that sapphire crystal with AR. Most of them do. Maybe I should stop mentioning that because most of them at this point will have that. It is a titanium case, which is nice. Cool orange highlight on the start-stop for the chronograph. It's a Swiss chronograph with 48 hours of power reserve. Probably ETA or Solita. One of the two, I'm guessing. Real cool looks on this. They put the airplane on there. I don't know if I like that or if I think it's cheesy. I feel both things simultaneously. I'm Schrodinger's cat of opinions on there being an airplane on the dial. It's thick, 15.5. As I showed before, that those 7750 movements are thicker than other movements. They're just very thick. Comes with the territory. But yes, the average thickness for an automatic chronograph is 14.8. So this isn't totally crazy. 0.7 millimeters thicker than average. Case back is looking really cool. I like the orange highlights on the rotor, and then the black looks really cool. Total score of 84. In 12th place is the Leisure RD Chrono. $1,380, 42 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. It looks more racing than pilot. the black and red, and then these Arabics the way they are, and the tachometer. You've got these darn screw-down crowns. 200 meters water resistance. Yeah, that point I made about how a lot of these have more water resistance than they need. This is a prime example. It's 15.5 thick. It should be slimmer, and it should have less water resistance. They should make the trade-off of making it thinner and giving it less water resistance, maybe 50. That would be my personal preference. Good chronograph though, hours, minutes, seconds, 30-minute subdial. That's what I like to see. You get a date. Very great form factor. The tachometer, again, is useless, but did I mention that in this segment? Do I have to do that in every one? Yeah, tachometer's not used by pilots, really. Total score of 84. In 13th place is the Hanhart 417 ES 1954, $1,801, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Man, this is a cool one. On the dial, it just has like the Siegel 1963 format. Just a 30-minute subdial. No hours of elapsed time. Very plain. Yeah, the cool thing about this one is the timing marker. I wonder if there's a Hanhart that's a little better than this, with like a date and stuff like that. This one is cool just how it is though. It's on the bund strap. It's very minimalist. It says shockproof. They have their stylized logo here that looks so good. And of course the timing marker, that is the most distinctive thing about this watch. This coin edge bezel with the big red strip of paint to mark some time, beginning or ending. Just says Germany. Very classy. I mean, this is a very artfully done watch, for sure. Utility-wise, only 31 out of 50 points. So yeah, it's being carried by a lot of other stuff. It is nice that it has the NivaFlex component in the movement. That does help with the magnetism. We'll see that more. I mean, most of the Swiss automatic or hand-winding movements do have the NivaFlex or Niva something or whatever. The average for a hand-winding movement is 13.6. So this is just a shade under the average for thickness, which you'll appreciate with the bund strap. Case back is extremely plain. Total score of 83. In 14th place, the Hamilton Khaki X Patrol Auto Chronograph H7655633 $1,745, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I forgot to mention a couple wild cards, the Hanhart, etc. This one's also a wild card. This price range has a lot of ones that I thought could be contenders for the top 10. Because at the top 10, there is an affordability penalty for watches that are just crazy expensive. So this is kind of a good area. I mean, I think in the intro I said the real sweet spot was 2,000 to 4,000. That's where you're going to get some really heavy hitters. But there's some great ones in this price category too, particularly near the top in these green grades, the good grades still. The slide rule is really nice on this thing. I like that. It says Hamilton caliber H21. The thing is, so many of these watchmakers say that they have their own caliber, and it's just a 7750. They just change out the rotor or something. I think it's silly. But then there's ones that actually do make their own movement, like Tag Heuer, Breitling, Tudor. There's some watchmakers that are truly making their own movements. A lot of times those are superior in some way. Humongous pushers here. The crowns on both sides is distinctive. It actually kind of looks a little weird to me. Case back is really cool. It looks like a plain rotor. I like that. But it's screw in, not screw down. They still say 100 meters water resistance, but running seconds is not looking so great down here. Oh no, this is your elapsed hours. There's no markings for the elapsed hours. H missing, but yeah, okay, they're still there. Very thick, 15.8 millimeters thick. Total score of 83. In 15th place is the Hamilton Khaki Auto Chronograph H71706-830. We're seeing a ton of Hamiltons. Hamilton actually makes a good pilot chronograph. Definitely worth considering. This is $1,425, size of 44 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. Really nice suede bund strap in this wonderful color of green. I really like that. Olive drab, maybe is what we call that. Very plain case back here. Just kind of a standard Flieger format. Hours down here, 30-minute subdial, running seconds, but we don't see the day date. I would like to see day date on this thing. It's kind of IWC style pushers. Those are nice. Great option. Total score of 83. In 16th place is a Zeppelin Eurofighter Automatic Chronograph 72185, $1,841, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Nice red accent. Takeoff 8 seconds, that's cool. Plane on here, is it the Typhoon or something? I don't know what plane this is. It's looking really cool. I think this is full loom as well. That's gonna be so cool in the dark. I like that they have the minute Arabics on here. That's kind of a throwback to the Type B Fliegers. But it shouldn't have an elapsed time bezel. It should have a countdown bezel or a dual time bezel. This is redundant. Look, 2020. What do we have 2020? And you're gonna time something, and that's what your chronograph's for. Just time stuff with your chronograph. That's what the thing's for. Case back is cool. I like when they print something on the glass. You still get the exhibition case back, but you get something cool as well. That's nice. And this looks so good, that red pusher. Total score of 83. In 17th place is the MTM Airstrike 2. $1,450, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Again, this isn't a 45 millimeter circle. There's more material on this thing. Maybe it should have gotten 45 by 45. I don't know. Yeah, to be consistent, I probably should have done that. Sorry about that. That would have gotten a lower score for sure. But it is titanium, so it's probably not going to weigh much more than this. Maybe 100 grams instead of 80 grams. You've got 4 pushers. I bet this is confusing to operate. It's got that -5 confusing penalty that digital watches get. These hands are going to obscure the little subdials as well. 16 millimeters thick. I don't understand why quartz chronographs sometimes are so big, but this one is. No solar or anything. It's just regular quartz chronograph. Case back, you've got that dagger they like. The bayonet deal. I don't like that it says special ops on it. Come on. That's cheesy. Total score of 83. In 18th place is the Fortis B42 Flieger. $1,765, 42 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Standard Flieger chronograph. You have your day and date. They're separated though. Oh, look what they did. Look what they did. They have a backwards day wheel where the day is upside down over here, but it's right side up on this side. This hour sub-register is awesome. I love when you have the slashes in between, and then the actual hour slashes are twice the length of the half hours. The elapsed minutes sub-dial is also excellent. One may say perfect for that as well. Tachometer on the inside. Interesting. Okay, why not? These look very chunky pushers, very chunky crown. I like that. Case back, there you go. There's the 7750. Man, if I keep saying it's a 7750 without knowing for sure, I'm gonna get it wrong sometimes. So there's the automatic chronograph movement with a Fortis rotor. It is thicker than I'd like to see. Oh, the leather strap. Interesting look, they have screwed in lug bar, and the leather strap is fitted to this hole. You don't see that all that often. Total score of 82. In 19th place is the Casio ProTrek PRW 6900 YB-3 Solar. $520. It's 44.8 by 49.6 millimeters. Equivalent area to a 53 millimeter circle. It's going to be very big. Big watch. 45 side to side. So I don't know if that includes this little wing thing here over there. Yeah, I'm glad they told me the weight because it's partially resin. It's also partially something else. So I'm glad they told me it's 67 grams. Straight resin would probably be less than this. These hands are very chunky. They shouldn't be so chunky when you have stuff underneath and you've got the screen. You do have altimeter and barometer on here. I don't know what that looks like with the display. You've got an alarm, you've got your day, night, you've got all kinds of stuff. Perpetual calendar, see June 30th, Sunday, June 30th. Cool watch. The Anadigi thing, you're gonna have it obscured a lot of the time. Maybe, and it's gonna be confusing to operate this thing. I don't even see the pushers. I don't know where they are. I'm sure they're on here somewhere. They're buttons or something. Atomic quartz, solar powered movement. With any watch, if you wanna know the specifics, please check out a review. I know enough information to give them scores, but not necessarily like specifics about the watch. Case back is very plain. It's cased in Thailand. Okay. Total score of 82. In 20th place is the Slava Spetsnaz 5 Elements, Piat Elements. $1,382, 50 millimeters across, without this flashlight, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, it's got the flashlight on the watch. So you turn that light on and you can shine it at stuff. But you're gonna have to hold your wrist like this to do it. So I guess if you have your rifle, you'll have to like hold it in a weird way to point the flashlight. Well, you're a pilot, so are you pulling out the rifle? Probably not. Look, you get a tiny little watch here, tiny little quartz watch on the bracelet itself. So it's 10:10 here, but it's 10:25 in your alternate time. 15 minutes difference. That is very strange. but you can do it if you want to. Very unique watch, very cool looking. Tiny little subdials. That looks like it's misaligned. Oh man, that does not inspire confidence. It's very easy to take the flashlight on and off of the case, so you don't have to have it there all the time. What does it get for the flashlight? 3 points. 3 points for this watch-mounted flashlight. Let's look at the case back. Yes, Spetsnaz. Desantnik. Why do they have the Pentagon? That's our thing. Hey, we get the Pentagon. Spetsnaz, you get whatever knockoff. I don't know. You don't get the Pentagon, though. That's our thing. Lots of Cyrillic on the back. That's cool. Only 12 thick. That's it's 50 diameter, but only 12 thick. That's impressive. Total score of 82. In 21st place is the Victorinox Field Force Classic Chronograph. $700. 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Chronograph looks totally decent on this thing. You know, your 30-minute subdial, hour elapsed time with half hours indicated. But the tachometer is looking cheesy. Victorinox watches sometimes look dated, and this is one of them. This one looks dated to me. Very plain case back. Only 11 thick though, which is a couple millimeters thinner than the average for quartz chronographs. Cool option, score of 82. In 22nd place is the Seiko Flightmaster SNA 411. $649, 42 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. What does he always say? This is beloved of TGV, the urban gentry, his flighty. It's a cool watch. I don't disagree. There's something that's always held me back from it. Man, look at that poor bracelet. That is certainly one of the things that holds me back. Another thing that holds me back is the 60-minute subdial. There's no elapsed hours either. You're only getting 60 minutes of timing, and it's going to be so tiny on here. The slide rule is very cool. This has more conversions than I'm used to seeing. And then it does have the compass markings on the outside too. That's cool. 200 meters is awesome. But you got these screw down crowns. Finishing looks so awful. Just horrible finishing on this thing. The hands look really cheap. Yellow looks cool. I like that. I like that you've got the 60 plus deal where 150 minutes is 2.5 hours. It shows you that right there. That's very handy. It's a cool watch, and therefore, you know, I put it in as a wild card. I would love to see this thing do excellent in the end. I will leave it at that. Only 13 millimeters thick. That's a surprise. It looks like it would be super thick. Yeah, so it's about average thickness for a quartz chronograph, which is a surprise. I thought it'd be thicker than average. Date complication. Yeah, lots of cool stuff on here. Case back is extremely plain. Total score of 81. In 23rd place is the Bortovi Chronograph U1174. $824, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Sweet looks on this thing. Bullhead chronograph. Okay, so we've seen two now. There's the Smiths and there's this one. 12 o'clock crown for the internal rotating bezel. It's a dual time bezel with half-hour marks indicated. Excellent. 30-minute subdial. Those two together are just as good as having a subdial with the hours. You just put the triangle over the hour and you're recording hours with that, and then your minutes are recorded on the subdial. Yeah, I actually think I like that better. But I really like just having a dual time bezel with a 30-minute subdial. That's totally suitable. Yeah, and then you can do dual time. That's the point of that. You get the added function of being able to do dual time if you like, which a lot of times pilots like that. You know, you're done flying, you go out to dinner, whatever. You go to the hotel. It's nice to have that dual time. It's really sweet. This is kind of thick though. It is rather thick at 16 millimeters. The average again for an automatic is 14.8. So it's about a millimeter thicker than average. Very plain case back in that Flieger style with the little table thing. Oh man, with the Cyrillic, that looks really cool. 5 ATM. Let me zoom in. Voda Dnieper. Voda is water, so yeah, that makes sense. Voda Dnieper. Yeah, this is a really cool one. Total score of 81. 24th place is the Zeppelin 100 years. 86184, $1,402, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Yeah, this is up in the game. We've seen a lot of Zeppelins that are quartz watches. Let's zoom in. The quality on this one is noticeably better than the quartz ones. They upped their game. The dial printing is more precise. You've got these radial subdials. The green is just glowing, apparently. I don't know what they did to the dial, but it looks amazing. It looks really, really cool. They boarded the date window. Yeah, the printing is more precise than I normally see on these Zeppelins. You have the telemeter in kilometers, you know, so it's just a 20 scale, which does give you decimal time, sort of, because this would be 3.5. You know, you just divide these by 2. So this would be 7. 0.7 of a minute if the second hand stops here. That's kind of cool. Tachometer, yeah, 30-minute subdial, nice 12-hour scale here. Why on the elapsed hours do they have all these marks? Just give us the half hour. We don't want all these. Each one of these indicates 10 minutes, 10, 20, 30, 40. No, this is incorrect information. You don't want that with the hour. That's wrong. Shouldn't be there. Let's look at the case back. Yes, it's looking good. I mean, it's kind of a Spartan movement, kind of plain looking. A lot of just silver stuff. Rough silver levers and stuff and flathead screws that are gigantic. Not the prettiest movement by any means, but there it is. Total score of 81. 25th place is the Echo Nutra Cortina 1956 Chrono GMT. $1,890, 40 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. But yeah, you get a telemeter, you get the 30-minute subdial. Here's your elapsed hours. Case back's very plain. Score of 81. In 26th place is the Archimede Pilot Chronograph, $1,592, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yes, a beautiful looking Flieger here. I like that the running seconds is smaller, the elapsed minutes is bigger. That's what you're going to use the chronograph for, so make it big. Got your hours here. Nice cone crown. 6 o'clock date is looking cool. The blued hands are nice. The blue hands, I don't know if they're thermally blued. Rivet on the strap, contrast stitching. This is really looking the part. It looks so darn good. Here's the case back. They used blued screws on this one instead of just the silver screws you normally see. That's nice. Signed rotor. And I've chosen as a wild card for the final runoff. Thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. And it's a Swiss movement. They don't say Swiss on the dial, but it's a Swiss movement inside it. It's a German watch company. Total score of 80. 27th place is the Main Skymaster 38 Mark III MCR, $1,903, 38 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This is awesome, or excellent dual time bezel. Got the 30-minute subdial. This is looking good to the elapsed hours. So you can definitely use this for dual time, and you don't have to worry about like, oh, I'm using it for timing or I'm using it for dual time. You can do both because you have the elapsed hours here. I really like that. You get your minute Arabics on the dial, nice dome crystal, very minimal text on the dial. This is looking good. Some kind of texture to the dial. I like this just off-white. The printing is crisp. This is not totally black either. It's like a slate. Yes, do that. This is fantastic. The case is really interesting, the way it's shaped. Thinner than average. Well, okay, for a hand wind, what's the average for the hand wind? Hand wind is 13.6, so I guess technically thinner than average. Is 13.4, but only ever so slightly. Look at the movement. Good grief. That looks so good. I mean, they probably upped the contrast on the image. This pink is like otherworldly pink. It's not that pink in person, but this is a cool looking shot. Beautiful photograph here. I like the striping on this big plate. It's looking darn good. Only 38 millimeters. Yeah, maybe I'll do a top 5 of like smaller ones as a top 5. This would be a super contender, 38. Total score of 80. In 28th place is Steinhardt Nav B Chronograph 42, $1,194, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. This blue is looking really good. Chronograph is looking fantastic. I like the Flieger triangle and dots at the top, standard Arabics. Gold rotor on this, yes. I'd love to see a gold rotor. Strap looks good too. It's about a millimeter thicker than average at 16 millimeters. Total score of 80. In 29th place is the MEC CH1 automatic chronograph, $1,404, size of 43 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. We don't need an elapsed time bezel. Get that off of there. You have a chronograph. Put a countdown bezel or dual time bezel. Otherwise, something notable. Wow, very thin. At 12 millimeters, it is almost 3 millimeters thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. I'm sure part of why it's thinner is that they don't have a display case back. They have a solid case back. Some cool Italian on the back. I like that. Minute Arabics here under this apparently hugely domed crystal. Day date, that's nice. It's a good look. Total score of 80. In 30th place, the last of the good grades, is the Talker Air Defender. 1,000 even, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Got an internal rotating elapsed time bezel. You know, make it a slider roll, make it a dual time, make it something else, in my opinion. Chronograph looks good. It's looking very cool. These hands are not going to look so great against the silver dial. I called it medium contrast. Maybe it should be low contrast. Cool looking case back. Total score of 80. In 31st place is the Baltic Tri-Compacts, $1,790. Size of 39.5 millimeters, 50 meters water resistance. It's got that retro look, a little bit smaller in size. The average diameter of chronographs in the video is 42.5. So yeah, it's definitely smaller than average, 3 millimeters. Smaller than the average chronograph in the video. Silver hands on a beige cream dial. No, don't do that. The applied indices look very good. They have some nice shape to them. They're not totally flat. Although this 2 looks slightly shorter than the 1. I think that's a mistake. Baltic watches definitely get high style points. Tachymeter, meh. They let you go a little bit past the hour. That's kind of cool. Because yeah, we don't need to see the 700 or whatever you'd have here. Nobody's going 700 units of something an hour. I mean, maybe they are. What would you be doing that's 700 units per hour? That's only like 5 seconds long. Like blowing your nose, that you'd be doing 700 of that an hour or something. I don't know. I don't know what you time and you get the 700. But yeah, this is probably more useful to go to 50 here. No date on this thing. Case back is super plain. Manual wound chronograph, but show us the movement. I want to see the movement. That's my opinion. I like what they did with the hour subdial. Total score of 79. In 32nd place is the Gavox Aurora 446.0. $1,631, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I watched a video on how to work this thing. I have no idea. Okay, let's try to figure it out. Moon. This looks like the moon phase. I think that's your moon phase. We'll go with that. The chronograph. What happens when you do a chronograph is you no longer have time anymore. The hour hand turns into the second hand or something. I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Then this is your 30 minutes elapsed. And then I think it's a retrograde. I think your minute hand becomes your hour hand or something. If you know how to use it, I'm sure it's intuitive. You can learn how to do it. It's totally unique. Nobody else does the crazy thing this watch does. Yeah, it's very cool. I give them points for doing something different. Yeah, at 12 millimeters thick, it's a millimeter thinner than average. Let's see here. Timing length, 24 hours. Okay, so somehow it goes up to 24 hours. And you get your hours, minutes, seconds. Your minutes are over here. Or is this the hours? And you go up to 30 hours. Oh, is that why these turn yellow here? It stops up here. It only goes to 24 hours. Watch a review if you want to know how this crazy thing works. It looks really cool. I love the Gavox look. They make really cool watches. This is a fancy one. Total score of 78. In 33rd place, the Junkers Graf zu Kastel. $518, 42 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. Oh man, I feel bad for this one having to get put in this price category because, again, I just took the quintiles, but it's barely scraping in. 510 is the floor, isn't it? So, yeah, this one drew the short straw. We have a day pointer over here. No hours. Yeah, so that's why it's a 78. No hours on this thing. Tacky Telly. Get your Tacky Telly. Get your Minute Arabics. Is that always their logo? I think this is a different font for their logo. I don't know. Very thin. Only 11.7. Almost a millimeter and a half thinner than average for a quartz chronograph. Score 78. In 34th place is the Boulder Enigmas Schwarzfeld. $599, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. I think that's the first one in this price category that has no timing function. I mean, you can tell the time. You can't, do any lapse time with this. Just a plain slide rule. The conversions you usually see, the kilometer to the mile to the nautical to the, whatever the stat is. I forget what the statutory. I don't know. No other conversions. It's just simple. It's a regular auto, so that loses a point compared to, an automatic chronograph. And there you go. They do cool case backs. I like what I'm seeing on here. There's some math on there. Very cool. No date. I like the Fume pattern on the dial. That's cool. Total score 77. In 35th place is the G-Shock Master of G Mudmaster GWGB 1000-3A. $800, 52 millimeters, 200 meters water resistance. And this one's sort of breaking my rule. I didn't really want any connected watches, and I think this one is. It kind of slipped in. I didn't realize till later, and I didn't want to swap it out. I can't really explain why connected watches are forbidden. I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole because it's really hard to evaluate the different things they do. But that's more really like the GPS watches, the Garmin's, the Apple Watch. The things that it's doing on here are normal watch things. It's not some sort of GPS or whatever. But you got your perpetual calendar, you get your compass, dual time it can even do. I don't know exactly how that works. Altimeter is on here. You get alarms, all that stuff. It's huge though. It's crazy huge. 52 millimeters across, 16.2 millimeters thick. Yeah, there's a 53 millimeter somewhere in this video. I forget where. It's probably some Casio. They're cool, but they're just so huge. You really have to want a massive, chunky plastic thing on your wrist with some metal and just weirdness and ugliness. It's ugly cute or something. I don't know. The case back actually looks pretty darn cool. I do like that. Resin band. Total score of 77. In 36th place is the Venezianico Bucentoro 42. $1,592. 42 millimeters across. 100 meters water resistance. Get hours, minutes, seconds. Solid case back with a really cool boat on it. I like that. Medium contrast because silver hands on white subdials is not good. Tachometer. I do like this cross on there. Not the best for pilot. Score 77. In 37th place is the Citizen PCAT. I don't know what that stands for. CB5887-55H. $563. 43 millimeters across. 200 meters water resistance. I don't think I'm going to talk about this very much because I just prefer other Citizens. I think for a pilot, this is not the Citizen. There's better Citizens. Oh, it's got the screwed pushers. I don't like the screwed pushers. And the Skyhawk proves you don't have to screw down the pushers to have 200 meters water resistance. So let's just retire screwed down pushers. Just get them out of here. Case back is the standard Citizen style case back. Total score of 77. In 38th place is the Aeromat IFR 01. $620, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Wow, I haven't seen a day-night in a while. Here's your day-night indicator. 60-minute subdial with no markings, but you do get a slide rule. Crown is really cool on this. Wire lugs, those are pretty cool. Oh, it does look like there's a traditional spring bar. I like the skeletonized hands. That's really useful. I wish more watches would do that when you've got a chronograph. Totally average thickness for a quartz chronograph. No date on this thing either. Yeah, there's a lot of shortcomings to it. Cool strap though. I like to see the rivets and the contrast stitching, the black leather. Yes, that is nice. Very plain case back. Total score 76. 39th place is the Aristo Swiss Aviator Chronograph 7H186, $1,249, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Tiny, tiny little subdials. Look at these teeny subdials. Get your little flicker triangle with the dots. I mean, a lot of them do this. You put the name, then you put the day date, then you put automatic, then you put chronograph. Just got this nice little block of stuff there. I do actually like it. I think it's a good look. I understand why so darn many of these do that exact thing. It does make sense. The faux Tina's not doing it for me. I don't care for that. Not on this watch. Sometimes I do like the faux Tina. Probably 7750 something or other, but very plain looking on the back. It's kind of rectangular pushers, butter dish pushers. What do I call that? 15 thick, which is about average. 14.8 is the average for automatics. So automatic chronographs are very thick. As I mentioned in the beginning, thicker than dive watches. Total score 76. In 40th place is the Alpina Star Timer. $876, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. How cool would it be if you could use this as a timing marker? It looks like you should be able to because there's little grips all around the bezel. It does not move. It is a fixed bezel. I'm mad at them for that. Wow, it's a huge date. Very big date there. Humongous. 30-minute subdial. Only 30 minutes elapsed timing. You get a tenth of a second. Yeah, they're charging a lot for this thing just because it has a pretty dial. I would pass on this one personally. Case back looks cool though. It's a no for me, dog. Score of 76. In 41st place is the Bulva Series X. $796, 45 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. That's a lot of water resistance. You'll notice there's no screw down pushers. You do get 1/1000th of a second. So one of these, I think this gold one, it does hundredths of a second. The silver one does tenths of a second. So you'll see the gold one just whipping around like crazy. It's really something to look at. And when you stop it, this one will flick to whatever the thousandths was. So that's cool. So you do, okay, so right now it would be 0.21. And then if this was pointing to the 4, is the 4 this one? Okay, that's a little confusing. If this was pointing to the 4, then it'd be 0.214. And so that's your thousandths of a second. This one's more palatable than the other Bulova that we saw with the thousandths of a second, but it's still a lot to look at. There's too many design elements at the same time. Got hex screws everywhere, different colors of hex screws. Got rose gold mixed with silver, and the blue, and then this gunmetal. You know, there's this drill pattern on this, and then there's the cutout for the date, and there's this plate that's another color, and you've got the radial thing, and then you've got this like hexagon that's elongated weirdly, and it's too much. It's too much for my head. It's an eclectic style. It's just like throw all your ideas there at the same time. That's too much for me. And it's very thick, 17.6 millimeters thick. Yeah, it's 4.5 millimeters thicker than average for a quartz movement. Probably to accommodate the crazy like Beyblade thing that's happening here. Total score of 76. 42nd place is the Hamilton Railroad Auto Chronograph H40516135, $1,317, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Sweet looking Cyclops. They're magnifying the heck out of that date. I hope that doesn't break off or something. This one's too artsy-fartsy for me too. It's too modern, it's too weird and crazy. All this stuff on there. You get a multi-tack, very tiny in here, and it's covered by all this other stuff, but there's a multi-tack. Your elapsed seconds is missing the markings, so you'll just have to guess. That probably should have been a bigger penalty, honestly. It is a Swiss automatic movement though, and at 15 millimeters thick, it's about average for an automatic chronograph. Total score 76. 43rd place is the Olek and Weiss O&W P104, $1,630, 39 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. There's no timing on this. It's just a regular automatic movement. One of these Swiss ones that's 38 hours of power reserve. Not so great. I like the orange and the black. This is cool, what they did here with the minute hand. Very cool. O&Ws have cool style. And then this slide rule bezel is functional. No triangle at the 60 though. The 60 is just plain. I suppose that's fine. Case back is probably super plain. You can't see it though, they covered it with the Zulu. Total score is 75. In 44th place is the MTM Patriot. $890, 44 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Carbon fiber basket weave is too much for my face. This hour hand is gigantic. Got your day-night still. Get that out of here. We're spending too much money now for having to see day-night anymore. You do get your military hours on the outside. That's cool. Why do we have a no elapsed time bezel? I don't know. There's elapsed time on the dial. You don't need a bezel to do the same thing. It should be countdown bezel or dual time bezel. And here's the case back. They do that dagger, the bayonet dagger thing. Total score of 75. 45th place is the Review Tom & Pilot 17081.6135, $1,099, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters of water resistance. It is an automatic Swiss movement. The finishing looks poor though. I think they've cut some corners. Yeah, even though I gave it a score of 75, I would stay away from this one. That's my opinion. In 46th place is the Seiko Pogue Reinterpretation SSC 947. $725, 41.4 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistant. No hours. No hours timing. Get this darn day-night. Tiny little sub-dial, hard to read. It's not the Pogue. I would pass on this one, personally. There's a dive watch that does this too. Maybe get the dive watch, but not the chronograph one. Or just get a used Pogue. I don't know how much they cost, actually. Be worth looking into. Total score at 75. In 47th place is the Far and Swit Solar Chrono Weiss 2.0. $525, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Rectangular pushers, pink and teal. You gotta like the pink and teal. And the gradient pattern here, yeah, this is, they really captured the like Lisa Frank thing. Only 12.5 thick. That's usually there's some kind of pink here, and there's no pink. So the size is great. Polished bezel's looking good. I like a polished bezel. Total score 75. In 48th place is the Sturmanskia Open Space, $1,185, 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. This is looking cool. I think this looks so much cooler than the Omega, personally. The different colors, got your telemeter, chronograph, 60 baza, yeah. Tachometer with a 60 base, which makes sense. I mean, what else would you do? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Because you want to find out how many you can do per hour, 60 per hour. Why would you want any other base for that? I don't know. 34 joules, Kamya. Here's that case back, looking very plain. Seiko Instruments NE86. There you go, there's a different chronograph movement. There's the NE86 for you. Very cool, but you only get 30 minutes elapsed time. That's the downside with this one. Total score 74. In 49th place is the Fortis Easy Math Compass, $1,195, 38 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. No timing on this thing, it's just the slide rule. You get your pi, your 1 here. They did put 60, not at the top. Okay, so the 10 is over here. Your 10 is at 3 o'clock. That's what they want you to focus on. Probably makes sense. Yeah, you can see this is not a new watch. I didn't put a ton of these used watches in the video, just a few of them. This one was so cool, I felt like I needed to throw it in there. You have a compass on it, so that's really cool. A working compass. And then, oh, I said no timing, but you do have an elapsed timing here, I believe. How does that work? Yeah, I don't know how you change the elapsed time. Maybe it's attached to the slide rule thing. I actually forget how that works. So yeah, I was wrong. You can time something with this thing here, however it moves, which I don't know how. And it's a brass case, as you can see, that's coated with something. Total score 74. In 50th place is the Okean 2209 chronograph. $863, 39.5 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. It's looking really cool, looking more like a racing watch. I love the dual time bezel you have here. Telemeter appears to be in miles. Thank you. Thank you for giving me miles. I don't want kilometers, I want to know miles. How many miles away is something? Yes. Very few of these that do the miles. And with that bezel, you have 12 hours of timing. Hours, minutes, seconds. Yes. Yeah, this is a sleeper right here. Look at the case back. This is what I'm talking about. Yes, the bizarre looking 3133 movement. Polya. The arrowhead bridge here. So cool. Gears for days. Yeah, this is a special one. It's unique. I really like it. Total score of 74. In 51st place is the Oceanaut Men's Flight. $750, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Similar to that Swiss military one that was like $215 or something. But yeah, this is $750 and it's quartz. It's very similar to that one. So, I mean, you can get a red. That's the main thing with the Oceanaut. It's definitely overpriced. 100 meters water resistance, mineral crystal. You've got the internal rotating thing, but knurling on the bezel, like you could twist it, but you can't twist it, it's lies. You've got to use this crown. The timer itself, though, oh, it's no good. Only 30 minutes. Actually, the Swiss military one was better. In the budget category, that one had elapsed hours. So yeah, I would pass on the Oceanaut just because it's too much money. And there's a better one that's much cheaper. Total score of 74. In 52nd place, the Mathy Tissot Type 20 quartz. $764. 38.5 millimeters across, kind of small. 50 meters water resistance. How many does this do here? It's 24. I don't understand this here, but you've got your hours here, your elapsed minutes here. Dual time bezel, very cool. I don't know what I'm seeing here with this big eye. I think it's just for the look. They're just doing it for the look. That must be the just running seconds. Because normally what they do, the one this is trying to copy has a 15-minute elapsed minutes subdial that's very big. I forget which one it is. I'm so sorry. Breguet. Somebody does one with a 15-minute that everybody else copies, but it's just copying the style, not the function. This isn't a 15-minute subdial. Good function on this. I like to see. Well, you have elapsed hours here and dual time. Why not? That's cool. Looking pretty classy. It's only quartz though, and getting close to 1,000. So you can get some. I mean, as we just saw with that Okean, you can get some cool manual winding or automatic movements for around this price too. You really have to justify the quartz when it's so expensive. Total score of 74. 53rd place is the Steinhardt Nav B Mono Pusher. $1,248. 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Seagull 1963 style, only 30 minutes elapsed timing. Cool movement though. Yeah, that's looking nice. I love when they do the gold plate, the Geneva striping. It's probably not Geneva. Oh, it says Swiss. Okay, let's call it Geneva striping. Why not? No, sorry, I'm not precise with my terms sometimes. I don't know if Geneva striping would be any stripes on any Swiss movement. You get a date, that's good. That's better than the 1963. Take that. 1963. The crown is looking cool, very piloty crown. Yeah, Steinhardt's cool. I often confuse Steinhardt and Sterling. Steinhardt appears to be better than Sterling. I don't know how monopusher works. I guess start, stop, and then reset is this push it one more time. Apparently the original chronographs, to reset it, you'd have to use the crown. So I'm glad we don't have to do that anymore. Total score 74. In 54th place is the Liv GX-AC. $1,323, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. The bezel is intense for me. The gold and the black, it's all a little bit intense for me. I want to really like Liv, but a lot of their designs are just too weird. This is bad, what they did here with the hour register. I don't want all these slashes. Just show me where 1 is. And maybe in the half hour. Show me where 1 and the half hour is. So this is the incorrect scale. Yeah, hour marked 60. You don't want 60 marks on that thing. Give me 12 or 24 marks. That's going to be much more useful. Case back looks super cool though. They took a really cool shot of it and they have like the fading here. It's so cool. 15.5. It's almost a millimeter thicker than average. Automatic chronographs are big. That's the takeaway. Total score of 74. In 55th place, the Glycine Air Pilot Chrono 44 GL0358. $1,081, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, the Glycine Air Pilot that just had dual time was in the top 10 for the dual time watches. This thing is not though. It's not in the top 10. It's barely passing as a chronograph. Because yeah, it's just 30 minutes elapsed time. So if you like the look of this, get the dual time version of this. I don't have a case back for this one. It is almost 2 millimeters thinner than the average for a quartz chronograph though. 11.3 is a very good thickness. Total score of 74. In 56th place, oh my goodness. Yay! All right, now I'm ready to talk about this. In 56th place is the Citizen ProMaster Altichron BN5058-07E. I'm gonna call this Gen 2, the Gen 2 Altichron. There's a Gen 3, there's a newer one that doesn't have the rotating compass bezel. It does look cooler, the new one does look fresher. This is the one I like. The one that I have is the one I like. I'll tell you what I know about it. It's very thick, 14.7. There's no timing on it. It says Altichron, but there's no chron. There's no chronograph. It shouldn't say chron. It should just say like Alta Watch or something. I love that it's analog. It's very fun. I mean, I use it for hiking, so when I start my hike somewhere, I'll press the altitude thing and it'll tell me where my altitude is. And then I'll take this triangle, the north triangle, and I'll put it over wherever that starting point is. I go on my little hike, and it'll tell me how many feet of elevation I've done. So if I start here at the 300 and I go up to 400, well, 100 feet of elevation. So that's easy to see. Now, one thing to know about this watch, it is confusing to have this decimal scale, which they have on this chapter ring very prominently, and then on the inside is the 60-minute scale. That can be confusing sometimes, how they kind of clash with each other. They fight. So that is a little bit tough. It can actually go 1,000 feet below sea level as well. But yeah, it's got the altimeter. It's got a compass. It's got an electronic compass as well as a compass bezel. Those two in combo are nice. The reason they do that is because the compass uses a lot of battery, and that way you can just use your bezel to show it. The compass will only stay on for a little bit of time. I forget how long. But that saves the battery. It is a solar battery, so it's solar charging. Just a regular quartz movement though, it's not atomic or anything. But yeah, mine came on a fabric strap, so that's what's in the score here. You can get it on silicone as well, but you should get fabric. Actually, I think the black one's the only one available anymore. Well, from Citizen directly. I'm sure you can find the brown or the green one on eBay if you want. I don't think I have a picture of the case back. Case back is very plain. It's just the Citizen thing they always do. Total score of 73. In 57th place is the Polyot Cosmonaut 3133. $600, 45 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I was supposed to swap these. I forgot to. Okay, so this should be 56th place. That last one should be 57th place. Because the score here, this gets one more point. The Polyot Cosmonaut technically beats the Citizen ProMaster Altichron. 30 meters water resistance, mineral crystal, 30 minutes elapsed time here, but you get the dual time bezel, so that gives it hour, minutes, seconds elapsed time. You've got a telemeter in here, it's the meters one. You've got a date. Case back couldn't be more plain than this. That is the most plain case back you could ever see. Total score 74. In 58th place is the Christopher Ward C63 Valor. $925, 39 millimeters across,
150 meters water resistance. There's a penalty here for minute mark sparse. That could be clearer in my opinion. You do get your elapsed hours over here. That's nice. Seems like a decent watch. Not very piloty looking. This hand is huge. What did I say? Medium hands. Okay, medium hands. That's fine. It's a quartz. Only 11.6 thick, so it's 1.5 millimeters thinner than the average for a quartz chronograph. Case back is super cool. All kind of symbols on here. Approved by His Majesty's Armed Forces. Score 73. In 59th place is the Andersman Chronograph ANN 0631, $1,580. It's a 44 by 44 millimeter, almost a square. It's 300 meters water resistance. You've got your screw down pushers, which I would rather not have them screwing down. Elapsed hours is looking very clear. 30-minute subbed out. It's all looking great. Tachometer, which we don't probably need for anything. I keep trying to think, what could you do other than distance with a tachometer? Because you can time just units per hour on whatever. So what is a really consistent thing that happens? If you're hiccuping, if you're having hiccups, you could figure out how many hiccups per hour you're having. You could hiccup and press the button and wait until you have another hiccup. You could find out, oh my gosh, I have 300 hiccups per hour. Yeah, you could do that. I'll keep trying to think if there's another use for the tachometer. But so far, that's the best one, is counting your rate of hiccups. Let's look at the case back. Yes, looking cool. Probably a 7750 derivative. It's gonna be a great weight, because it's titanium. So I'm estimating under 100 grams for this thing on the strap. That'll be good. Total score 73. In 60th place, the Abingdon Jordan. $719, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I like the 6 o'clock internal rotating bezel crown. So yeah, you have dual time here. It's slightly askew right now, but that's okay. You just fix it there with the crown. Very shiny tachometer bezel here. That looks pretty cool. Does look more racing than pilot though. Seems like a suitable option. Score 73. In 61st place is the Hamilton Khaki Aviation Pilot Pioneer. $1,068, 38 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Elapsed time, no timing. Yeah, this is odd. It's a three-hander with no timing. This probably shouldn't be in the video, honestly. So timing marker, it gets timing marker. It has one complication that's useful as a technical pilot. It's still passing just because the sapphire crystal with AR, 100 meters water resistance. It has some magnetism protection. It's got a lot of stuff the other watches don't have. 80 hours power reserve. Yeah, not a great technical pilot watch though. Certainly not a chronograph. Total score 73. In 62nd place is the MTM Predator, $1,360, 44 millimeters across, should probably be square, 200 meters water resistance. Case is titanium. It looks really cool what they've done here. The basket weave, I really don't care for basket weave personally. I just don't even care for the look. These are looking really plain. Ugh. Yeah, these subdials don't look like high quality. They look like really cheap. Spending $1,300. Screw down pushers are not my cup of tea. What do they call that knife? Anyway, it's the bayonet knife. Score 73. In 63rd place is the Junkers W33 Limited Edition. $577. 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, they've got kind of an Atlas symbol. Somebody holding up the world there. I don't care for these like blinds, these Venetian blind things. It's too much texture for me on the dial. Too shiny with the blinds. I don't want it. That's one thing I don't care about with Junkers is they're really leaning into this lately. A lot of their watches have these horizontal stripes. Not for me. You get tenths of a second. It lasts minutes, but there's no markings. I honestly don't know how this passed, but supposedly a passing grade. Just stick to the greens if you want to get a pilot chronograph. I would stick to the greens, not the yellows. Yeah, this one's subpar for sure. Total score is 73. In 64th place is the Oceanaut Aviador. Price of $850, size of 45 millimeters, 50 meters water resistance. I don't know why I said it that way. It's totally normal. I wonder if you can turn the outside bezel. It has knurling on it. It looks like you could turn the outside. And you've got the internal rotating bezel. I don't know if you can or not. That'd be interesting to find out. You've got the day-night. We're seeing day-night again. At some point in all these videos, we start to see day-night as you go down in score. So that's where we're at now. Here's the orange one. They have some less weird colors. I like some variety in the video, so I put up the orange one. The planes, it's a plane thing, even though it says Oceanaut on it. Well, I guess, there's Navy pilots. And I recommend it if you swap the strap, because the bracelet has no extension. Total score 72. In 65th place is the Shinola Run, $795, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Looking very cool, very classy. Big chunky wire lugs here. I like those. Everything's shiny. It's Shinola, so it's got to be shiny. Argonite, I like this font and the italics. It says Detroit. I love to see that. Caseback is cool. Check out that caseback. Oh, the lugs are like screwed on. Is that how you change the strap? Maybe you take this whole thing off. Oh no, it's got a regular spring bar. It has a quick release spring bar. Only 30 minutes elapsed timing, so it's not the best for a pilot. Score of 72. In 66th place is the Slava Premier Senat Chronograph. $641, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Here's my opinion. It looks really cool. I like the Cyrillic. I like that it says Chronograph. Score 72. In 67th place is the Abingdon Jackie. $681, 41.5 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. With these diamonds, this really is kind of a ladies thing here. It's bigger than the Amelia, but maybe the only difference is this like diamond thing on the outside. Pretty looking dial. You can get a pink one too if you want. It says Jackie right there. Yeah, so not for a dude. Score 72. 68th place, 65th of the ones that it's possible for me to recommend, is the Bulova Icon. Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these Bolovas with the 1,000th of a second. They're all 300 meters. Why did I put so many in here? It's kind of weird. Apparently I recommend it if you get it off this bracelet. Yeah, the design is too eclectic for me. It is sweet to see that thing spinning around. Score 72. In 69th place is the Steinhardt NavB Chrono 2. $1,074, 44 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. It does have hours, minutes, seconds. It's just got a lot of pink in other areas holding it back. The medium hands, that sort of thing. It's very thick, 16 millimeters thick. This one is under the cutoff. Score 71. In 70th place is the Victorinox Airboss Mechanical. $1,150, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. No timing on this thing. It's just three-hander with the bezel. Here's an opinion for you. The red text is looking very dark. Not very easy to see it. I think they would do better with some brighter text. Oh, and here's that case back if you want to check it out. Score 71. In 71st place is the Van Dog Schallmauer Automatic Weiss. $1,841, 42.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Here's my opinion. You don't need an elapsed time bezel when you have a chronograph. Yeah, at the beginning I said I would give a witty or insightful comment about every watch. I since moved on to just giving an opinion or a factoid. So that's my opinion. You don't need the bezel. Oh, let's look at the back. There it is. There's the back. Looks cool. Score 71. In 72nd place is the Vostok Europe Gauze 14 Limousine All-Timer. $675, 45 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I watched a video on how you use this thing. It is not simple. It has an alarm. Does it have a chronograph? Let's see. You have hours, minutes, seconds of timing. But how, you wonder? You have to watch a video to find out how, because it is nuts. See, chronograph is over here. It's a totally different function. This might be one where you lose timing entirely, or the second hand becomes like the hour thing or whatever. It's crazy. This is totally crazy, but oh look, 1 through 12. Yeah, maybe it comes, you get a thing, this is your hours or something. This thing points at the hours. Yeah, watch the video if you're interested. Unique watch for sure. I give it a penalty of minutes wrong scale. So apparently the minutes are not on the correct scale. Maybe your hours and minutes are down here for the alarm when you go into chronograph mode. You'll have to watch the video to find out, but I don't recommend it. Score of 71. 73rd place, the Echo Nutra Cortina 1956 Coppa d'Oro delle Dolomiti. I don't know. $1,590, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's only a 30-minute timer. That's all you get. You've got this tachymeter. It's looking cool. I like that they have a sapphire bezel cover. I wish they would do that more on all watches. They just look so good. Or maybe it's just ceramic. One of the two. It's shiny though. They took a good picture. You get all that stuff I said over here. Dang. Here's my... Yeah, case back is super plain. There's your factoid. Score 70. In 74th place, the Movas Heritage Chronograph. $990, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It looks cool. I like this weird green look it has to it. I love a 0 at the top. That is my favorite. I have a soft spot for that. That way it's AM. We have an AM dial. When you put the 12, you're starting to introduce PM, but you're only giving me one of the PM hours. That's super weird. Let's just put a 0 there. Now it's all AM. Yeah, it's got that tacky. I gave you some opinions. It's a score. Oh, let's look at the back. Here's the back. Back is looking cool. Gold Geneva striped rotor, 34 joules. Total score of 70. 75th place is the Wise Flyboy FL-03T. $710, 41.5 millimeters. Yes, let's use this chronograph. I want to use my chronograph. Oh, it's not a chronograph. It has pushers and subdials, but it's not. This is your month of the year, and this is your day of the week, and here's your date. Sandwich dial, that's cool. They do make this in like Indian or something. Gosh, Farsi or... Yeah, they do some symbols I've never seen before. So that's kind of cool. Caseback has a couple planes on it. They say Flyboy. I don't think a pilot wants this perpetual calendar thing like this, but maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. It scored low on my scoring system. Score 70. In 76th place is the Whitby Intrepid X. $1,550, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Here's my opinion. Too much texture on the dial. Don't need an elapsed time thing. They shouldn't have 60 marks on an hour subdial. Caseback looks super cool though. Total score 69. In 77th place is the Braun Flight Chronograph 4115. $575, 38 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. You've got the hand-heart timing marker. Yes. It says Polyot at the top. Yeah, Polyot or Polyot. So is it a Polyot or is it a Braun? Who knows? Only get 30 minutes of timing. And the caseback looks sort of cool. I would love to see that movement though, whatever movement they put in there. I would love to see that thing. So that's too bad. Total score of 68. In 78th place is the MWF Kirova Chronograph 15-003. $550, 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Very darn similar to the Braun we just saw. Timing marker here. This one's yellow instead of red. Otherwise, very similar. 30-minute subdial. The Braun was nicer. It had a white hand. It's my opinion. This one is... You'd get this one hands down, though, because you get to look at the movement. Yes! I can't see what this says. It's some sort of variation on that Polyot movement, most likely. Yes. Not recommended. Score 67. In 79th place is the Polyot Chronograph Russian Aviator. $525, 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Apparently there's a glucider thing in there somewhere. That's your tidbit, your factoid. Caseback is unfortunate. Hold on, this has the same symbol as the MWF Kirova had. See what I mean? It's hard to tell these Russian watches apart. Yeah, I don't know where one ends and the other begins. Are they all Polyot? Is everything Polyot? I don't know. These colors are not gelling. The hands don't match. It's not good. I like the red, but the green thing is not good. Score 67. In 80th place is a Russian watch that's looking a lot better than the last few we saw, but it has a lower score. It's the Polyot Strela Cosmodrome. Again, Strela, is that a brand? Or is it Polyot? $931, 42 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I like the different colors. You've got a tacky and a telly. You get your day up here. Tells you the number of joules. These subdials look really cool. This just has so much darn style compared to those last ones. Good gravy. That looks so cool. It has some blued screws. Heck yeah. Tossed in some blued screws. That makes it look way cooler than it does with just the silver screws. Not the best timer though. I mean, it's kind of the same story as that 1963, the Seagull 1963. You only have 30 minutes elapsed timing. I would like more elapsed timing than this. Score 66. 81st place is the Sturmansky Polyot Gagarin. Oh my gosh, it's all Polyot. $862, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Dual time bezel is what I like. That's my jam. Elapsed time, no hours. Hey, but there's a dual time bezel. Oh, no, there's not. They faked me out. There's no internal rotating bezel. Okay. Well, if there was, it would probably be a passing grade, but there's not. Here's your case back. How'd I find it? Score 66. 82nd place, the Bruno Sonley? I don't know how to pronounce that. Turin Chronograph. $1,030, 39.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You get a big date. There's your factoid. This is a tenth of a second. Only 30 minutes elapsed timing. Case back is awesome. I've never seen a quartz movement with the case back like this. That is sick. Quartz movement makers, do this. This is so cool. I mean, don't do all this up here. Like, give us a better quartz movement. But show it off. Do the stripey thing. Sign it. Whatever. That is very cool. That, to me, does justify the $1,000 a little better than the other ones we see. The other quartz movements that are $1,000. Score 66. In 83rd place is the Dievas Vortex 500. $780, 41 millimeters across, 500 meters water resistance. I put an elapsed time divey style, but it's also pilot style, just to see how it do. It did not do great, because your timing is only minutes. You're only going to have elapsed minutes. But yeah, this is missing minute marks. So on both the bezel and the dial, that's very poor. Score 63. Okay, I'm going to knock over the apple cart here. In 84th place is the Studio Underdog 01. $600, 38 millimeters, 50 meters water resistance. It's a dress chronograph. It's not a pilot chronograph. I don't think they're claiming it's a pilot chronograph. It's a beautiful dress chronograph. Very cool. I love what they do with the colors. What is this? Blueberry pie or something? They have cool names for their colors. They have the watermelon. They have so many cool watches. I really do like what they're doing, and they're hugely successful. But as a pilot chronograph, it's not measuring up. There's no minutes on the dial. That's a huge problem. Missing minutes. That's a big penalty. They put a ton of blues screws on this ST19 movement. That's a good thing to do. Looks good. Assembled in Great Britain. Love that. Ton of different colors. These are sweet. But not great for a pilot who's trying to do technical stuff. Score 62. In 85th place is the Pagode Pilotage. $605, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Gigantic cone crown. That is cool. That's your factoid / opinion. Score of 62. In 86th place is the CCCP Space Sputnik. $950 for this thing. 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. There's your Sputnik. You get some Arabics. I don't like the colors. They're charging way too much for this thing. I don't know who's going to pay that much for it. Total score is 62. In 87th place is the Onus ON6612-MBK. $695, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I don't like the screw down pushers. It's a quartz watch. Case back is no bueno. No good. Score 62. In 88th place is the Ubnyashov Chronograph F11-31681. Is that the movement? I don't know. $578, 47 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Automatic unadjusted movement with 51-hour power reserve. Sweet. Let's take a look. No. Why'd you do that? Ubnyashov, no. Yeah, would the case back have helped it with points? No. It's only 30 minutes elapsed. Day-night thing. You do get a date, though. That's cool. You get a date worth 1 point. Score 60. In last place, 89th place, is the Denisov Barracuda Limited. It is a 3133 movement. It is $868, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. In the scoring system, I use this as an example as incorrect scale. It's a 30-minute subdial, but what is all this bizarre nonsense here? You have a 60 minutes markings here. So that's very confusing. If it goes to this big slash, how many minutes have passed? Like 2 minutes or something? But not quite. 1, 3. I can't make sense of this. Honestly, I can't. Is this a 14-minute mark? It's not what you want. So that's it. That was all the pilot chronographs. $510 to $1,920 that I included in the video. I'm sure I missed some. Yeah, I'm sure I missed some. So please let me know if you have your favorite chronograph. I'd be happy to score it, tell you how it would do. Here are all the watches. There's some great stuff in this price category. Really cool things. I mean, obviously the Sinn ProMaster Skyhawk. I don't see how anyone could beat this thing. I mean, yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, I think straight digital could be the best because these hands do cover the subdials. Straight digital could absolutely be the best. This is pretty darn close to perfect in my opinion. Other really cool stuff, this Hamilton one, we're not going to see it anymore. I probably should have made it a wild card, but there's a bunch that look like this that end up in the end, like IWC and stuff, so I don't think Hamilton was going to beat IWC. Hanhart, oh, that is so cool. That'll be in the end for sure. that crazy weird Gavox that does strange things. Had a lot of fun. And now let's go to the next price category, premium. All right, Pilot chronographs, $1,920 to $4,300 premium. Let's look at those top 5. In 5th place is the Damasco DC76, $4,246, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Minutes at center. They call this a central minutes totalizer. Here's your elapsed minutes. It's this little pointy thing here. Here's your elapsed seconds. So clear to read. That is awesome. You have a day-night on here. You have elapsed hours. Here's your running seconds. This is so cool. I love what Damasco does here. The 7-hand watch is sick. Just as a chronograph, that's all you get. It's just chronograph with day-night. You do get a date here too. But what they do incredibly well. Caseback is super plain. Damasco does not do fancy casebacks. I like how they do these leather straps. They give a little cutout to make it flare wider. Oh, and I think the case might be ice hardened as well. Damasco usually has hardened steel, so it won't get scratched as easily. Total score of 87. In 4th place is the Delma Heritage Chronograph, $3,100, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You get a tachy and a telly. It's a kilometer telemeter. And a tachymeter, I mean, who needs a tachymeter really? But you get a day date. Otherwise it's like Flieger style. This is just extras on top. 30 minutes elapsed minutes, and then you get your hour pointer here. This is very cool, these numerals with the red borders. A lot of style on this one. The red contrast stitching on the leather strap. Cone crown. There's a little arrow on the end of this running seconds. It's a cool chronograph. Case back shows you that automatic movement. Score of 90. In 3rd place is the Ball Engineer Master 2 Normandy. $4,049, 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. You do get a sapphire crystal with AR coating. You get a twisty slide rule bezel. Yes! But it's 50 meters water resistance. All right. Love to see that. The elapsed seconds is huge. 30 second subbed out. Why is the elapsed hour so tiny? That's a weird move they made there. I would not do that. If I was designing this chronograph, I would not make the hours so darn tiny. They even could have it fill out some more space here and still have these be bigger. It's just it's too small. I don't like it. This hand, whatever hand's gonna cover it, is gonna cover it entirely because it's so small. The slide rule looks really good though. They do this a little slightly different here. I think this might be better than the Navitimer way, the way they do it here. Because you have your kilometer and then your mile here. Regular mile. This is just regular mile up here and then kilometers over here. Yeah, I actually like that better. Display caseback, which often with Ball you don't because they do like Faraday cage or whatever. But this one you get the display caseback. This is cool what they did on the rotor. I love these R's. You know, they set the standard for railroad watches back in railroad times. I should probably be into railroads because there's one that runs through town, through Arvada. I mentioned Arvada history in the past. Yeah, very cool. It's got that ball case. There's no extension on the bracelet though. I think it's a butterfly clasp or something. Not the best. Sometimes Ball does have extensions on the butterfly clasp, but not on this one. Score of 90. In 2nd place is the Hamilton Khaki Aviation Converter Chrono. $2,333, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You get a silicone hairspring. That is fantastic magnetism protection. That's pretty much as good as you can get. Caseback's looking a little bit plain. Believe it or not, it's looking thick from the side here. Believe it or not, 14.6 is actually thinner than average for automatic chronograph. The average thickness for an automatic chronograph is 14.8. Those Valjoux 7750 derivatives are just thick movements. Here are the thicknesses of the movements for your viewing pleasure. Enjoy. I don't remember what they are offhand, so I'm not going to talk about it, but there it is for your viewing pleasure. You actually get a tachymeter on here, very tiny text. I would prefer if they did the 60 plus thing. You'll see that on the next one, so I'll explain what that is on the next watch. And yeah, sorry, this is low resolution image, that's why I didn't zoom in. Red text on a black dial's not usually very good. Oh, and they did like the Ball. They did the miles to kilometer thing like a Ball does. Instead of putting a kilometer slightly to the right of the 60 like a lot of these do, and then they put the mile stuff over here. Miles is just 60, and then you've got, because it's American, let's put miles as 60, and then your kilometers is going to be somewhere over here. That's better. It's a cool choice. Some of the stock photos don't look that great. That's why I took this one here. I think it is a pretty watch. You just have to kind of get it in the right light. Total score of 93. In first place, totally deserving its spot here, is the Sinn 903 STBE 2. $3,730, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Yeah, it's still in my Goldilocks zone. It's at the bottom of that Goldilocks zone, but it's still in there. 41 is a good size for a technical pilot watch. You have a twisty bezel, but you also get 200 meters water resistance. Take that, Breitling. Take that. Breitling is still, to this day, only 30 meters water resistance. This one beats it handily. Although the Breitling, I think, does have better magnetism protection. We'll have to check when we get there. I shouldn't speculate. Okay, I said I would explain what the slide rule 60 plus is. Once you go past the 60-minute mark, once you're getting to 70 minutes, 80 minutes, 90 minutes, 100 minutes, they put conversions here. So 100 minutes is equivalent to 1 hour, 40 seconds. Or 100 seconds is equivalent to 1 minute, 40 seconds. So that's cool. They put it all the way around so you can see all the way up here. 480 minutes is 8 hours. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah, those are cool. I love the black hands. Thank you for black hands on a silver subdial. Yes! That is so much more usable than when they do silver on silver. There's a story behind Sinn and Breitling. Breitling was in hard times after the quartz crisis, so they sold the design of the Breitling Navitimer. They sold the design of the Breitling Navitimer to Sinn. Sinn has full rights to this look here. They're not copying Breitling whatsoever. They bought that IP. And here is that case back. I like that they put the blue, they use a blue column wheel. Is that what that's called? Looks cool. Most brands just have a silver one. The blue looks really good. Yeah, definitely the number one in this price range. Total score of 95. It's a very high score. All right, and here's that distribution for the premium pilot chronographs. Only 85 in this price category. 85 watches. The greens, the good grades, are 49%. Almost half the watches in this category are recommended. This is the sweet spot. You know, $2,000 to $4,000, that kind of price range, you're gonna get a good pilot chronograph. Most likely, well, okay, 49% chance of getting a good one. 40% chance of getting okay. Together, that's awesome odds. 89% chance of getting a good pilot chronograph in this price range. 11% are the ones not recommended. Some of these C's might be stinkers too. We'll see when we get there. And here's the overall, here's all the watches. Take a look. Some cool ones in here for sure. See the Ball Space Master. That's really cool. Oh, it should have a wild card. I think those didn't make it on here. Oris Big Crown X1 calculator. Coolest looking Oris watch that I know of. Marathon, that's really cool. Are there famous ones? What are the famous ones? Are there any that I'm roasting that people are gonna be like, oh, sad that I roasted it? I don't think so, not in this category. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be mostly pretty good news in this category. If you don't see anything you're interested in, please skip ahead to that luxury category. Otherwise, keep watching with me. We're gonna start at number 6 here and go all the way down to 85. And here we go. In 6th place is the Sinn 206 Arctis 2. $4,280. 43 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. I don't want an elapsed timer when I have an elapsed timer on the chronograph. Redundant, it's duplicative. This should be a countdown timer. I do like the slashes go all the way around. That's very useful. AR, that's some gas that's in there. You can put capsules in here. Argon capsules will suck up the moisture, so you won't get fogging when you go in extreme cold from regular temperature. That's good for a pilot. That's very good for a pilot. It's kind of a divey look, and 300 meters water resistance is too much. I don't care for screw down pushers. Never having tried it, I don't think I would like that because it's gonna prevent me from starting my chronograph when I want to. 17 thick is way thicker than average. The average is 14.8, so this is a couple millimeters thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. Case back looks pretty normal. Some nice blued screws here. That's good to see. Goes down to minus 45 Celsius. That is very cool to see. Do that capsule probably. Total score of 90. In 7th place is the Sinn 910 SRS. $4,228, 41.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. They put a tachometer on here, but look at the precision. You never see so much precision in your tachometers. This is awesome. 68, 67, 66. You're really gonna know how many units per hour when you're timing units per hour. This is beautiful too. I use this as an example of the way to do an elapsed hours. So clear, so precise. I love it. The black hands on the white dial. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I love black hands on a white dial. We just don't see enough black hands on watches. These are so precise. They're very thin, but they still look good. Sinn knows what they are doing. This looks so darn good. And it's a multi-tack, meaning you can do 2 minutes. So if it takes 2 minutes, that means there's 30 units per hour. 1.5 minutes means there's 40 units per hour. You do get the date. Case back is looking cool. Again, they blued this column wheel thing, whatever that is. I'm guessing it's a column wheel. I might be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that. Beautiful chronograph, score of 88. In 8th place is the Leico Kiel2 chronograph top grade. $2,820, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, here we go. Here's the top grade movement. Well, that might not be a picture of the top grade movement. You can choose what grade you get. But the top grade has a glucidur something. Something is made of this material that is, they say is amagnetic, even though it has iron in it. But it's more anti-magnetic than normal, whatever they would use, steel or something. Just a regular Flieger style. I love this style. A lot of watches do this. Day date, 30 minutes elapsed here, and then hours down here. I love it. The rivets, you know, classic Flieger pushers. I call them IWC pushers. IWC doesn't have any claim to these types of pushers. It's just like a Flieger style. Nice diamond crown. Yeah, this is looking good. I've chosen it for a wild card, so it'll be in that final runoff. Total score of 87. In 9th place is the Ball Engineer Hydrocarbon Space Master Orbital 2. $2,900, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. 22 protection points, exceeding the points allocated by 2. So it's very, very protected. Don't have to worry about that. Utility points, not quite as high. But it's still suitable for your pilot watch needs. Just no slide rule or anything. You have a compass bezel. You have compass markings on the inside as well. I don't think we need that when we have the bezel thing. What's that for? Maybe for doing conversions, like direction conversion. If you're going to turn 90 degrees from where you're at, you can find that easily somehow. You're heading south and you want to turn 90 degrees to the right. You can twist this 90 degrees to the right and it'll show you go east instead. I don't know, maybe that's what it's for. Cool Cyclops for the date. You get a GMT hand, they call it GMT. I don't like calling anything GMT unless it has GMT functionality. I said that 1 billion times in the Traveler Watch video, so. But no, a GMT has the ability to check the time in any of the 24 principal time zones by putting its offset at the top. That's not how you're going to use this. This is a dual time hand. Just set it to the alternate time you're interested in, which maybe is GMT if you're a pilot, but probably not. It's probably back home or something else. Cool tritium illumination here. I haven't seen what this looks like in the dark. I bet it's really cool. The crown cover, that's really cool. That's not in the scoring system, but that's more protection. 18.3 thick. What? Yeah, let me do the math here. Okay, 2.5. Is that 2.5? Okay, 14.8. 18.3 minus, okay. 18.3 minus 14.8 equals 3.5. It's 3.5 millimeters thicker than average. Crazy. Crazy. Here's that case back. Off, on. What does that do? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think you twist this and you get to see what's underneath or something. You can open and close the Faraday cage. That's what I think it does, but I don't see how it would do that. Very robust watch. Stupidly thick. You do get an extension on that H-Link bracelet though. Score of 87. In 10th place is the Sinn 900 Pilot S chronograph. $4,290, 43 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. I think this is the only watch in the video where you get every single minute indicated with an Arabic. So you can see it's 34 minutes or 34 seconds. That's very cool. You also get a dual time hand. You also get the moisture capsule. You get your hour scale with the half hours indicated. Love to see that. Elapsed minutes. Everything is so clear on here. They do nice thin hands. Sinn, every time I see what Sinn does and I evaluate it critically, I'm just so impressed. All the little elements they take into consideration. I've mentioned in prior videos, nobody uses gray enough. Look at the gray. It just makes it slightly less prominent. It looks good. Some of these are gray. It looks so cool. Now, all that said, the design is not doing it for me. This strap looks really cool. Very plain case back. They do not care about making their case back cool. That's probably fine. Yeah, in the final runoff, I do actually have a round for case back because with these pilot watches, I do think you want to look at your cool chronograph. That's part of the whole thing. It should have a cool case back. If you're getting a technical watch, you should be able to see that cool movement. But yeah, this is an excellent choice. Total score of 87. In 86th place is the Damasco DC57, 2,227 bucks, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's ice hardened steel. I believe this is a full loom. That's gonna look so good. Germans know how to make their pilot watches. That is obvious. But this is too bad. Between, up to the 10, you're gonna be counting. If it's 8 seconds, well, that's not a big deal. If it's 6 minutes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you have to count it. The 5 should be thicker. These are also too close to the same. The half hour should be thinner marks. I do like seeing date here, that's good. Case back, super plain. A nice Flieger watch. Score of 86. In 12th place is the Oris Big Crown X1 calculator. 3,950 bucks, 46 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Slide rule is looking good. I love to see that triangle around the 60. You get the 60 and the triangle. Very few slide rules get this right. This is excellent. 30-minute subdial. Here's your hours. Very nice to see the half hours indicated. The hands are nice and small. The main hands, though, the sword hands, those are too big. It's more than a half a millimeter thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. You're going to get that Oris rotor with the red. They have some conversions here. That's pretty cool. Total score of 86. 13th place is the Marathon CSAR chronograph. 3,942 bucks, 46 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. I think that's chronograph, search and rescue. The C might stand for something else. Tritium hands on this, very thick, 17 and a half, almost 3 millimeters thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. A little bit forgivable because they have the tritium, and that makes it taller hand stack. It makes a thicker watch with tritium. But yeah, you get your 30 minutes, you get your hours with the half hours indicated. Excellent. We don't need the elapsed timing bezel though. Give me a countdown or give me a dual time. One of the two would be way more useful than this thing. I mean, okay, I can see why if, for example, you have a flight that's going to be 2.5 hours or something, maybe you press that button at the beginning of the flight, but for some reason you want to time something else during the flight, I guess then there's the bezel. That's why you have 2 timing functions. Okay, so there is a purpose that I can think of. I just think the other 2 would probably be better. Dual time or countdown. Case back is going to be completely plain. We've got some designations on here for military. Total score of 86. In 14th place is the Sinn 103. 4,260 bucks, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Dual time hand is skeletonized. That's nice. Diapol, I don't know what that means. All right, let's look here. Cool looking movement. Again, with the blue column thingy. This is looking really good. Similar to that other one. Oh, you can get it on the bracelet and there's an extension. Sorry, I have the wrong picture here. Total score of 86. In 15th place is the Olek and Weiss Navicron. 2,531 bucks, 39.5 millimeters across, 500 meters water resistance. What are they smoking? Check it out though. You don't need screw down pushers. It's 500 meters water resistance. You don't need that thing. What is this over here though? There's something back here. What is it? I have no idea. But here's your dual time bezel. I love a dual time bezel. What is this though? 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're trying to allow you to time something up to 20 minutes or something too. I guess you can. You can time up to 20 minutes and you can also do a dual time. Okay. Why not? They did it. They even indicated the half hours with these dots. That's cool. I like that. 16.8 is 2 millimeters thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. Very plain case back on this thing. Fotina actually looks pretty cool on this one. Total score of 86. In 16th place is the Müller Glashütte Terrasport 1 chronograph. 3,499 bucks, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I apologize if I did the umlaut wrong. I'm just trying to do it. I think it's fun to try. I like the red highlights. There's a lot of red on here. That looks really cool. Something charming about it. I like their logo with the little semicircle for the text. But it's got screw down pushers. Blah. Only 100 meters water resistance with screw down pushers. O&W did it with no screw down. How? What technology are these guys not aware of? Here is the movement. They did a cool thing with the rotor here. It's got speed cuts so it can whip faster or something. I don't know what this is though. I haven't seen. Again, I'm ignorant about movements. I will admit that. It's a 62-hour power reserve, so this is something fancier. Look into that if you're interested. You know what? I could check over here. Müller Glashütte. Okay, I know what this is. It's a Müller MU9413. but it's based on the Sellita SW500, so, which is based on the Valjoux 7750. So these are all kind of derivatives of Valjoux 7750. Even if it says, oh, it's the Mula MU9413. 9413, wow. Wow, they went through a whole lot of versions before they got to 9,413th of their attempts to make an original chronograph. It's kind of silly. They're all just based on the Valjoux, pretty much. Very cool watch, though, and it's thinner than average, too. Millimeter thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. Longer power reserve than you usually see. They're doing cool things at Mula, for sure. Total score of 86. In 70th place is the Aviator Aerocobra P45. $2,200, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Really cool looks on it. It's looking industrial with these yellow things, like caution signs. It's a tacky telly. You get some magnetism protection. You get your hour subdial, 30-minute subdial. That's nice. Day date. Case back has a star on it and some kind of airplane. P45, whatever that is. Apologies for my ignorance. It is a Swiss automatic movement in this thing. They say Swiss made. Interesting. This is definitely a Russian brand, but somehow Swiss made. Fully 3 millimeters thinner than average. 11.8 millimeters thick for an automatic chronograph. That's probably the thinnest. I don't know. I haven't checked. Okay, actually I do have a chart here. There is one that's down to 11. There's at least one that goes down to 11 millimeters thick. This would round up to 12. But it's uncommonly thin for an automatic chronograph. Score of 86. In 18th place is the Paul Pico Gentleman Chrono. $2,499, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Don't you dare use this tachometer to measure anything other than kilometers. That's the only thing you can use it for. Darn it. 16, yeah, your speed, kilometers per hour. 16 millimeters thick. Wow, what a contrast with that last one. It's a millimeter thicker than average. Good form factor though. Case back is looking really cool. They did their blued screws, gold rotor. They signed it. This is looking cool. Total score of 86. In 19th place is the Breitling Pilot Power Reserve. $3,646, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. They say 15.9 millimeters thick. It's a millimeter thicker than average. I like that the triangle is like divided in half here. That's cool. It's a chronometer. It has a power reserve on it. That's really cool. These little lines here are aviation inspired. You get the Kit Kats at the 369. Yeah, I guess here too. So it's sort of like a sector thing going on. The hands are really cool. They're divided in the middle as well. The case back is exquisite. They took a really cool picture, but you know, the ring of the case back looks so good with all this stuff in relief. They clearly spent a lot of attention on that. And look, there's some kind of like snowflake here on the crown. It looks so good. The rotor is super cool. It's got an airplane on it. Breitling is a sweet brand from what I can tell. Total score of 85. In 20th place is the Guinan Flieger Chrono. $1,965. 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Lapse time bezel, won't harp on it. Millimeter thicker than the average for an automatic chronograph. The plainest case back there ever was. Actually, it has some words. We've seen blank case backs. So this one isn't entirely blank. It says Frankfurt and stuff. Yeah, Flieger style pushers here. Crown guards. It looks pretty cool, actually. It's definitely a suitable chronograph. Much nicer than anything I own. Total score of 85. In 21st place is the Sinn 144 STSA. $2,740, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. It almost looks like it's a central totalizer, but it is not. This is the second hand. Very pronounced second hand. It's got that racing Top Gun Maverick thing going on. Looks cool. 15 pulls. Whoa. Whoa. I forgot to give it credit for this. I only am just now realizing it. It's got a pulsometer here until the 50 mark. If the 15 pulsations takes 10 seconds, then they're 90. Pulse of 90. Yeah, I apologize. I didn't realize that. That's, I think, an extra point. Let me check. Pulsometer is 1 point. Yes, this would be an 86. That is very cool, though. And why not? Who needs to know more than 190 miles per hour? Or 190 units per hour? Yeah, put your pulsation here first. Very cool. Day date. This is cool. It's a very cool watch. Case back is looking okay. Sinn case backs are better than average, for sure. Only just, though, with this one. The blued screws, that's what I'm talking about. Blue screws is a step up. Bead basted case. Lugless case looks pretty darn cool. Total score of 85. 22nd place is the Armand Nicolet MM2. 3,250 bucks, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's very shiny. That polished bezel's looking really good. The orange with the blue is looking fantastic. Here's my Broncos watch. Thank you, Armand. Appreciate it. No running seconds, apparently. That's probably okay. I don't know if you really need a running seconds. I don't know. Actually, their logo could go over here and you could put the seconds there like everybody else does. It might be better. This is a unique look, just top-bottom thing. It's a bicompax, but vertical. That's what the Valjoux movement does, is vertical. Going out on a limb and saying it's Valjoux inspired here. Only 12 millimeters thick. Awesome. Good job, guys. 3 millimeters thinner than average. That's great. Seems suitable. Score of 85. In 23rd place is the Baum and Mercier Classima 10783. $3,200. 42 millimeters across. 50 meters water resistance. Pushers are sticking out very far. I like the green. It does look a little bit sparse, though. Maybe that's because we just have minute marks on the outside. There's no tacky. There's no... It's more of a dress chronograph, but you could use it as a pilot. That would be okay. I think it's suitable for a pilot. 1.5 millimeters thinner than average. That's nice. Caseback's nothing to really get excited about. These 7750s just aren't that exciting to look at. Bunch of steel levers and flathead screws to look at. Total score of 85. In 24th place is the Raymond Weil Freelancer Chronograph. 3,795 bucks, 43.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's looking like a racing chronograph. Suppose that's okay. I do like a radial pattern that's black on a dial. You know, like the Hamilton khaki field automatic. Kind of looks like vinyl. I do like that. Blued screws. Caliber RW 5030. They made their own caliber. No, they didn't. It's the same darn thing as in all the other automatic chronographs, practically. No date on here, though. They left the date off. That's too bad. Oh, I was just saying with the 7750, you got to go vertical. Well, I guess you don't. Maybe that's what they changed. They put the 30 over here. Yeah, it's a different look. Okay. Total score of 85. 25th place is the Brellam Pandial LE.5. 3,267 bucks, 43 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Yeah, the other one was more the pilot one. This is maybe more racing. I really like the lime green. That looks cool. I don't know what their logo is, but I like it. Is it Dragon or something? Swiss made. All right. Beautiful movement. Man, they really do a great job on this. A great job photographing it, but also just, like I said, the relief on the outside and then the gold engraving on the rotor. It looks really cool. They tell you the beat rate on the rotor. They know how to make the back look really nice. That is for sure. These screws are sort of rounded on the head. They're not just rough finished. It looks good. You can tell even from far away it looks good. And there's a telemeter on the inside. That's cool too. Total score of 84. In 26th place is the Bulova Chronograph, 2,495 bucks, 42 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Yes, telemeter in miles. Thank you, Bulova. Yes, I want to know how many miles something is away. And the thing they told you as a kid, you count the amount of seconds, and that's about how many miles away it is. It looks to be about true. If it's 5 seconds away, the lightning, it's about. Is that what they told us? I guess it's about a mile every 5 seconds. Interesting. Movement looks cool. Whoa, signed by Joseph Bulova? Is that Joseph? I can't read this guy's handwriting. Yeah, it's probably Joseph Bulova. 1875. He signed this in 1875. Dang. Yeah, Joseph Bulova, Swiss made. Cool. I love seeing his signature on there. That's very cool. They even signed the crown. I love the navy blue hands on the silver dial. It's kind of a navy look, like a navy chronometer thing. What do they call it? Cool look. Leaf hands. Score of 84. In 27th place is the Young Hans Max Bill Chronoscope, 2,552 bucks, 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. It's not necessarily a pilot chronograph. It's definitely a dress chronograph. I still think it's suitable for a pilot because you have elapsed minutes, elapsed hours, date. I think it's going to serve you well. It's a Swiss. Oh, it's not a Swiss movement. Oh, Max Bill signed this one too. Cool. Yeah, it's the gray. They make it black. I forget why I chose the gray one. They don't all have the same features. Some of them have poor contrast or something. I don't remember exactly what the deal is. There's a reason I chose this particular one. Thought it would score the best. Score of 83. In 28th place is the Paul Picot C-Type. $2,650, 43 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. It's looking very sporty, utilitarian, business sort of thing. Bunch of rough steel. The relief bezel looks hokey to me. It's sort of annoying me how many of these I'm seeing with the elapsed time bezels. It does make me wonder, am I way off base here? Yes, I acknowledge you can time two, maybe you want to time two things. So you can start your chronograph for your mission timer and then use the bezel for whatever timing while you're on the flight, I suppose. I would prefer a countdown or a dual time. 16 thick, that's a millimeter thicker than average. Case back is very plain, but you can see how darn thick this thing is. It's a big watch. Yeah, most of these chronographs are just really big. You do get anti-reflective coating on that crystal though, that's nice. I don't like the screw down pushers. Score of 83. 29th place is the Fortis F35 Bicompax. $3,750, 43 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Yes, I had to do this as a wild card. I love this degradé, this blue to darker blue. Fortis, it's just beautiful. It's just a work of art. 30 minutes elapsed time, but actually you get 12 hours of elapsed time with the bezel. Heck yeah, good job Fortis. You get it. You can have a simpler looking watch, and you can time up to 12 hours, and you can do dual time if you like as well. Excellent thing to do. I really love that. I'm wearing a Hemel right now that does the same thing. 30 minutes, but you get the bezel. I love it. Very plain case back. Total score of 82. In 30th place is the DWC Aviator Chronograph, Detroit Watch Company. $2,375, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Oh, sorry about the image. Normally they have cool images. I don't know what's going on here. They put their name at the top. Nobody else does that. And the name of the watch, the brand, you know. This has larger font than the Detroit Watch Company. That's interesting. Big D on the second hand. These tiny little minute markings. I know it's a blurry image, but those are going to be hard to see even in reality. It's interesting that instead of having the subdial chop the 6, they just had the 6 intrude on the subdial. I do kind of like that. Why not? Gives it a different look. Case back looks fantastic. They have an engraved fleur-de-lis in the rotor. That looks beautiful. Got some polished elements. Yeah, they did a great case back. The relief here. Looking good, Detroit Watch Company. Gets my seal of approval. Score of 82. In 31st place is the Müller Glashütte Teutonia Sport 1. $4,249, 42.6 millimeters, 1,000 meters water resistance. This is the deepest depth rating of any watch in the video. I established in the dive video, you don't even a diver doesn't really need 1,000. I mean, you can get 1,000. 500 is plenty for anything you're ever gonna do, but 1,000, fine. But that's the max. So look, no screw down pushers. You can have maximum water resistance with no screw down thing going on at all. Yeah, that's great. So now it's time to take all the screws off all the pushers. Got the tachometer for whatever. Case back actually looks pretty cool on this thing. Sapphire glass. Score of 82. In 32nd place is the Ball Engineer 2 Navigator World Time Chronograph. $3,649, 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. This might be the only world time chronograph in the whole video. There's not many of those, clearly. I'm glad we have one. It's looking good. You get your day and your date. It's an abbreviated day. I wonder why they did that. There's room for the 3-digit. Case back looks really cool. Total score of 81. In 33rd place is the Wempe Zeitmeister Aviator. $3,530, 45 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Suitable Flieger style chronograph. There's so many Fliegers. I said I was going to do top 5 Flieger chronographs. I don't know if I can. There's going to be like 100 to choose from. The case back on this thing is super plain. It doesn't look thick, but it is thick. It's 15.2, which is thicker than average. Almost a half a millimeter thicker than the average for an automatic chronograph, even with the solid case back. I love the weathering they did to the case. The strap looks cool. The canvas, it looks good. Looks legit. Total score of 81. 34th place, another legit looking watch, the Delma Commander Chronograph, $3,150, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance, that's all you need. But get those screw down pushers out of here. I don't want the screws. Get the screw off the pusher. I don't like it. I do like their logo. The Commanders just look so good. There's something about this with the red and the black and the strap. It's so good. I really like it. The font, the very large standard Arabics here. Delma is making a cool looking watch in this Commander. According to watch charts, below average brand strength, though. 4 out of 10. Case back is looking plain. Yeah, not as cool as a lot of the other ones we've seen recently. Total score of 81. In 35th place, the Victorinox Air Boss Mach 9. $2,450, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Okay, they had an Air Boss earlier that had no chronograph. This has the chronograph and the slide rule. That red printing is still not good. Very hard to read the red printing. Why is it a 24-hour red printing? 20. Oh, these are the military time. Cool. Yeah, this is good though. You get conversions on here. It's very thin slide rule bezel, but I think it's still going to work just fine. You don't have to have such a thick slide rule bezel. I like this. It's more slender. Radial pattern looks good. The red, I think this should be a brighter red. It's committing a huge sin here. There's no minute marks on the dial. How many seconds have passed here? 55, 57? Is this 57 seconds? It's not probably 58, but yeah, there's no precision here. We need the little marks to know exactly how many seconds have passed. Hard to tell. Well, 57 and a half would be exactly between the two. But you see, you're having to think about it. Like, what is it exactly? And then the 10, there's nothing here to tell you exactly where the 10 is. When you have the markings, it helps you to know exactly where the Arabic lines up. Because like this 10, where is the mark where it's actually exactly 10? I mean, you can look at the 11 and 9 and kind of go halfway in between and say it's here, but how hard would it have been for them to just put markings on the dial? I really think they should have. And here's the case back. You get the Victorinox symbol on the rotor. It's suitable. I still think it's a good chronograph. The minute marks is too bad. Total score of 81. In 36th place is the Arain Type 20. $3,213, 39 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Nice dual time bezel. I love the font that Arain uses, this rounded font for the Arabic numerals, standard ones. That's cool, they say 23 rubies. But the case back is super plain. Inca block, that's nothing to get excited about. Every watch has that now, it's not a big deal. In fact, I'll show you Inca block. See this right here, around the jewel? That's Inca block, not a big deal. This or something like it is on every automatic movement, practically. The vast majority of movements have this technology. I don't think it's that exciting. Cool looking watch. Score of 81. 37th place is the Wempe Zeitmeister Aviator. WM600004. $3,045. 42 millimeters across. 50 meters water resistance. Yeah, standard Flieger type. Why did some of the subdials are in a different format on the dial? You have subtle variations on the Valjoux 7750 movement. Border date window is looking pretty cool. Case shape is trying to be more modern. It's not really the Flieger thing. Everything they make it seems to be called a Zeitmeister. But here's their building on the back. You can see that. Average thickness, that's good. Score of 81. In 38th place is the Alexander A450-03. $3,700, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Can't really tell what's going on with the case back. It looks like it's an exhibition case back, but they won't let us see it. They decided this was more interesting to us than the case back. Score of 81. 39th place is the Oleg and Weiss Astrochron. $2,755, 39.5 millimeters across, 500 meters water resistance. Deep depth rating there. This is cool what they did with the elapsed minutes. Shading different portions here for your enjoyment. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Cool to see a compass bezel. Awesome. Compass bezel's worth 1 point. Sweet to have that. They have all the degrees marked. That's unusual. You don't usually see that. Very plain case back. Total score of 80. In 40th place is the Tissot Telemeter 1938. $2,125. 42 millimeters across. 30 meters water resistance. It's a kilometer telemeter. You also get a multi-tack. You can do up to 3 seconds of unit per hour measurement. And you get your minute Arabics here too. Nice standard Arabics. Blue hands are looking good. Cool crown actually too. A lot of style with this Tissot. Tissot makes some really cool watches. Case back is looking pretty good. Total score of 80. 41st place is the Junkers 6872-5 JU52 Aviator. Must be the plane or something. $2,512, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's actually bronze. Yeah, most Junkers watches are not hitting for me because the dial has too much stuff. The sunburst is too dramatic. It's too shiny. I like the green hands though. That's a cool move. I really like that they did that. Most brands don't really put that kind of thought into the hands. This looks cool. No slide rule or anything, no tach-meter, just plain score of 80. 42nd place, the last of the good grade watches, is the Review Toman Airspeed Chronograph, $3,500, 43.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Tachometer in here, lapse time bezel on the outside. Hands look a little funny. They're kind of weird. I know they're trying to make them thin, and they succeeded, but they do look a little funny. You get elapsed hours and 30 minutes. They all pretty much have that now. It seems weird to even comment on it because that's pretty much what they all have at this price range. End up in luxury. You're not going to see that many day-night subdial with a 60-minute subdial. You're just not seeing that, really. So this is pretty much the standard now, which is good. It's a superior format. Case back is looking very plain. Total score of 80. 43rd place is the Tutema Classic Chronograph 6408-01, $3,882, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Tutema is like Hanhart with the timing marker, and I like that. Thank you, Tutema. I don't know if it's unidirectional. I really hope not. I'm not doing some dive thing. You're gonna suffocate if you don't come up within a certain time or whatever. The unidirectional thing should never be on anything that's not a dive watch. Most of them are not even that like protective of your timing or whatever. They can still get bumped. What to say about the Tutema? Strap looks cool, that's an opinion. Case back looks nice. The movement, just silver flathead screws though. I like that they skeletonized the rotor though. That looks really good. I have to mention this. When you put 60 marks on the hour subdial, each one of these marks is 12 minutes. Are we really counting 12 minutes at a time? No, it's stupid. I'm sorry for the harsh language. They shouldn't do it. You could put 3 slashes in between each of these. That would make sense, you know, for every 15 minutes. But to put 4 slashes in between for every 12 minutes, that's ridiculous. Total score 79. In 44th place is the Seiko Prospect Speed Timer SRQ 047, $2,500, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This is a fancy Seiko. It's looking really cool. I love this with the hands. The black in the middle and then the strip of loom. It looks so cool. Yeah, some Seikos really are very cool. Most Seikos I'm like, Like the entry-level Seikos don't really do much for me. A lot of times they're fancier models. I'm really digging. It's got the 6R48 movement, apparently, if I'm reading that right. They don't let you see it, though. It's got a closed case back. Circular date cutout is cool. Yes, put a dot in between. Awesome. How come I haven't seen anybody else do this? This is perfect. The little dot. It means that the main hours are so easy to see, and the half hours, it's very clear what they are. You know, some of these ones, they have a slash that's one size, and then they have another slash that's 70% of the length or something, the exact same thickness in between. Do this. Yeah, the dots are clear as day. Beautiful. And it looks like there's a little pipe hand sort of thing on these subdials. Beautiful detail on the Seiko. Vertical linen sort of brushing on the dial. This thing is gorgeous. I love how thin that tachometer is. All of it's under the glass. Integrated case here. It looks so good. Unfortunately, they're not going to let you see that 6R43, 48, whatever the movement was. Probably a pretty plain movement. It's usually what Seiko does. But this is cool. Total score 79. 45th place is the Junghans Meister Telemeter. $3,089. 41 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I like silver with black. It looks good. Black hand, silver dial. This is right up my alley. The red is looking good too. Yes. This is wonderful. It looks so good. Case back is very plain, but that's all right. Cool watch. Very thin, actually. 12.6 millimeters is 2 millimeters thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. Score of 79. In 46th place is the Hanhart Pioneer Tacky Telly. $2,380, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I think I actually like the off-white dial better than this black one. Hanhart pretty much just does these bicompaxes from what I can tell. So you don't get any hour timing. I like the red pusher here. That's very cool. That's a Hanhart thing for sure. Tachometer on the inside, telemeter on the outside. Yeah, this is a really cool choice. I think I like the more plain Hanhart, the 413, better than this. I think it's a 413. Case back is very plain. Total score 79. In 47th place is the RGM 455-T Classic Chronograph. $3,950, 38.2 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. It looks really thick, but I guess that's just the case design and the weird angle they took the photo at. They wanted us to see the screw lugs. I guess that's cool. It's definitely smaller diameter-wise. 14 thick. Yeah, it's about a millimeter thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. They don't let you see the movement though. Solid case back. It's probably not much to look at. Most of these 7750s are not that exciting. It's not as egregious as like when they put a solid case back over an ST19, where the whole point of it is to look at that cool movement. Like this one, you're not missing out on all that much if you can't see it. I still do prefer to see the movement. The blued hands look fantastic. They do a great job with that. And their telemeter is also for a mile. Thank you. Thank you, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I appreciate it. Total score 79. In 48th place is the Breitling Endurance Pro 44. $3,400, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This may be the only Breitling in this price range. I think they're mostly 4,000 plus. It's an older design from what I can tell. It's nice that they skeletonized the hand a little bit. That should be done more on chronographs. Many more of these should have skeletonized hands. Tenths of a second. What crazy movement is this? Oh, it's a quartz movement for $3,400. You can't do that unless you have Breitling on the dial. Man, that Breitling on the dial is adding a few $1,000 to the price of this. Wow. Plain old case back, of course, because it's a quartz. I don't know, guys. Forged carbon case, though. That's pretty cool. And compass bezel. It has a pulse scale in here. Pulsometer. 30 pulsation scale. That's not right. Hold on. Okay, yeah, if you had 30 pulsations in 30 seconds, then that would be 60. Okay, it is true. I mentioned this before. The only reason I would use a chronograph instead of just a regular watch to take a pulse is if I can do it faster. The normal method is you count the number of pulses over 15 seconds, and then you just multiply that by 4. So if it's taking me longer than 15 seconds to take the pulse, then what's the point of the chronograph thing? So do a 15 pulsation scale. That's the way to do this. Total score is 79. 49th place is the Sinn 155S Bright Star. Get out of here, last time bezel. $3,460, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Another Bund strap. There's many more Bund straps in this video than there were in the Simple Pilot Watch video, which surprised me. I thought there would be more in Simple Pilot Watch. This makes sense to me. There's a lot of Bund straps. I like the gray star there. That looks cool. But yeah, only 30 minutes. It says no hours. Oh, you get 60 minutes timing if you use the darn bezel. All right. Plain old case back, super plain. Total score 79. In 50th place is the Zeno Watch Raid Titan Chronograph. $2,797, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Something unique and interesting from Zeno Watch. Kind of a brown dial. The pushers are totally integrated with the case. And then on the other side, they also have these little seams to match. That's very cool. Most of the watches these guys make are just sort of weird. I mean, this is definitely weird looking too, but it's unique. Bracelet is very strange looking. Titanium, the whole darn thing is titanium. So I'm estimating, I don't know, 115 grams, 120 grams, something like that. Total score 79. In 51st place is the Rado Hyperchrome, $2,600, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Looks like a department store watch to me. Get your tachometer. I voiced my opinion. That's my factoid or opinion. Let's look at the case back. Oh, you have some seahorses. That's cute. Score 79. 52nd place is the Hanhart Pioneer Flieger Friday Night Pilot. $2,940, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yes, skeletonized hands look so darn cool. And with the full lume dial, you're gonna love how that looks. Oh man, this is a party watch for sure. Bund strap, the red thing over the pusher. This is cool. Date window is disappointing. That's kind of lame, I'll be honest. Don't have a picture of the case back on this one. Score of 78. In 53rd place is the Sinn 356 SA Flieger. $2,290, 38.5 millimeters across. Very small. 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, on Watch Crunch, there's somebody who's looking for a really small chronograph. I didn't have very many to suggest. I think this was the one he already was interested in looking at. I only suggested ones that were 37 or smaller. Yeah, this is a contender for top 5 small Fliegers. Absolutely. It's looking really good. They did what you should do on a smaller Flieger. They put the subdial all the way out as far as they felt they could. That makes it bigger. It's probably just the normal size of subdials. They just shrunk the dial in around it, so that's cool. They say Flieger on the dial. It's kind of funny. Cool looking movement in the back. Good job, Sinn. It's a good picture. Yeah, this looks like a good choice. It is smaller though. It's losing some points for being really thick and also being small diameter. I mean, it's not even a millimeter thicker than average, but 15.5 is a thick watch, no matter how you slice it. Total score of 78. 54th place is the Longines Avigation Big Eye, $3,850, 41 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Really cool color on this. Okay, is this at 3, 6, 9, 12, 15? It's a normal 30-minute subdial, but you don't have any numbers, so that's going to be annoying. If it stops here, you'll be like, oh my gosh, what is this? Or wherever it stops, you're going to be wondering how much time it is. You're going to have to count it up. This is cool, though. I like the hour subdial. Strap looks nice. Case back is pretty cool, but all titanium. Interesting. Yeah, that's in the score. I'm estimating 80 grams or something. Cool. And that's on the strap, of course. The one this is trying to copy has a 15-minute subdial. But this is pretty cool, too. Score of 78. In 55th place is the Longines Conquest. $3,750, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. If you're looking for a Daytona-ish watch, you know, that style of watch, but a little different take, I think this is a good option. They have some different colors, a gold dial apparently. Not going to be as thin as that Daytona. We'll see the Daytona later in the luxury category. Case back looks pretty cool. They took a good picture at least. They gave the rotor some attention. This is looking nice. 172 grams is the listed weight on that bracelet. There's no extension on the clasp, apparently. Here's a big thing about this one. Silicone balance spring. That is really nice to have. Total score of 78. In 56th place is the Gavril GV2 Contra Secondi. $3,895, 43 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. There's no timing on this. That's the main penalty it gets. Is it just does not have a chronograph or any way to do elapsed time, really. I mean, I suppose you could do hours, sort of, with this thing. That doesn't count. You get a slide rule. Let me zoom in. Here's your slide rule. Internal rotating slide rule. That's cool. The dual time actually is pretty nice. Oh, but they put 4 slashes in between. That doesn't make sense for a dual time. Yeah, I think they're intending you to use this as a timer. And I guess you just multiply the number by 5 to get the number of minutes. So this is 30 minutes. So this is 25 minutes. Yeah, I suppose you can use it that way. Well, that's how they're intending, with 4 slashes in between. It's kind of weird because I guess that's all right. I do like the orange with the white outlined around it. It's very striking. These guys too, Gavril makes some interesting looking watches. The orange crown, it looks really cool. And here's the ordinary movement in the back. It's probably a Swiss movement. Yeah, it says Swiss. 2893, something like that. I don't know what's in here. Looks like you have drilled lugs or perhaps screw bar across this. Again, yeah, Gavril's doing some cool stuff. Total score of 78. In 57th place is the Titoni Heritage Telemeter 94019. $2,400, 41 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Seagull 1963 format, except you get a tacky telly. Very pale blue. I think this should be darker. I don't know, it's a cool look. Let's look at the case back. Gold rotor, looks pretty cool. Only 30 minutes elapsed time, not the best. Total score of 78. In 58th place is the ZenoWatch OS Slide Rule 8557 CALTVD-A1, $3,087, 47.5 millimeters, 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, that's the biggest penalty. It's just how big it is. 2.5 millimeters thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. Only 30 meters water resistance, not great. Yeah, it's really big. You know, 2.5 millimeters bigger than the top of my Goldilocks zone. Dial looks really cool though. The slide rule is nice. Not really seeing many conversions. Oh, you got your stat and your not thing. Go. Your regular. Hold on, it says miles per hour here though. Oh yeah, no, you align the 60 with this other one to do this thing. I don't understand that entirely, but they do have a tach-meter on the inside. Elapsed hours looking good. 30-minute subdial. Case back is very plain. Total score 77. 59th place is the ZenoWatch Extra Large W Pilot Chrono. $2,615, 44 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I really like the orange on this. That is looking cool. Just kind of a Flieger format. I really like that they labeled the subdials. I just prefer that. I think it looks cool, and it's nice to have that info. These hands are nice on the subdials too. The like arrow hands. Looks good. And the cathedral hands for the main one. Like, this is a stylish watch. It's looking good. Case back is decent, I suppose. Total score 76. In 60th place is the Mühle Glashütte Saar Flieger Chronograph Search and Rescue. $4,149, 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This pusher is crazy. The reset button, so huge. Very distinctive. This triangle is out of control. 30-minute subdial has no Arabics, so that's odd. Mula is just a little bit off the wall, and this is no exception. Elapsed timing bezel, which I don't understand since you have the chronograph. Left-hand drive. Date window's looking a little bit weird. They have a skeletonized rotor that looks pretty cool. 62 hours power reserve. Total score 76. In 61st place is the Nevada Grenchen Broad Arrow N. $1,975. 38 millimeters across, so it's smaller. 100 meters water resistance. Tachymeter, 600. You know, I realized what you could use this for. Yeah, I was a barista for like 7 years, and you could do how many drinks can you make in an hour? You could time the time it takes to make one drink beginning to end, and that would be the total. Although as a barista, you overlap them. So yeah, that wouldn't really work so well, would it? I don't know. It would be a cool way to convert it because you've got your shots. You could time them, you know, whatever you have it dialed into. With Starbucks, those machines are so dialed in. But yeah, you can find out how many shots you can do per hour with the machine. There. That's what it is. How many shots of espresso can the machine make in 1 hour? That's what I'm going to use my tachymeter for if I ever am behind an espresso machine again at Starbucks. But yeah, you get elapsed time and dual time on the same bezel. That's cool. I love when they do that. Sinn does that sometimes too. This is interesting. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Don't see that very often. They call it a sea diver. Interesting. Aviator sea diver. Okay. They did the Omega thing. I thought only Omega could do the C and B. It's manual wind. That looks pretty darn cool. Swiss hand wind movement. Power reserve of 45 hours. Very retro style. The darn triangle doesn't need to be so huge. It's going to completely cover this subdial when it's like 2 to 4 o'clock. It's just going to totally destroy any ability to use the chronograph. Total score of 76. In 62nd place is the Oris Big Crown Telemeter. $2,025, 43 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. It's looking dated, it's looking very plain, but it'll do the trick. Medium hands, cathedral hands are a little big. Get that cool red Oris rotor, coin edge case back. Total score 76. In 63rd place is the Hanhart Austrian Air Force AW169M LE. What the heck is this? Leonardo da Vinci's helicopter. That's pretty cool. The colors look so cool. I love this olive green with the gold and the red. It's a sweet looking look. The green looks really cool. Are those Austria's colors? Green, red, and gold? I will find out and put it on the screen. I'm not afraid to admit my ignorance of flag colors of countries of the world. 16 millimeters thick is a millimeter, 1.2 millimeters thicker than average. Case back is very plain. I love that they put this on the pusher. That looks good. Total score 75. In 64th place, the Leico Edition 98, $3,570, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. The blued hands look fantastic. Leico makes good looking watches. I don't care for the bi-compacts. I think Leico has a tri-compacts with date. That's what I would go for rather than this. You know, the Seagull 1963 format. That's just what I'm calling it. They're just copying Seagull 1963. That's what I'm going to say. Don't do it. Case back looks good. Yeah, I have a Leico Type B Flieger. I love that darn thing. It is gorgeous. It was very inexpensive because it has the Miyota movement. But Leico makes beautiful watches. I'm definitely impressed with the quality. And for an automatic chronograph movement, it's almost a millimeter thinner than average. Good job, Leico. Strap looks beautiful. Total score 75. In 65th place is the Vulcain Chronograph 70s. $2,750, 38 millimeters across, another small one, 50 meters water resistance. They're really proud of that Inca block. Not proud enough to show it to you though. You can't look at the Inca block. You know, the little gold clip thing that holds the jewel in. All right, Nevada Grenchen has one. Here, that's your Inca block. It's a little clip thing over the jewel. It allows the jewel to move slightly and instead of popping straight out if there's any blow to the movement. A little bit more flexibility. This is one of the rare ones with a decimal scale. Right there. Very nice. Yeah, they really squeeze this in close. The tachymeter and the decimal scale are right on top of each other. That's interesting. Whoa, 6100 and 6100 match up in both places. It's blowing my mind. I'm sure there's a very simple explanation for that. For a hand winding movement, this is about a millimeter thinner than average, the average being 13.6 for hand winding chronographs. Total score of 75. In 66th place is the Ferrer Cobb Mono Pusher, $2,195, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. The colors are just too much for me with some of these Ferrer watches. They're too whimsical. It's not my style. It's very distinctive, Very unique. It's cool looking. The movement looks really nice. I've never seen anybody engrave a plate with a pattern like this. That looks so cool. And that's a good thing to do with this particular movement because that gigantic plate is like most of the movement. Oh, there's another Inca block for you. Yeah, it's just a standard thing. It's nothing special. You get your dual time hand. That'll be handy, but only 30 minutes elapsed time. So it's a C grade. Total score is 75. In 67th place is the Matthew Tissot Type 20. $4,236, 38.5 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Yes, this is the one that does the 15-minute subdial. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Yes, that's what it's supposed to be. But you can time up to 12 hours because you have this bezel. It's very cool. Very unique. Yeah, if you're going to get a bicompax, this is a cool way to go. Although I don't have a picture of the case back. I don't know if it's an exhibition case back or solid. It is a hand-winding movement, and it's thicker than average. The average is 13.6, so this is 1.5 millimeters thicker than average for a hand-winding chronograph. Don't know why. I do like that they went with white instead of faux tina. That was a nice choice. I applaud them for that. Total score 74. In 68th place is the Longines Pulse Meter Chronograph. $3,475, 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. The pusher is on the crown. Sweet. We haven't seen very many of those, if any. So I like seeing that. It's a 30 pulsations pulse meter, so not what I would choose. I just wouldn't even get one. I should have included the Pierre Paulin pulse meter. I think that one's 15 pulses. That should have been in the video. Oh well. Forgot. Very similar look to this Longines. The thickness of 13.8 is 1 millimeter thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. This is a Swiss automatic chronograph, 54 hours power reserve. And there's the case back. I like that this thing is blue. Looks cool. A lot of engraving back here too. Total score 74. In 69th place is the Junghans Meister Pilot Chronoscope. $3,219, 43.3 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Just bicompax with an elapsed time bezel. I really like the green. I like the numerals. I like the gold. I even like the shape of the bezel. It's a lot of style-wise, this looks really darn cool. Function-wise, I don't care for that. These are huge subdials. It's 43 millimeters, and those subdials are noticeably bigger than most other watches, proportionally to the watch, and it's a large watch. So that's gonna be fantastic. Caseback has a cool laser engraving of an airplane. That looks cool too. Long shafts for the pushers. Total score of 74. In 70th place is the Mito Multifort Patrimony Chronograph. $2,390, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Tachometer, and then Seagull 1963 style. Except, well, it does have the date. It's got the date in the tacky. Extra thick though. 16 is a thick watch. Very thick. From the front, they look so distinctive and elegant even. But 16 thick is not going to be an elegant watch. There's no way. Yeah, the case back does look cool. I like the stripy rotor. Total score 74. In 71st place is the Paul Picot Telemark. $3,995, 36 millimeters across. Wow, is that the smallest? This is the smallest the chronographs go in this video. 30 meters water resistance. Meh. Black hands, white dial? Yes. Roman numerals? Awesome. Yeah, I like this. More of a dress style with the Roman numerals, but I do like Roman numerals. You get your elapsed hours. That's not a dress style. That is sweet. 30-minute subdial. Tachometer. What is the... Okay, right. I'm timing number of espresso shots per minute with my tachometer. That's what I'll do with it. Very plain case back. Cool looking crown though. Total score of 74. 72nd place is the Shinola Mooncraft Monster Chrono. $3,995, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. They've leaned into the 60s thing. This looks so 60s. 1969. The style of it is 1969. The mechanical thing. It's cool. They have their own style here with the lightning bolt. Yeah, Shinola's doing this retro thing. It looks cool. I mean, it's a mashup because it's like a modern looking watch style, but with these retro elements here. Fishing lure style indices. It looks really cool. The movement is sick. I love black stuff on movements. It's not explored that often except in really expensive watches which this is. $4,000 is really expensive, but that is pretty, especially with the gold on the black. No date, unfortunately. And the elapsed time diving bezel. We don't need a diving elapsed time bezel thing. We just don't. Total score 74. 73rd place is the MTM Rad Geiger counter. Get it for radiation. $2,065, 46 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. You guys are probably all screaming at me to stop recording. Just save your voice, Ben. Why are you talking? Okay, I'll stop after this one. Pick it up tomorrow. Cool. Yeah, you get screwed lug bar. That's sweet. But the main thing this does, like the only reason you get it is if you work with near radioactive material, because it has that Geiger counter. That's the only complication it can do. Well, it has an alarm too, but it literally doesn't even have a chronograph, which is really unfortunate. I think it'd be cool if it had a chronograph. I know there's 3 pushers on here, as well as something over here that might just be for symmetry, but I looked at maybe 4 articles on this thing. Could not find anything listing that a chronograph is a function in this watch. Just the alarms and the Geiger counter and the day-night. Why does it say 12:59? I honestly don't know. It's not advertised as having dual time or anything. It looks very cool. Standard combat knife on the back. Much thicker than watches usually are. But apparently to get a Geiger counter this small is like a major technical feat that they did. So 20 millimeters thick with a Geiger counter, that's still impressive. And you can find videos of people actually testing this with radioactive material. And apparently it's totally accurate as a Geiger counter. So that's pretty cool. Titanium case. Humongous, ridiculously gigantic crown. Total score 73. 2 days later, and I'm feeling much better. In 74th place is the Longines Tuxedo. Price of $3,425, 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. It's got a tachometer on it. It's looking very classy. Looking like a tuxedo. Base 1,000, they say on this one. That must be what they all are, is base 1,000. I still really don't know what the base means because it's literally just how many times a certain thing will happen in 1 hour. 13.6 is over a millimeter thinner than average. Case back is looking super plain. They have that hourglass with the wings on it. No date. Total score 73. 75th place is the Isotope Chronograph Moonshot. $2,966, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Got some crown guards here. Really cool looking case. Cool looking colors. Instead of hands, they do these disc things that turn and they just point to what it is. It's kind of cool. 15 millimeters is about average for an automatic chronograph, so that's nothing too crazy. Couldn't find a picture of the case back, but I think it's pretty plain. I said missing minute marks on the dial. Yeah, see, you won't be able to tell what minute it is. And that means that you won't be able to tell what second it is if you're counting seconds. Like they have a little bump every 5 minutes, but in between, what is it? Who knows? It's got a 15 pulse scale here. That's nice. And then your tacky. Total score 73. In 76th place, the Armand Nicolet Chronograph A510ANAA. $3,712, 38 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Smaller one. The darn screw pushers, that's my opinion, I don't like them. Otherwise, looking pretty cool, actually, I'll be honest. I like the ceramic bezel. Score of 73. In 77th place is the ZenoWatch OS Pilot Chrono Observer. $2,758, 47.5 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Very large, that's a large penalty. I think these Zeno watches look very rough. You can tell how big it is. I've said this before because the subdials are set so in, and then you just got this massive dial. It does look pretty cool, but it's very thick, 17.2, 15, 16, 2.5 millimeters thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. Score 72. In 78th place is the Olek & Weiss General Electric Slide Rule. $2,150, 40 millimeters across, 0 meters water resistance. Yeah, it's one of these used ones. Really cool that they made these. I definitely like it. It's a math one, you know, you have 1 at the top rather than 60 or 6. Case back, super plain. It says anti-magnetic. That's cool. It's got a Faraday cage in there. Losing a lot of points for not having any timing function and the acrylic crystal and no water resistance. Those are kind of the big penalties here. For an automatic watch, this is very thin. That's awesome. Total score of 71. In 79th place, the Stova Flieger Classic Chrono, $2,270, 41 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Only 30 minutes elapsed time. Single subdial. It's nice and large. It'll be easy to read. Yeah, it's not great. No date. Very minimalist on this thing. Not the best as a technical pilot watch. Score 71. 80th place is the About Vintage 1988 Flyback, $3,999, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Clearly addressed chronograph. Pointer date down here. I don't care for that really, I'll be honest. Oh, it says Frédéric Constant. Interesting. I didn't know they had anything to do with each other. Really cool case back. Oh man, that is awesome. 32 joules, they say. I like the looks of it. Function-wise, it's below par. These do look nice though, these hands, the applied indices. That's my opinion. Total score 70. In 81st place, the Vertex MP45 C50, $3,824, 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I like this asymmetrical integrated case. Guards over the pusher and the crown. Cool looking color. Case back is looking cool. Otherworldly looking blue screws. They did something with the contrast here. I don't think they're actually going to be that bright. Hands are looking cool, like the lime green. It's kind of a racing chronograph with the tachometer and so forth. Yeah, that's your espresso shot timer. How many espresso shots per hour can you pull? But yeah, that's why you need a multi-tack. You know, espresso shot takes more than 60 seconds, so that's not going to work. I mean, the whole thing, the grinding, all the stuff. Yeah, what witty about this? Oh man, I'm drawing a blank on this one, I'll be honest. What to say about it? Oh, I gave an opinion. I like the yellow. Awesome. Total score 69. In 82nd place, the Devosa Newton Pilot Rally, $2,495, 42 millimeters, 70 meters water resistant. They call it a pilot and a rally. Like, yeah, it's clearly a racing thing, but they're calling it pilot. Here's my opinion. Low contrast is a bad thing on a watch. I love the red though. The cherry red is looking cool. More racing though, especially with these little dimples in the strap. The Devosa case back has this really sweet looking steering wheel rotor. They call it a pilot rally. It's just the rally. Take the pilot off the name. It's not. There's nothing pilot about this thing. Total score 69. 83rd place is the Oak and Oscar The Jackson, $3,150, 40 meters across, 50 meters water resistance. The orange looks so cool on here. I really like that. These bicompacts just don't do so great. You know, Seagull 1963 style watch. Doesn't do that great. This one has a tachometer. Oh, here's the case back. Case back is cool. Really cool looking movement here. I don't know what this is. This manual winding movement. Looks super cool though. 60-hour power reserve. 4 stars. Sweet. Maybe it's been adjusted. If so, that would give it an extra point. It'd be 69 instead of 68. I don't know for sure though. Cool looking watch. Not recommended as a pilot watch. Score of 68. Old Matheson 1919 Sportivo 41. $3,035. 40 millimeters across. 50 meters water resistance. It looks cool. Doesn't score well. 1963 format here, bicompacts thing. You do get a running seconds, but yeah. Wait, what is this? What is that? What is this and this? I don't know what's going on here. I'll admit I don't understand this. So we say no hours, only 30 minutes elapsed time. If this is a day-night, add a point or something, maybe. They don't really show us the case back. Score 68, not recommended. In last place, the lowest in the premium price category is the Zeno Watch Nostalgia Lumi Chronograph 2030. $2,007, 44 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I like the coinage bezel. I like that it's full lume. I like that they labeled the subdials. That's about all I like about it. I like more utility on my technical pilot watch. Total score of 61. So that was all the pilot chronographs in this price range, 2,000 to 4,000 approximately. There was some sweet stuff. Sinn 903, yes, it is so good. It is scoring way above the competition. This ball is actually pretty cool too. The Hamilton Khaki Aviation Converter, we'll see more of that for sure in the final runoff. Yeah, on the summary slide, it appears that I don't have the wild cards indicated. I know Breitling a wild card. Fortis is definitely a wild card. But yeah, that was it. And now I'll go on to the last price category, over $4,300, luxury. Pilot chronographs over $4,300, luxury. Here are the top 5. In 5th place is the Breguet Type 20, 2067 ST, $11,000, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I've hinted at this for the whole video. This is the one with the 15-minute subdial. It's a big eye subdial, so it's You see it's bigger than the other ones. That's really cool. It's got the dual time bezel. It's got a silicone hairspring, which is so nice. Yeah, look, 20 points for protection, totally protected. It actually has 48 marks here on the hour subdial, so you're gonna have great precision. I guess you'll appreciate that with the 15-minute subdial. That'll be very useful. So yeah, you can do dual time, you can do elapsed hours, but you have elapsed hours down here too. Very versatile. You can use it for minutes or hours. You have a lot of options with dual time bezels. I think it's a little more intuitive because you just multiply these by 5 in order to do the minutes. We're used to seeing 3 and converting that to 15, not so much the other way around. Case back is looking so cool. This black rotor. I think this may be an in-house movement. I would not be surprised at 11,000 bucks. Yeah, these are high quality watches we're gonna see in this luxury category. Date window's looking nice and big. I think 42 millimeters is a great size for a Pilot chronograph. This is a solid choice. Total score of 90. In fourth place is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Chronograph. $35,600. 42.5 millimeters, I think left to right, excluding the crown. 150 meters water resistance. It is looking really good. I liked the mane. The mane actually kind of looks like this in its styling. It's got kind of a slate color instead of a black, you know, not quite all the way black. And then the subdials as well, they're not like bright white. So these have the radial pattern, but these colors are not at the extreme ends of the spectrum. They're a little bit in, you know, off-white and slate gray. Looks so good. I really like that. I love the iron cross here. That looks so cool. The date window is bordered with gray. Vacheron Constantin makes a beautiful watch. I would be annoyed with these screw down pushers. I don't like that. They advertise it as having a Faraday cage. Yeah, it's really more of a Faraday donut. It just goes around the outside. Adjusted in 5 positions. Awesome. 54 joules. This is looking really pretty. Yeah, 30 minutes elapsed subdial plus the 12-hour thing. Awesome. That's what I like to see in a chronograph. Thinner, a couple millimeters thinner than average. 12.7 is going to be sweet. Yeah, excellent choice. I mean, who can afford it? But here it is. That's an option for somebody. Really sweet option. Total score of 90. In third place is the Damasco DC86. $4,627. 42 millimeters across. 100 meters water resistance. You've got your central minutes totalizer. And that's the one with the airplane thing here. It's going to jump every elapsed minute to the next one. But it's so clear when it's there. It's much easier to read numbers that are on the outside of the watch instead of on a tiny subdial. So this is awesome. There was another Damasco with a central minute totalizer, but it didn't have the dual time bezel. So this one scores even better than that one did because you have that dual time capability. And you get day night. So if you're on the International Space Station or you're on a submarine or whatever, it's going to be useful to you. Case back is totally plain. Nothing to get excited about really. But yeah, this is a sweet one. Just a fantastic watch. Total score of 92. In second place is the Richard Mille RM 3901 flyback. $122,950. 50 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Sylvester Stallone may be the only guy in the world that has this darn watch. So crazy. All right, let's zoom in. Thank goodness at least it's a high fidelity image here. Flight instrument. This is based off the flight computer that I showed you earlier. Slide rule on the outside, that's to be expected. And then you've got the 60 plus thing, like 3 hours is 180 minutes. That's really nice to have those conversions there for you. This one has a density and altitude scale. It's literally on the side of the case. And it'll show you the adjustments you need to make for your altitude in order to get a correct ground speed reading. Yeah, because whatever calculations you're doing, you have to adjust for temperature. See, we have a temperature adjustment here and the density here, the density altitude. There's another one over here with the yellow one. So much stuff this thing does. The elapsed hours is actually 24 hours. I don't know of any other automatic movement that will measure 24 hours of elapsed time, but this one does. That is very cool. It does have a 60 minutes elapsed subdial though. There's even a tachometer on here with the orange. They packed a ton of stuff in here. That's really cool. There's a dual time as well. Do you see the dual time hand? So there's 4 hands on the central pinion. Big date. And then what is this one? Is that your month? Yeah, perpetual calendar. I think that's your month. It's May 28th. Like, this watch is crazy how much it does. Let's look at the case back. There it is. They like to have black. I think it looks really cool. It's titanium. That's the other thing. Titanium. Like other Richard Mille watches, it has shock protection. There's some sort of suspension system for that movement. You can wear it while you're playing tennis. Like, of all the Richard Mille watches to get, this would be the one, just because of how much stuff it does. I think it even has a lock here for the pushers. Crazy what all this does. Thicker than average, though. A couple millimeters thicker than average. And then, of course, the diameter. It's ridiculously huge, and that's not even including the crown. As for the looks, I don't really care for the looks, I'll be honest. Too much stuff, but very capable watch. Total score of 95. In first place is the Breitling Navitimer B0241 Cosmonaut. $11,400, 41 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, the Breitling Navitimer scores well on its own. This one does even better because it's got the 24-hour movement. So, it's 8:10. It's not 10:10 right here. That's not what it's showing us. It's showing us 8:10. Yeah, that extra little bit, the day-night, because day-night is shown here on your primary dial, that pushes it up to 98. The regular Breitling Navitimer gets a score of 94, so that would have been in third place. But as I mentioned before, I only like one from each brand in the top 5. Still only gets 30 meters water resistance. And we've seen other watches that have more than this. For example, the Sinn 903, beats this handily. So I don't know why they're still having 30 meters water resistance. Supposedly that was a problem for one of the astronauts who, landed in the ocean as they do. It was a problem for him that he had 30 meters. I think he wrecked his watch. So it'd be better if it had more water resistance than 30. Has some good magnetism protection here. Not the best though. It doesn't have the silicone thing. So clear and beautiful. Breitling basically invented the chronograph as we know it, where stop start is up top, reset is down here. Before he did that, people were resetting with the crown and stuff. But after Breitling introduced this, everybody else just did the same thing, and that's still what we have today. This Navitimer is legit, definitely legit. Oh, I haven't shown you the case back. Here it is. First Swiss wristwatch in space. That's what they say. Navitimer Cosmonaut. It's looking really cool. This case back is amazing. Whatever movement's in here is absolutely amazing. Breitling has a ton of awesome watches, but in my opinion, this is the best one for a pilot. Total score of 98. All right, and here's all the watches that are going to be in this round. You see there's 86 of them. Ton of greens. 60% of these are greens, good grades. Yeah, there's a lot of awesome watches in this price category. Yep, here's that distribution. B- spike. No longer a C spike, now we have B- spike. Again, 60% good grades, 23% in the yellow, and then 16% are bad grades. Don't get those red ones, in my opinion. All right, let's keep going with number 6. In 6th place is the Breitling Navitimer B0143. $9,550, 43 millimeters, 30 meters water resistance. So yeah, it's going to be large on the wrist for sure. Only 13.7 millimeters thick though. That's, okay, it's an automatic, so yeah, it's a millimeter thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. That's awesome. I like the black hands here on the white. Some of these models, they don't do that, so make sure when you look at it, make sure you get the one with high contrast like this one we're seeing right here. The case back looks super cool. Breitling does a great job with their case back, with their movements. I think it's an in-house movement, has anachron something or other in there that helps with the magnetism. The date here is at the bottom of the subdial. I do like that. Sinn 903 puts their date over here. I do like this one better. It's a chronometer, so that's awesome too. Chronometer, 70 hours power reserve. Oh, and it's going to be a wild card for the final runoff. Total score 94. In 7th place is the Breitling Avenger B01 Chronograph 44. $10,200, 44 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. And again, you'll notice these aren't screw down. You can do 300 meters water resistance without screwing down the pushers. The elapsed time bezel, I should probably stop complaining about it, so I'll just leave it at that. Here's your running seconds. I don't know what is this? Yeah, it's some special edition here, VX30. Gosh, what is that monster with the 3 heads? Let me know in the comments. Again, cool case back, super cool looking case back. 70 hours power reserve, that's nice. Only 15.2 thick, that's just barely over the average, but this is a 300 meter water resistant watch. So Breitling is putting some effort into slimming their watches down. They've really put a lot of effort into that, and it shows. I think this is suitable thickness for an automatic chronograph. And it's chronometer. Yeah, I'm kind of a Breitling fanboy, having never held one or looked at one. For the chronographs, Breitling I think is the way to go. Total score of 91. In 8th place is the Breitling Classic AV P51 Mustang, $5,800, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. And yeah, this actually gets a higher score than the Breguet Type 20. This Breitling is 1 point above it in score. It's 100 meters water resistance, sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Case back is super plain. That's not anything to get excited about. Totally average thickness for an automatic chronograph. It is a chronometer though, that's awesome. It looks really nice. I do like the polished bezel here. Looking classy. Score of 91. In ninth place is the Omega Speedmaster Chronoscope. $9,100, 43 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Silicon hairspring. Omega's one of the ones that does that. That is awesome. Yeah, they give us the telemeter, they give us the pulse meter, they give us a tachymeter. It goes here and then it continues in the middle of the dial. So it's a multi-tack. That's cool. Hours and minutes are on the same sub-dial here. Yeah, it's probably the most technical of the Speedmasters. You just get the most things you can do with it. That's why it's scoring higher. For a technical pilot watch, the more stuff you can do with it, you know, the better, higher score. There's diminishing returns with having a billion things, and like how easy is it to actually use these little scales on here? It's probably pretty hard. Cool that they have it though. Gives it a nice look too. Comes in a bunch of colors. Only 12.8 thick. The average thickness for a hand wind is 13.6, so 0.8 millimeters thinner than average for a hand wind movement. Is a chronometer though. Pretty darn cool looking movement too. Although it's all just this huge plate. Like, I don't even know if you'll see the ratcheting when you wind it. Hopefully you will, but you're probably not gonna see very much when you use these pushers. Total score of 90. In 10th place is the Breitling Chronomat B0142. Price of $8,550, 42 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. That is a shiny bezel. Oh yeah, in the top 10, 5 of the top 10 are Breitlings. It just shows their dominance in the market, the luxury market for pilot watches. Yeah, they are totally dominant. Okay, what do you get with this watch? There's a tachymeter on there. Apparently there's decimal scale. Let me zoom in. There it is. In red is the decimal scale. That is super useful. I do not care for silicone or rubber. Not my thing. I think they look extremely ugly, especially luxury price range. I do not understand the rubber thing. The Patek Philippe Aquanaut, I do not understand what has a rubber thing. Blah, not for me. Yeah, Yachtmaster too, blah, get it out of here. But that's aesthetic, I suppose. Just on a pilot watch, it does not belong. I will die on that hill. Here's the cool case back though. See a whole bunch of rubies, that looks cool. Total score of 90. In 11th place is the Fortis Novonaut N42. $4,850, 42 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. That's a lot of water resistance. It's looking a little bit like a dive watch. At 15 millimeters thick though, it's about average for an automatic chronograph. It's really not that big. The average is 14.8, so not too crazy. Yeah, this looks really nice. Again, the elapsed time bezel, man, so many of these have it. It doesn't strike me as pilot. I don't see the point of it. Well, okay, I mentioned there is some of a point of it to it. That's okay. Look, this is a weird thing they do. 0.5, 4.5, they give you the half hours like as a decimal thing. Okay, a little bit strange. That's definitely unique. And why is 47 a red mark here? Was Fortis started in 1947 or something? That's interesting. Definitely, they want you to ask that question and figure out the answer. Case back has some cool thing on it, a rocket or something. They've got their logo. Space resistant. Dude, that is legit. Yeah, Fortis makes the legit thing for sure. I like the blue. I bet the black is nice too. Total score of 89. 12th place. Probably my favorite looking pilot watch, hands down. The IWC Pilot's Watch Chronograph Spitfire. $8,000 for this thing, 41 millimeters across, 60 meters water resistance. That's amazing it's 8,000 because I think their non-chronograph one is like 11. Am I crazy? That's what I'm remembering. I apologize if my memory is wrong, but the chronograph is only 8. I say only. I can't imagine owning an $8,000 watch, but it's because I have 3 small kids. I'm saving up for college and stuff. There we go. There's that Spitfire. The story of the Spitfire is so cool. That Spitfire probably won the war. It was such a cool airplane. There's something so beautiful to me about a bronze pilot watch with a green dial and this nice chocolate leather. It just looks so good to me. The way these hands are shaped. IWC does in this exact shape. I don't think anybody else gets the exact same hand shape as IWC. I really like it. It looks so good. Minutes up here, hours over here. Okay. It does apparently have a Faraday cage, magnetism cage. That is cool. Yeah, this is a wonderful option. I chose it as wild card, so it'll be in the top runoff thing. Total score of 88. In 13th place is the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Chronograph. $62,000. Oh, I can't forget the 100. $62,100. 42 millimeters somewhere, theoretically. 100 meters water resistance. There's your Royal Oak Offshore. Yeah, Vacheron Constantin did better than the Audemars Piguet. This one's doing pretty well too, though. It has alligator leather, tachometer, meh. But the chronograph looks serviceable. This looks wonderful back here. It's a little bit thinner than average, so that's nice. Nothing crazy. It's still a thick watch. 14.4 is still thick. And I mean, what do you say about the looks of the Royal Oak? Iconic looks. It definitely looks amazing. Not necessarily associated with pilots, though. The date looks really cool. That must be magnified. Score of 88. In 14th place is the IkePod Megapode. $19,500, 46 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. They put 10 at the top for the slide rule. The slide rule is very prominent. Once you go past 60, you do get these conversions. 1 hour, 20 minutes is equivalent to 80 minutes. Those conversions are handy when you're doing stuff, but they are interrupted by these subdials. This is a very cool watch. I don't know if they're still making it, but you can definitely still buy them. That's why it's in the video. Does a lot of cool stuff. You've got 4 subdials and a date. You really don't see that very often. This is very rarely done, so that's cool to see. A lot of conversions with large, full words indicating what they are. That's kind of cool. Case back is very plain. It's signed by whoever makes these darn things, and just a little bubble to see the rotor, and see the balance wheel when the rotor's out of the way. I don't think you're going to be changing that strap. It looks like it's proprietary or something. Very cool option. Also very expensive. Total score of 88. 15th place is the Tutema M2 Chronograph 6450-02. $4,761. 46 millimeters across. 300 meters water resistance. For just a plain chronograph, this one is actually pretty darn cool. You get day-night, which is interesting. You get your elapsed hours here. Where are the elapsed minutes? They're on the center with this arrow thing. You see the 4 hands at the middle? This is your elapsed minutes. Very cool to have that in the middle. It's going to be much easier to read how many minutes have passed when it's just in the middle like that. And it allows you to do the day-night thing, so that's pretty cool. Very minimalist pushers here. You can hardly even see them. Look at how discreet these pushers are. That's very cool. Oh, and they have a biplane on the back. Nice. Almost a millimeter thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. It's a Swiss automatic movement, 48 hours power reserve. Really cool option from Tutema. Score of 88. In 16th place is the Breguet Type 21 chronograph. The darn types. $16,700, 42.5 millimeters, 30 meters water resistance. The chocolate brown is unique. Really not many brown pilot watches, so there's one of them. Nice looking leather strap with some contrast stitching. Wow, the back is nice. Man, this rotor might actually be made of gold. The pattern they put on it looks so cool. That's nice. Looking good. Score of 88. In 17th place, it had to happen at some point. The whole darn video has been in anticipation of this one moment. Here's the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch Professional. $7,600, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Yes, the first watch on the moon. That is their thing. That is what this is known for. It is extremely popular. It is an extremely popular watch. Yes, you have the weird looking thing at the top. The movement is amazing. If you get one of these, I would get the one with just the manual movement that looks like this. Hand wind chronometer, power 50 hours. This one with all the gears and stuff everywhere. This one actually, I'll zoom in. Not the best image that I have here, but whoa, it says stainless steel there. That's cheesy. Anyway, yeah, I think this looks better than the ST19. It actually looks cooler than the ST19. So there you go. It has a silicone hairspring. Yes, that is as good magnetism protection as you ever need, really, practically speaking. Only 13.2 millimeters thick. Well, the average thickness of a hand wind is 13.6. So it's still thinner than average for a hand winding. Very cool case. This little seam here, looking like the Samurai, although I'm sure Omega did it before Seiko did the Samurai thing. Pipe hand subdials. very classic looking. It's a retro look, but it's also fresh too. I mean, it's a great looking watch. I cannot fault it on that point. I love the thin hands as well. On my scoring system, it did pretty darn well, 17 out of the 86 in this price range. So that's pretty darn good. It's definitely one of the better ones. I think it's suitable for a pilot. The tachometer thing, it's a racing thing. I've mentioned that many times throughout the video. This was a racing watch. Omega didn't really know what NASA was looking for. When NASA put out the call for a chronograph, Omega just assumed it was a racing chronograph because that's what was so hot at the time. There wasn't really a pilot chronograph thing happening at that time. So that's why it's a racing chronograph, but still very cool watch. Total score of 87. In 18th place is the Maurice de Mauriac Chrono, $5,351, 39 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Kind of a type B thing going on here with the minute Arabics instead of hour Arabics. What did they do here though? In hour 20 and hour 40? Why are there 2 marks in between the hours? I don't like that. That's no bueno. Yeah, I probably should have gotten a penalty for the wrong scale on the hours. Got your tachometer. Meh. The case back looks nice. I don't care for screw down pushers. I don't know if I already said that. For an automatic chronograph. Good job, guys. Score of 87. In 19th place is the Blancpain Air Command, AC01 1130 63A. We've seen knockoffs of this Air Command. Well, just one, probably just one. The Hruadland AC. Here's the real deal. For once, a Blancpain that's not insanely thick. Good job, Blancpain. Their dive watches were ridiculously thick. Like 22 millimeters for one with 300 meters water resistance or something. It was nuts. My facts and figures might be off, but I do remember Blancpain was ridiculously thick compared to their competitors. And here's the rotor. You get a propeller for your winding rotor back here. This looks totally proprietary. Like, this is their own movement nobody else uses. So if you spend $21,000 for this, save up a ton of money for the service costs on this thing. Countdown bezel, pretty cool. Score of 87. In 20th place is the Longines Telemeter Chronograph, L2.780.4.18.2, $4,925, 41 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. That multi-tack is out of control. Telemeter on the outside, multi-tack on the inside. It's gonna be hard to read these numbers. They're literally on top of each other. That's bad here. This is just not gonna be fun. It's just a weird look. I mean, I like things to be usable. I think that multi-tack is gonna be tough to use. But who uses a tachometer anyway? Yeah, espresso shots. That's what I settled on as the best use, is like the number of espresso shots your machine can make in an hour. That's what to use a tachometer for. Case back is actually looking very plain. Total score of 87. In 21st place is the Ernst Benz Chronograph 44. $5,625, 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Classic. Looks very fleegery with the date here. I wonder if IWC started that or if they're just the most prominent one who does it this way. So many people do it this way. At 3 o'clock, they have the brand name, they have the date, they have a couple other lines of text. But it's balanced with all these subdials and stuff. It's got a glucidator part in there that helps with the magnetism protection. There's that automatic movement looking very plain. Apparently it is adjusted though. They have adjusted this movement. That's good. Only 12 millimeters thick. Excellent. Almost 3 millimeters thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. Great job, Ernst Benz. Score of 87. 22nd place is the Fortis Stratoliner S41. $5,200, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. It's just a chronograph. That's all it really does. There's no tachometer or anything. Seems nice. They have a grayed out section for 1.5 hours. I don't know what the significance of that is, but looks pretty cool. It's a unique look. Are these screwed lugs? That looks pretty cool. The strap looks nice too. It's hard to find straps that are odd colors. Like, you know, it's easy to find a black strap or a brown strap. It's hard to find these kind of blue straps or gray straps or whatever. This looks really cool. Also interesting how there's a gray semicircle around here. I don't know what the significance of that is. Maybe it has something to do with the 1.5 hours. The movement looks so cool. Yeah, what is this circle here? I don't know what that's for, but this looks really cool. Space resistant. Fortis is doing the space thing. Good for them. Cool thing to do. Total score of 87. 23rd place is the IWC Pilot Chronograph Top Gun 41 millimeter. $8,750, 42 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. I said high contrast. Yeah, tan on brown. I guess it kind of is high contrast. It looks really cool. These pushers though, and the crown, I've mentioned, IWC has done this before where they do a PVD case. Actually, no, they've done a ceramic case. Yeah, they were almost the winner in the Simple Pilot watch. Damasco won, but IWC had a ceramic case. But then they had the silver crown, and maybe make them PVD or something so they match your case. I think that would look better. It's got rubber underneath this nylon strap. Just do the nylon. I don't want the rubber. Keep the rubber. Give me the nylon. I'm happy with that. It's totally cool though. I'm ragging on it, but it is a really cool watch. The ceramic keeps the weight down, and you're not going to scratch that darn ceramic. It's a little bit more fragile, but I think it's a cool trade-off. I think for a pilot watch, ceramic is a viable option for the case. And you see on the case back, they're going to let you know that United States Navy Top Gun, Fighter Weapons School. That is pretty cool. I do like that. International Watch Company. It's a cool watch. Supposedly has Faraday cage as well. Very cool. Score of 86. 24th place is the Tutema Flieger Legacy T5. $5,100, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Tutema is legit for a chronograph. That's what we've seen. I didn't realize that, but they totally are. They've got some heavy hitters. I don't think, like, recognition-wise, I don't think these are necessarily the most famous chronographs, but I evaluate them on specs alone, and they're competing with IWC. I put this in as a wild card for the final runoff. Yeah, there's only one. I just put in the IWC Spitfire. That's my favorite. I didn't put in the other ones. It's going to be kind of redundant, but I wanted to give Tutema a chance. So here, it'll be in the final runoff. The red looks really nice. This hour subdial is looking really clear. These needle hands are very precise. I like that a lot. It's titanium, grade 5 titanium. Grade 5 is awesome. Gives you a lot more scratch protection than the grade 2 titanium you usually see. Case back looks all right. Oh, Chrono 24. Thanks, Chrono 24. Oh, and grade 5 titanium is shinier too. Total score of 86. In 25th place, a watch that is famous among watch collectors and just general public probably as a pilot's watch is the IWC Pilot's Chronograph 41. $8,422, 41 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Not a ton of difference between this and the Spitfire. Visually, it does look pretty similar to the Spitfire. It's a little bit more minimalist. That red running seconds hand looks so cool. I do like that. From what I could tell, there's no magnetism protection. I didn't see anything in their movements about Anachron or Nivaflex or Glucider or anything like that. So yeah, the other ones they have a cage. They actually have the Faraday cage. This one has an exhibition case back. There's that exhibition case back. Looks very cool. Low fidelity image. It's adjusted to 5 positions. That's great. It's going to keep great time for an automatic movement, which is nowhere near as accurate as a quartz. None of them will be, even their chronometers. Yeah, quartz is plus or minus a few seconds a month. Chronometers like plus or minus 2 seconds a day, but yeah, so. And then atomic quartz, of course, just is accurate plus or minus 1 second every 1,000 years or something. So yeah, atomic is the most accurate for sure. Total score of 85. In 26th place is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 126500LN. $15,100, 40 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Yeah, get the black one. The silver one has poor contrast. This one has better contrast. Get the black one. As if any of you guys are in the market for a Daytona. I don't know, maybe you are. It's a fancy, fancy watch. Okay, the big thing about this one is it's only 12 millimeters thick. How the heck did they do that? Seriously, Rolex, how is that even possible? Well, okay, it's not totally crazy. So there are a couple 11 millimeter thick automatic chronographs in this video. I don't remember which ones they were, but yeah. 12 is not the lowest, 12 is not the thinnest. It's pretty darn close though. This is a very thin chronograph. That's probably a lot of why it's so popular. And there's that case back. This is part of why it's thinner. Exhibition case back probably adds, 0.7 millimeters or so to the thickness. So that's substantial. It's got that darn tachometer. They called it units per hour. Thank you, Rolex. We don't have to use it for speed. We can use it for whatever we want. Yeah, it has to be something that's happening on a regular basis. You can't use it for how often you curse or something. Yeah, what could you use it for? The chronograph itself is nice. Just for a pilot, that's all you get. You get the chronograph, and the tachymeter is not that great. That's all you get. I mean, the chronograph is the most important feature for a pilot. Exhibit A is the fact that they took the darn Omega, they took the Bulova Luna pilot, really just for the chronographs. So having a timing function at all, that was incredibly important for astronauts. It's good for a pilot. It's a chronometer. You have an extension on the bracelet. We don't see that very much with pilot watches. It's more of a dive thing, but you're going to want it as a pilot as well. It's just nice to have an extension on the bracelet. Total score of 85. In 27th place is the Omega Speedmaster Moon Phase. $11,200, 44.3 millimeters in diameter, 100 meters water resistance. There's a lot of Omega Speedmasters. I don't think I probably included all of them, but here's one of them. Moon Phase is pretty cool. Doesn't really help a pilot from what I can tell. Day of the month is over here, along with, I believe you're running seconds, and then you get hours and minutes on this subdial over here. It's a good way to do it. Cool looking movement, automatic movement. 16.9 though, thick. That is very thick. Yeah, that's, on the bell curve of thicknesses of automatic chronographs, it's getting to the tail on the high end here. 16.9 is very, very thick. Total score of 84. In 28th place is the Blancpain 50 Fathoms Bathyscaphe chronograph. $18,400, 43.6 millimeters across, 300 meters water resistance. Lapse time bezel, don't understand it. Hours over here, minutes over here. Alrighty. They do the 4:30 date. Oh man. People who say that that's like low class or whatever. Blancpain is doing it at $18,000. People's like, it's unsophisticated. It has to be at 6 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Never at 4:30. Well, here you go. Blancpain is doing it. Black rotor. That looks very cool. They took it in a darker room too. It looks cool. I do like the black rotor. Or just black stuff in the back. It looks so cool. Total score of 84. 29th place. Maybe this is the last Speedmaster. The Omega Speedmaster 57. $9,100. 40.5 millimeters across. 50 meters water resistance. You get a steel bezel. That's looking pretty cool. Minimalist. Only a bicompax. And that's because they put the hours and minutes on the same subdial. It's a nice look. Beautiful red. Cool red strap. That looks like a work of art, actually. Caseback is looking really cool. Well, I mean, these Omegas, often the casebacks are just one gigantic plate with a few screws and rubies in it. And you're like, okay, but where's the movement? I want to see the thing with the pushers and see all these levers and stuff. So they've made it as cool looking as they can with the limitations of the movement. Very thin though. Only 13 thick? Wow. Oh, it's a hand wind. Yeah, that makes sense. It's only 0.5 millimeter thinner than average for a hand wind movement. You save a ton with a hand wind movement in the thickness, apparently. It's a chronometer. Total score of 84. In 30th place is the Bell & Ross BR03 Type A Patrouille de France. $4,400, 42 by 42 millimeters square, 100 meters water resistance. There's some kind of digital feature in here, which is cool. You get an alarm. You can do an alarm if you want. You get day-night, day-date. You can show dual time on this. That's very cool, Bell & Ross. I like that. Caseback is unbelievably plain. This is not the caseback for the exact version I showed you. This one is steel. The caseback is ceramic, but they have the same looking caseback. Total score of 83. In 31st place is the Tudor Pelagos FXD Chrono. $5,275, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. No screw down crowns. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, I forgot to mention with that Rolex that has the screw down crowns. That's annoying. This one does not. This looks like what my sheet music comes in. Like the Tyvek envelope my sheet music comes in when I have a gig. That's weird looking. Only a pass-through strap allowed. The FXD thing, you can't have any spring bars. It's a monolithic case here. That's very cool, very tooly. Okay, units per hour, just like Rolex. Yeah, why call it a tack? You just call it a units per hour. And it's a multi-tack. You get to do 3 minutes if you want. It takes you 3 minutes to do one of them. You can do 20 in an hour. It's a chronometer, more of a racing watch, and the bezel doesn't turn. It's fixed. Looking cool. Automatic and only 13.2. Thick. Sweet. Good job, guys. 1.5 millimeters thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. And apparently the case is forged carbon? Cool. I like how it's just black. You don't see all the weird marbling. Wonder how they did that. Total score of 83. In 32nd place is the Sinn 717 SZ-01 chronograph. $5,560, 45 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. We have 4 hands. What's going on? What is going on? I think this should get a set. Oh, minutes at center. Okay. Central minutes totalizer. That's what this is. Although this isn't directly pointing at that. So maybe this one isn't the jumping one. Oh, it's Damasco that does the jumping one. Okay. Yeah, this is the central minutes totalizer from Sinn. Again, I would prefer a countdown on the bezel because we have minutes right here. But no hours. You're not measuring any hours. You're only doing 60 minutes of elapsed time. Case back is super plain. That's weak sauce. Total score of 83. In 33rd place is the Hublot Big Bang. $13,500, 44 millimeters across somewhere. I don't know where they measure that. 100 meters water resistance. It's a unique look. It's starting to look more dated though to me. They've got their H screw things here. Those are really cool. They don't line up though. You got to be cool with that. Got 24 marks here for the hour subdial, which is good. That's appreciated. Although why between 4 and 6? Why isn't 5 like white as well? They did it for the style. I guess it's okay. You can still figure out what's going on here. Suitable chronograph. Looks cool. Very expensive though. The case back looks really nice too. I like what they did with the rotor. That is very cool looking. Total score of 83. 34th place is the Review Tommen Aviator chronograph. $4,995, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. I thought these guys didn't do anything that fancy, but here we are. Luxury price range, score of 83. Like, that's good. They must be doing something right. It looks very usable. It's kind of looking like the Omega a little bit. How much was the Omega? The Omega is $7,600. This one is $5,000. So yeah, you save $1,600 with this thing. Just save up and get the Omega, really. If you want the Moonwatch, get the Moonwatch. Case back looks pretty cool. Does not look as cool as the Omega though. It's just Valjoux 7750 something. You know, maybe it's the Salida, maybe it's the ETA, maybe it's something they say it's their own in-house movement. It's some kind of 7750 derivative. Looking very plain. A lot of steel flathead screws everywhere. Very thick. That's what you get. I would go with that Omega Moonwatch. Just save up a little more. But it's an option if you want something from Review Tommen. That's an option. Score of 83. In 35th place is the Tag Heuer Autavia Flyback Chronometer. $6,750, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Kind of a racing thing. Their website is so cool. If you go on the website, you can press the pushers it's in time exactly. The hands whip around and they show you the time and you can see the second going. You can do whatever you want with the pushers. It's kind of fun to play with. Recommend you go on the Tag Heuer website and play with the watch thing. Case back is so darn cool. I think Tag Heuer makes their own movements too. They have legitimately like their own movement, which is rare. Most of these are 7750 derivatives. I don't think this one is. It's cool. Oh, and it's a chronometer. I guess I already said chronometer. Score of 82. In 36th place is the Tag Heuer Carrera chronograph. $6,450, 39 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. All right, smaller one. It's good. The dial's actually looking pretty similar to the Omega, I'll be honest. But like these subdials here, it looks like straight off the Omega Moonwatch. The pipe hand thing, it's looking very similar to me. I don't have a perfect memory of what that was, but it's reminding me of it at the very least. Hands are looking like the Daytona hands. Maybe they're taking some inspiration. These pushers are cool though. I like the pushers. Those look good. Yeah, the case is looking like the Omega too. Dial is really pretty. Movement looks so cool. I do like that. Strap is looking a little cheap, I'll be honest. It doesn't look like that high quality. Total score of 82. In 37th place is the Grand Seiko Evolution 9 SBGC 001. $14,100, 43.2 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. And it says Tentograph on the dial. That is odd. They've chosen to just put 60 and nothing else for the running seconds. Okay. It looks pretty. Very pretty watch. There is that really cool looking movement. So this is not a spring drive. This is an automatic movement. Wow. That looks so cool, the way the bridge is. Oh man, very symmetrical looking back here. At least with how the bridges are laid out. That is cool. Oh man, I do like that. Color match date wheel. Good job, guys. Pushers look like they only go a little bit. That's kind of interesting. This one does look really cool. Apparently no extension on the bracelet though. That's odd. Oh, it's titanium. Yeah, these guys do some cool stuff. Hands are unnecessarily huge though. The hour hand is really big. Should not be so thick. Total score of 81. In 38th place is the Paul Picot Gentleman Blazer. 4,936 bucks. 42 millimeters across. 50 meters water resistance. You get your waffle iron, emerald waffle iron. That looks really cool actually. Yeah, dial's looking cool. I like it. Useless tachymeter. So many have the tacky. It's automatic, only 12. As thin as that darn Daytona. But you don't have the screw down pushers. You just push away. When you want to time something, just push to your heart's delight. Don't worry about some screwy thing you have to fiddle with. Just push that darn thing. Sweet. Case back is looking very plain. Total score of 81. In 39th place, the Walden Chronograph Chronometer 3986S-2. 5,450 bucks. 42 millimeters across. 0 meters water resistance. This is not water resistant at all. It is a chronometer. You get a day pointer. You get a day, a month. You get a day, night, and I think a running seconds. You get the hour and the moon phase. Man, what does this thing not do? That's crazy. Only 14.4 thick with all that stuff in there. That's impressive. And here's their movement back here. Wow, they really went plain on the rotor. But the movement, well, and then plain here with all these steel flathead screws everywhere. Impressive though, and only 5,450. It's as complicated as a Patek Philippe, but only 5,450. It's impressive. Total score of 81. 40th place is the Venezianico Bucentoro 1969. Was this brand even around back then? Probably not. 4,500 bucks, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Okay, you've got some moon stuff going on here. Ignition and launch. What? Countdown. Oh, that's cool. T40. That's kind of cool. I do like that. They figure 85 units per hour. That, you know, if you have to go lower than that, nah. Too bad. These pushers are really cool. I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, it's integrated very well with these crown guards here. Nice chunky crown. Here's the case back. Oh, what? Dude. That case back is amazing. Lemania caliber 1873. Beautiful. That is one of the best I've seen so far. If not the best. That looks so darn good. That's what you get this one for, is the beautiful movement. Wow. These guys make pretty watches. They do some cool stuff. I don't know much about them. Oh, it's only 13.1. It said automatic. This is a hand wind. I did that wrong in the score. It's actually a hand wind, you can tell. So 13.1. And that is thin for hand wind, but it's not crazy. They're usually around 13 something. Total score of 81. 41st place is the Reservoir Sonomaster, 5,750 bucks, 43 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. This is an interesting one. I don't know exactly how it works. Ugh, the picture is horrible. Yeah, it's got a retrograde thing on both sides. Nice when these hands are out of the way, but maybe... Well, no, it's nice and big. It's actually really big. Here's your elapsed hours, elapsed minutes. What do these do then? I don't know. I don't know what these show you, but it is cool. It does look cool. Case back. They did blue screws. I love when they do that. And perlage on the plates. Looks good. Total score of 81. 42nd place, the Gavril Ascari Chronograph. 5,795 bucks. 43 millimeters across. 100 meters water resistance. Did the pilot cut out for the date here? Type B style with the minute Arabics. Yeah, the bezel's looking cool. I don't know what this is. Bowling ball style pattern. Very plain looking case back. Score of 81. 43rd place, the Norcane Freedom 60 Chrono. 4,320 bucks. 43 millimeters across. 100 meters water resistance. It's cream with silver hands, so not great contrast. They have yellow? That doesn't look great to me. Pretty plain looking case back. Total score of 81. 44th place is the Breitling Emergency, $16,200, 51 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance, and 21.6 millimeters thick. It is so thick. Let me show you the case back. Here is that case back. Replace battery. Yeah, you have to replace these batteries in order to ensure that the emergency will work. It is an emergency signal, a distress signal, distress beacon. My words got chopped off here. It gets a lot of points for that. Distress beacon, fair number of people whose lives have been saved with this darn thing, because you unscrew it and they send a rescue helicopter, like wherever you are on the planet. So use only in case of real emergency. Yeah. If you do, there's some sort of, you have to pay for that helicopter. Either way, you're going to pay for the helicopter. But yeah, if it's not a real emergency, that's going to be very expensive. So don't unscrew this unless you need it. But other than that thing, there's a lot of other cool stuff it does. Day-night alarm, perpetual calendar, compass bezel, dual time. You can have another time displayed on the screen. That's cool. Yeah, I like this better than the X33 Mars timer thing. This is cooler. Much more useful for a pilot, I think, to have that distress beacon. Very expensive, though. And yeah, I mean, the main penalties it's getting is just it's so darn huge. I guess they had to make it that big. If it wasn't so darn big, I think it would score a lot better. But as it is, it's still a good grade, and I chose it as a wild card for the final runoff. Score of 80. 45th place, the Zenith Pilot Big Date Flyback Chronograph, $13,900, 42.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's a ceramic case. It's a short list of ceramic case watches. This is one of them. I think it looks so fresh. Even though it has the pilot thing, Zenith actually has a trademark on the use of, no, a patent. They have a patent on putting the word pilot on a watch. I wonder if they have to keep doing that to keep the patent. They have to keep, it's so silly that they have that. But you'll never see pilot on anybody else's watch. It's kind of a funny move they made there. I really like this look, just all black everything, but very white. The hands are very white and crisp. That is nice. Case back looks so cool. El Primero. Yeah, it's looking good. I like that. Is there like a wire here though? What is this wire going across? It concerns me to see a wire, but must be necessary. I like the big date. I like these pushers, the case shape. Everything is just looking fresh to me. I said I didn't like Venetian blinds with the Junkers. This one's okay. Yeah, this pattern is more subtle than the Junkers one. It's not as shiny, so I like the Zenith one. Hands are actually pretty thin. Even though they have the Flieger sword-shaped thing, they're really not that thick. Total score of 80. In 46th place, the iPod SkyPod Meriton, $8,900, 46 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. It looks a lot like that last iPod, but this one's way more minimalist. Just dots everywhere. What is the deal here? 30? Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so there's a dot every 2 minutes. I guess that'll be okay, but down here at the bottom, I think that's going to be confusing. Got your hours, day, night. Again, 4 subdials, that's pretty cool. Miles, nautical miles. Cool. Very minimalist slide rule, but I think it'll still sort of be functional. It's cool what they did. And the back is very plain. Score of 80. 47th place, the Omega Speedmaster X33 Mars Timer, $7,000, 45 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, this is the one. So when I did my mock-ups of other digital ones, I did this case shape because it has, it has 4 pushers, and maybe this could be a 5th pusher. The whole Mars thing is totally silly. Like, Mars time coordinated, that's not a thing. Like, Mars time, who cares what time it is on Mars? But here it is, that's really the reason to get it. Case back is super plain. 1.5 millimeters, almost 2 millimeters thicker than the average for a quartz chronograph though. So very thick. Get the Omega 2 dots and a shaft here. It's titanium. The brown actually is pretty darn cool. Score of 80. In 48th place is the Grand Seiko Sport SBGC 251. $11,400, 45.3 millimeters, 100 meters water resistance. And here's a spring drive. I don't know if we've seen a spring drive at all. It says it on the dial, so you can't miss it. Shows you your power reserve. There's the spring drive movement. It's looking very cool. Spring drive, for those who don't know, is
The rotor is what powers it, so it's powered by the movement of your wrist, but it has a quartz regulator, so it's going to have quartz accuracy, but it's powered by your wrist. In some ways, it's like, yeah, so that means you have a power reserve of only 72. So I don't know if that's an improvement on quartz. It's kind of taking us backwards. You know, just pure utility-wise, solar quartz is superior to spring drive. But spring drive is very cool. I'm not going to say it's not cool. It's horologically significant. But, you know, in the real world, I think a solar quartz is probably going to be nicer. They do great finishing on these titanium cases. And titanium bracelet as well, but there's no extension. Score of 80. In 49th place is the Mont Blanc 1858 Minerva Mono Pusher, $32,500. 42 across, 30 meters water resistance. Dang, Mont Blanc, that is expensive. Why is it a year's salary? No idea. You've got that Mono Pusher. It just looks like a regular watch to me. I don't know why it's so expensive. Okay, that's why. Good grief. What do they got going in the back? I'm sorry about the quality. You know, anytime it's a WebP file, PowerPoint can just display it as a JPEG. So I must not have been able to get the actual file, and so I had to take a screenshot to do it. You know, you can do like, you can inspect the web page and find the JPEG in there, and sometimes you can get access that way. I just couldn't with all these watches. I couldn't go into that kind of detail. So sometimes I had to take a screenshot of their image. Total score of 80. In 50th place is the Longines Spirit Flyback, $6,500, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. And I'm sorry to report, this is not that great. It's barely in a good grade. Man, I thought Longines Spirit Flyback, I thought this was going to be really great, just because Longines, they make a really good field watch, the titanium one, make a really good pilot watch with the simple pilot watch, Longines Spirit. I thought this one was going to be good too, but it's really, I don't think this is the one to get. Oh, they make a really good traveler one with the GMT version. If you like the Longines Spirit, I would go with the GMT or go with just the simple one. Those are both awesome watches. Score very highly when I do these types of videos. This one just does not. There's no date. It's just 30 minutes elapsed time. Well, 60 technically because you have a bezel, but I'm not going to say it's a bad watch. It's definitely not bad. But there's so much better that you can get. And it's $6,500? Yeah, just save $1,000 more and get the Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch. There's a lot better watches in this video. You could get a used Omega for that same money. I think that's going to be better. Caseback is very cool. You have blued screws. You've got this gold colored rotor. It does look cool. Magnetic resistance. It has a silicone hairspring. That is actually really sweet. Utility is poor, in my opinion. Score of 80. In 51st place is the Zenith Captain Chronograph, $7,030, 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Oh, cool red date there. I do like that. This one, look, you get a 30-minute and hours elapsed. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you want for a pilot watch. That should be standard, in my opinion. Caseback is looking fantastic. Really cool movement, skeletonized rotor, gears everywhere, levers and stuff. Sweet. Only 12.5 millimeters thick. That is very thin for an automatic chronograph. That's awesome. Score of 80. In 52nd place, the last of the good grade watches is the Norcane Adventure Sport Chrono. $4,490. 44 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. PVD case. Kind of a basket weavy thing on the dial. It's a little bit different than we usually see. I think this one's forgivable. Caseback image looks so granulated. I'm sorry about that. Very thick on this, 16. That is ridiculous. 1.2 millimeters thicker than average for automatic chronographs. And we're doing the dive watch thing. Don't do a dive watch on a pilot watch. And you've got screw down pushers. Yeah, this is a no for me, dog. Score of 80. In 53rd place is the Tudor Black Bay Chronograph. $5,225, 41 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. I like the bun strap. That looks so cool. Don't like the screw down pushers. You get a 45 minutes elapsed time. That is very unique. I think Tudor's the only one doing that. Caseback is super plain. Saves you thickness to have the solid caseback, but It's only slightly under the average of 14.8 for an automatic chronograph. It does look cool. They have a gold one. Well, they have a lot of colors here. They have a pink one, if you like pink. But it may be silver hands on the pink, so not the best contrast. And then the white one for sure, or silver, whatever it is. The hands are not good contrast. Seems like a cool watch though. Score of 79. In 54th place, the Alexander watch 7753, $5,230, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Nice and big, and you get huge subdials. It's gonna be very easy to use this chronograph in my opinion. They made the hour subdial very clear. You get a 6 o'clock date there. Plenty of room for all the numerals. You get minute Arabics. Tachometer, again, racing thing. Shot timer is a bracelet, but you can't go past 60 seconds. Or you can't go lower than 60 units per hour. Not very useful. Honestly, we don't need the 500. We don't need the 300. Just have this continue past there. That would be nice. Case back is super plain. Value 7753. Okay, there you go. I forget the difference between the 7750 and the 7753, but there is one. Is it just the orientation of the subdials? Could be. It's possible. Total score 79. In 55th place is the Gavril Vaughn chronograph, $5,695, 44 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance, $6,000 for Gavril. Again, yeah, if you're gonna go up into this price range, I would want more brand recognition personally. It does look good though. I mean, if you like Gavril, I think you're gonna get a high quality watch. As a pet peeve though, why don't the hands match the indices? They're not the right color. I do like this diamond crown. Case back's okay. You get 6 stars. Ooh, kind of plain movement. Total score 78. In 56th place, the Bremont Vulcan, $4,795, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I don't like the brains here at the running seconds subdial. I don't like the brains. Then you get a biohazard symbol over here. Okay. Cool looking plane on the back though. Approved by Her Majesty. Wait. Approved by Hep Majesty's Armed Forces. Her Majesty's. Okay. So this was, and there's a queen instead of a king. Total score of 78. 57th place is the Raymond Weil Freelancer Pilot Flyback. $4,395, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. I like the green. I like there being some texture on this outer ring. It's cool what they did here. I like the riveted strap and the fact that they fitted it to the case contour. Looks like you have a contoured spring bar as well. That blue gear looks really cool. The column wheel or something. Hopefully that's what it's called. I've been calling it that the whole video. Please let me know if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be incorrect. Ooh, RW 5530 caliber. Fancy. Could just be a rotor slapped on some ETA or Solita. Don't know for sure. Total score 77. 58th place is the Grand Seiko Sport SBGC 247. $11,000, 43.5 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Low contrast here with silver hands on a white dial. That's no bueno. It's a spring drive movement. I think this is saying it's all out of power. I think you want to be up here to be fully powered. You get a dual time hand. That's useful. These pushers are huge. Totally crazy. With the screw down. I don't care for the screw down. Again, titanium. So many of these Grand Seikos are titanium. That's cool. Case back looks really cool. I like the lion. Total score 77. In 59th place is the Eterna Super Kontiki. $4,900, 45 millimeters across, 200 meters water resistance. Looking like a dive watch. It really is. But there's no screw down pushers. Good job, guys. Case back looks really cool. Yeah, that movement looks a little different. Nice. Oh, you can get it on a steel mesh. That scores better than the rubber thing. So I'll get the steel mesh. Different look. Not really a pilot look, but I think it's still suitable for a pilot. Score 77. In 60th place is the Mont Blanc Star Legacy Chronograph. $4,700, 42 millimeters across, and 50 meters water resistance. Looking very cool. I like... Oh, no, I actually don't care for it. Yeah, I don't care for this texture in the middle. Case back looks all right. Do you like the onion crown? That's very nice. Classy looking strap and the kind of dressy lugs here, slender lugs. Not for me though, score 77. In 61st place is the Bremont Arrow, $4,450, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's a mono pusher, bicompacts with a date, and a C grade here. Case back looks pretty cool. I like, oh, we're Her Majesty's Armed Forces, not his. It's a chronometer, apparently. The green is all right. They copied the Oris for it. That's my opinion. That's my observation. Total score of 76. In 62nd place is the Zenith Chronomaster Original Calendar. $13,500, 38 millimeters only, and 50 meters water resistance. Dang, moon phase. Day, month, date, 10th of a second. Oh man, is this the one where it whips around once every second? I think it might be. That's very cool. You get a decimal scale here. That's really cool too. Only 13 millimeters thick. That's impressive for an automatic chronograph. Almost 2 millimeters thinner than average. Movement looks really cool. Gorgeous. Really like the movement. The green looks cool. They put some like ghosty effects behind it. The brushing is interesting. That's strange, the angle of the brushing. That is my opinion. I like the font too. I'm not so sure about kind of the rose gold thing going on here. I think silver would look better with this one. And I would like black hands on the subdials. Score 75. In 63rd place, the Daniel Roth Papillon. $18,000, 43 millimeters somewhere, maybe top to bottom. I don't know. 30 meters water resistance. It's a retrograde. These things flip around. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on with this watch. Check out a video if you're interested. It's very cool. I think this is the hour right here, the 7. The back looks really cool too. Yeah, there's no date, so that's your hour. It's a jump hour. Very fancy watch. 18 G's. That's a lot of G's. Score 74. In 64th place, the Patek Philippe 5204G-001. $336,890. Good grief. Yeah, that's more than my first house. 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Dang. Perpetual calendar. Day-night. Okay, I got the day-night. But that's about it. Oh, split time, it looks like. Split time chronograph. How thick is it? 14.3. Half a millimeter thinner than average for an automatic chronograph, but it's not breaking any records, that's for sure. Daytona is a couple millimeters thinner than this thing. But there you go. Wow. Oh, I said it was thinner than average. No, it's thicker than average for a hand wind movement. The average for hand wind is 13.6. So this is almost a millimeter thicker than average. That's too bad. The movement is crazy though. All these crazy things in there. It's a low fidelity image, I believe. So we won't zoom. Movement is gorgeous. That's the reason to get this thing. I'm glad they put an exhibition case back on it because you want to see that thing for sure. Just barely passing. Score 73. In 65th place is the Alanga and Zerna 1815 flyback chronograph. $54,950. 39.5 millimeters. 30 meters water resistance. Seeming like a bargain after the Patek. This is looking great. 30 pulsations though. Should be 15 in my opinion. I like the 3 dots at the top. And they do it here too, like a 3-leaf clover. They do it at the cardinal directions. That is very cool. Longa is so cool. So cool. I think, honestly, I do think it's cooler than Patek. There it is. An absolute work of art. The case back is unbelievably beautiful. I don't know what these bridges are made of. I don't think it's steel. Look at the engraving here. That is so cool. Got your ink block. Yeah, this is amazing. And it's 11 millimeters thick. Awesome, nice and thin. Yeah, 2.5 millimeters thinner than average for a hand winding movement. Yeah, Longa's making a cool watch here. Score 73. In 66th place is the Patek Philippe Aquanaut 5968G, $78,240. 42.2 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Only 11.9 thick. There we go, and it's an automatic. Here's where you get your thin Patek. It's with the Aquanaut chronograph. That is impressive. Well, the regular Aquanaut I think is insane. Oh, no. It's the one with the wings on it. Why can't I remember? The Nautilus. The Nautilus is so thin, like 8 millimeters thin or something. Yeah, this one's thin. This is good. Technically thinner than the Rolex, if you take them at their measurement word here. Rolex is 12. This is 11.9. Only 60 minutes of elapsed timing, though. That's not great. And I do not like this rubber strap. It looks so bad to me. I would get that thing off immediately and put leather on. It has a silicone hairspring. That's great. Crazy price though. Crazy. There's the back. It's looking good. It'd be even thinner if it had a solid case back, but I think it's worth it. You want to see your Patek movement. At least I would. I'd want to see that thing. Score of 73. In 67th place, the Zenith Pilot Type 20 Chronograph. $6,320. 45 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. Humongous pushers on this. The crown is out of this world. People call it a pumpkin crown. It's insane. Again, they patented Pilot on a watch. There's Blériot's plane. Cool. Score 73. In 68th place is the RGM 600B. $4,450. 42 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. Stunning dial. No date. 30 minutes elapsed time only. Squeaking in. Squeaking in. Let's see if they show us the movement. They do not. The case back is the plainest case back you've ever seen. It's too bad. It is a beauty though. I'll give it that. Score 73. 69th place, the Oris Big Crown Pro Pilot Altimeter. $6,600. 47 across, 100 meters water resistance. I think one of these crowns is to calibrate the altimeter. Yeah, so I think, between each 1,000, you're going to have this disc on the inside. So this is showing you it's 900 something, but then it's more precise. Oh, it's like 780. Okay, so that's kind of nice. I don't know what the FL is. Oh, they have feet on here as well. 780 meters, but then you can see feet. It's a very cool watch. It does not have any timing on it though, so it's barely squeaking in. It does have the date. It is very thick, 18 millimeters thick for the altimeter. Case back is really cool. They've got some conversions here for you. Score 73. In 70th place is the Bell & Ross BR03-94 multimeter. $5,800. 42 by 42 square, 100 meters water resistance. Darn silicone strap. It's ceramic, so it's gonna be really light, estimating less than 100 grams probably. So what do you get with, why are all my images bad? You get a pulsometer in the orange, azimuthmeter in the blue, tachometer in the white. Tachometer 2 seconds is this lime green, and then tachometer 3 seconds is the sage green. Oh no, they're different types of tachometers. That's cool. Yeah, 120. We're used to seeing 120 down here. Interesting. It's too much for me with all the colors. That's my opinion. Not particularly thick though. 2 millimeters thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. Total score 73. In 71st place is the Bremont Alt 1 Classic-CR automatic chronograph. $6,150. 43 across, 100 meters water resistance. The cream's really not doing it for me, especially with the silver hands. And it's just the bicompax thing, 30 minutes elapsed time. It's also 1.2 millimeters thicker than average for an automatic chronograph. It is a chronometer though. That's good. Case back looks really cool on this one. They signed the rotor with Bremont. Cool. Screw in, not screw down. Total score 73. In 72nd place is the Cuervo y Sobrinos Vuelo 3201.1i. $8,350. 44 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I like the tachymetro at the top. Shiny bezel, looks pretty cool. The lugs are real, I like that. Sort of like a beetle or something. They're doing the Cuban thing, and I like it. I definitely like it. Dripping with style. They do a 24-hour scale, but they put 24 at the bottom. So your day is at the top when the sun's up, and your night is at the bottom when the sun's down. Of course it should be done that way. I don't know why others do not. Yeah, I have a 24-hour watch that does it that way, and I really enjoy it. Case back is looking really cool. The rotor just has all these flames or ivy, some kind of plant stuff on it. It looks really cool. Interesting how they did like half subdials here and just had a stick with the red on one side, black the other. Those are kind of fun. Just gives it a different look. Total score 73. In 73rd place is the FP Journe Chronograph FP. $104,379. 44 millimeters across, 0 meters water resistance. I made a post on Watch Crunch. After I put all the scores in, I just tried to find out which brands have the best average score of pilot watches. And I said what the top brands were, the top 10 or even top 20.
I just listed them in order. I think Breitling was number 1. You know, Omega was near the top. A bunch of brands you wouldn't think of got pretty high on that. But anyway, one guy was like, no, they're all garbage, including Breitling. I'm like, okay, well, what do you think is the best pilot chronograph? He said FP Journe. So here you go, guys. This is the best, you know, unless you're a poor, then you choose something else. But if you can afford it, this apparently is the best pilot chronograph. Yeah, it's got a tachometer, but 2 minutes. It's a 2-minute scale for the tachometer. They don't even bother giving you the 1-minute scale. They just give you the 2 off the bat. It is actually kind of cool. If you wanted to, you could multiply it by 2 to get the 1-minute scale. So this is 120 at the bottom. This is 80 over here. 90 is over here, where people are used to seeing that on the Omega. So checks out. Check my work. It's correct. Big date is looking cool. I mean, FP Journe is a beautiful watch. No question about it. Titanium case. 10.4 thickness. Oh, that's not totally crazy. In fact, we have a 9 somewhere. Somewhere there's a 9mm hand wind watch in the video. This one's 10.4. Case back. Good grief. It's crazy. We've got wires again. The wires freak me out. Cool watch. Score of 72. In 74th place, the Singer Flytrack Telemeter SR103. $33,500, 43 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. This disc on the outside, that's your hours. And then your minutes is in the center with this hand here. So it's 10:10. That's what the watch is telling you. And then very prominently is this telemeter. They think you only need to go up to 15 kilometers. That's probably true. We probably don't need to go all the way to 20 at the top. So it's kind of cool they only go this far. This thing is gorgeous. Look at that movement. Beautiful movement. Of course, Singer made, and maybe still does make, sewing machines. I have a Singer sewing machine down here in the basement somewhere. Really cool looking watch. Score 71. In 75th place is the Bell & Ross BR0394. $5,400, 42 by 42, 100 meters water resistance. The orange looks so good. There's a lot of different types of these. I like the orange one. Only 30 minutes elapsed time though. I think pilots want more than 30 minutes of timing. It's just bad. Put an hour subdial on here. Case back is super plain. This one's ceramic again. Zirconium oxide or something. Divided by Y2, O3. Okay. That's their formula of ceramic. Supposedly more shatter resistant than like your coffee cup or whatever. It probably is. Relatively thin. That's cool. Almost 2 millimeters thinner than average. That's great. Score 71. In 76th place, the Mont Blanc 1858 Auto Chronograph Zero Oxygen, $5,200, 42 millimeters across, 100 meters water resistance. It's 30-minute timer, no date, compass bezel. Looks like cracked ice on the front. That's my observation. Cool case back. Score 71. 77th place, the Patek Philippe 5470P, $467,800. Good grief. 41 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Looks like you got split time. The blue and red looks cool. I love how the strap matches. I like these numerals. Movement looks amazing. Score 70. 78th place, the A. Longa and Zona Dotograph Up Down 405.034, $82,950, 41 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, except for the Vacheron, most of these luxury watches that actually score well are not crazy expensive. You don't have to spend all this money. It is very cool. It's looking very cool. It's more of a dress chronograph. Ridiculously cool case back. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Total score 70. 79th place is the Angelus Chronodate. $23,100, 42.5 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. I like that it says start there. Mineral crystal. The case back looks really cool though. I like that A and the star. The titanium, they let you know. 30 meters. Yeah, do better. Score 70. 80th place is the Patek Philippe 175th anniversary 5975R-001. $62,900. 40 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Yes, thank you, Patek Philippe. You made a 15 pulsations pulse meter. This is what a doctor wants, not the 30 thing. Get that out of here. And then you've got your telemeter. Cool. It looks like there's a tachometer in here too. See the 120 at the bottom? That's a tachometer. kilometer telemeter. They stop at 15 as well. If it's farther away than that, you're probably not hearing it, so that's what you get. Man, this only gets 1 minute of elapsed timing though. There's nothing to register minutes. So it's really only for these two things, the pulse and the telemeter. And you can go around 3 times, but yeah, for the tacky, the multi-tack. Oh, the case back is super plain. Score 70. 81st place, the IWC Big Pilot's Perpetual Calendar. $40,900. 46.5 millimeters, 60 meters water resistance. That's very strange. Only 2 watches with this water resistance in the video. Ooh, there's a compass. North is this way. Perpetual calendar, moon phase, but no timing. It is a very cool watch. I do like it. It's impressive. Not great as a technical pilot watch though. Case back looks really cool. Total score. Oh, and it's ceramic, white ceramic. It's a good looking watch. Not great for a pilot necessarily. As a technical pilot watch. If you want to show off and you're a pilot, here you go. This is a good choice. Score 70. 82nd place, the Jaeger LeCoultre Master Control Calendar Chrono. $19,100. 40 millimeters across, 50 meters water resistance. 30 pulse meter. Nah. Do 15, please. Give us 15. I suppose you could divide these, right? 15 seconds, this would be 60. This would be 30. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so maybe it's not a big deal. I don't know. I would prefer the 15 pulse scale. Just put it on the dial. That's going to be better. Perpetual calendar. Case back looks pretty darn cool. Score of 69. 83rd place, the Panerai Luminor Chronograph PAM 01109. $10,000. 44 by 44, so it's losing points there. 100 meters water resistance. Only 30 minutes elapsed time. I do love the crown cover that they use. It's really great for diving because you can see when the crown is not fully seated. This whole darn apparatus will be hanging out. Well, at least this little lever will be. It'll be sticking way out. So, you know to tighten that down before you hop in the water. Totally plain case back. That's lame. Yeah, these Panerais get faked a lot. So, I don't know if I like the solid case back because you may not have an actual Panerai movement in there. Total score is 69. 84th place is the Graham Chronofighter Pulse Meter LE. Again, 30 pulses. Should be 15. You do get day date. Again, like that Patek though, only 1 minute of timing. So that's not what you want as a pilot. Case back looks okay. This is crazy here though. Good grief, it's like a teapot or something. Score 67. 85th place, the Longines Lindbergh Hour Angle Watch. $5,400. 47.5 millimeters across, 30 meters water resistance. Yeah, in the scoring thing, I explained all these numbers have significance here and you have to use each one. You can find out your like GPS basically. This is like GPS before GPS existed. Using the sun and like, I think you have to have a compass to make it work. Very cool that this exists. It's really thick though, and I don't understand why. It's just a 3-hand watch. Why is it 16.3 millimeters thick? That's ridiculous. Crown's looking really cool. Let me show you the case back. Pops open. Very cool. Lots of engraving on the back. And it's just plain on the back so you can get it engraved with something special. It's a very cool watch, very special watch. Not practical at all for a pilot, obviously. It does that one gimmicky thing, which is cool. It's very cool. I'm sure it has something to do with Lindbergh, even. I'm glad they make it not, obviously not top of the pack. Technical pilot watches. Score 67. In last place is the Vacheron Constantin Cornes de Vache 1955. $47,600. 38.5 millimeters across. 30 meters water resistance. No, I put the case back here, but then also on the other screen. Okay, let's zoom in. Why not? Beautiful case back. Beautiful. Wow, this is so cool. I don't get to see that much. I bet that's swinging back and forth. I don't know why it has all the little grabber things on the end. I'm not used to seeing those on the balance wheel. That's cool. They put the iron cross on the crown. I like that. Not the best chronograph. Tachometer. Useless tachometer. No, it's useful for espresso shots. That's right. All right, that was the last one. So those were all the watches in the luxury price range. Some really cool stuff. Cosmonaut. I think that's the best one in the luxury price range.
I just think that's the best one, the Breitling Navitimer Cosmonaut. I mean, these are in the order that I think they score, definitely. Richard Mille is amazing. You have to give it credit for all the crazy stuff it does. Damasco is also amazing. Some really cool watches in the luxury. I don't think the luxury price range was the sweet spot, though. I think that was the price range before this. But now we're going to go and do runoff rounds and find out what is the actual best pilot chronograph. Do that now. Alright, top 10 pilot chronographs. Here's the runoff round. Alright, so here are the top 5s from every price category. Just putting them up on the screens. You know, here they are. Sort of refresh your memory. I'll go through them one by one so you can see. Briefly show you each one in a larger size. We had the budget price category that was under 270 bucks. We had the affordable category that went up to $510. The quality category, $510 to $1,920. Then premium, $1,920 to $4,300. And finally, the luxury category, which I just did, which was over $4,300. There's wildcards added as well. So we have those top 5s, and then I added 25 other wildcards. So there's 50 watches that have a chance to be in my top 10. I chose these carefully. I chose the wildcards, trying to choose watches that I thought really had a chance to win. That was my goal, because I know what the rounds are, and I tried to make it as competitive as possible. And we have some case backs here. Case backs are not the most impressive. The most impressive case backs in the video didn't necessarily end up in this runoff round. That's okay. Yeah, let's go through all the watches. I'll just show you what they were. We had the Nixon Regulus Expedition, beautiful crisp display, kind of a large size. Really the only ABC watch in the budget category. I really didn't see any other ABC watches. Altimeter, barometer, compass. We had that Timex 80, which it doesn't look like a pilot watch, but a pilot can use it to calculate things, just like a slide rule, maybe even better than the slide rule. It has a lot of downsides to it too. There could be a calculator style watch for a pilot. That would be so cool. We had that G-Shock DW5600. I find it annoying to use, but that was an option, a good option that actual pilots do wear. They totally wear this watch. We had the Swiss Alpine Military Chronograph. My top recommendation if you want a Breitling Navitimer on the cheap. You want one that does, like, it actually has the hours and stuff. Elapsed hours, 30-minute subdial. Chase Dur, this one is crazy big. It's doing a lot well, but it's gigantic. Next we have the affordable category. Oh my goodness, this Casio Pro Trek. Insane. I mentioned it broke the scoring system. It was so good. I had to use the black version so that I could give it medium contrast so it wouldn't be 100 points. It's just so good. It just totally broke the system. This is in Blue Angel Skyhawk. It's the older model, still has awesome utility. The Suunto Core Alpha. I guarantee if you meet enough pilots, you will see one of them that has this thing on their wrist. It is gigantic. It's very cool what it does. It has a lot here on the screen. It's popular for a reason. Dan Henry, 1945 World War II chronograph. There's a lot packed in here. That was really cool. Luminox F35 Lightning II, only 400 bucks. You get a ton of cool stuff on here. In the quality price range, the Skyhawk. Oh man, this was the one that won the Travel Watch top 10. It was in first place for that video. It is so good. It's good as a chronograph too. You know, time's up to 24 hours. Very clear. Luminox F22 Raptor. Excellent watch as well. Yema Flygraph, looking really stylish. Victorinox Inox Chrono, looking very robust. It's nice and light. Hamilton Khaki Crosswind GMT Chrono Quartz. One of the coolest darn weird complications that you legitimately have to be a pilot to use it whatsoever. Some of the other complications you can sort of find an everyday thing to do with it, like the espresso shots with a tachometer thing. This one, it's pilots only for that complication. And so we have two Citizen Skyhawks. It's not just silly, it was weird.
to have both of them in there. You know, we don't really want both of them in there. So I swapped out the Blue Angels one for this Breitling Pilot Power Reserve. So the Breitlim's going to be in there instead of the Blue Angels Premium Sinn 903. They have rights to this look. It looks really cool. It has improvements over the Navitimer. Still didn't score as well though. The higher water resistance is much appreciated though. That is very nice. Hamilton Khaki Aviation Converter Auto. This is a solid pick for sure. Silicon hairspring. Hamilton is definitely a player in pilot chronographs. Ball Engineer Master 2 Normandy. This one is legitimate as well. Legitimate choice, A grade. Delma Heritage Chronograph. It's a tacky telly, but the chronograph is really nice. Yeah, it got up there. It got up to the A grade. Damasco DC 76. Got that central minutes totalizer here. The minutes on the central pinion. That's really nice. And you get the day-night. It frees up a subdial, so you get to have day-night and the minutes on the center and the hours and the running seconds. And then we just saw these luxury ones. If you watched the video chronologically, I know people skip around. But yeah, the Breitling Navitimer BO241 Cosmonaut. The 24-hour movement one, that's the one I think is the best in luxury, at least score-wise alone. The point of the runoff round at the end is we can compensate for other factors that weren't in the score. Richard Mille, crazy what this can do. They really tried to copy that E6B flight computer, or modeled this after it. Humongous, totally ridiculously huge. That's the main downside. And aesthetically, I don't like how it looks personally, but the Damasco DC86, it's like that Damasco we saw a moment ago, but this one you get the dual time bezel, which is really nice. Vacheron Constantin Overseas Chronograph. Fancy, looking so good. The Breguet Type 20 is next. 15-minute subdial here, that is very cool. The dual time bezel. All right, wild cards. That rotary Aeromaster, I said this is a sleeper. Damasco DC57. It's kind of just a Flieger style. You get full lume though. That's nice. Day-date. Love black hands on a white dial. I'm such a sucker for that. Oars Big Crown X1 calculator. Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch Professional. Had to be in the running for the top 10. Islander Bridgehampton ISL 234. With bicompacts put on a dual time bezel, you increase the utility a ton because you can time up to 12 hours and do dual time if you like. Nixon Ripley, an ABC watch. I really like this, how this one looks. Thought it should have a chance. Breitling Avenger BO1 Chronograph 44. Yeah, these ones look so darn cool. Really tactical looking. Leico Kiel2 Chronograph, top grade. Another Flieger option. Fortis F35 bicompacts. Yeah, that format I love. Really big subdials on this thing. Beautiful degradé. Dual time bezel looks really cool. Seiko Flightmaster SNA 411. Had to include it. Had to include the beloved Flighty. Okay, ciao. Ball Engineer 2 Navigator World Time Chronograph. Only World Time one, really. But there it is. The Liv P51. Wanted to give it a chance. The black rivets look really cool. Don't see black rivets anywhere else. Vempe Zeitmeister Aviator. Another Flieger in the mix. Hamilton Khaki X-Patrol Auto Chrono. Just sweet slide rule looking watch here. See how it does. Breitling Navitimer B0143. Yeah, the original looking one. The black hands on the subdials. I put it in here. You know, now we have two Breitlings. Was that a mistake? We will see. Archimede Pilot Chronograph. Another Flieger one. Beautiful looking Flieger one. G-Shock Mudman. Put in this Mudman. It is huge, huge darn watch. We'll see if it can overcome these difficulties here. The IWC Pilot's Watch Chronograph Spitfire. Man, this is the one I get the most excited for of all the Fliegers. I don't know what it is. The Ball Engineer Hydrocarbon Spacemaster Orbital 2. Yeah, this is an interesting option too. Compass bezel, dual time hand, tritium tubes obviously. It's different. See how it does. Zenith Big Date Flyback Chronograph. Ceramic case, bicompacts. It's looking really fresh. And again, they patented pilot on the dial. So funny. All right, last page wildcards. Put in the Hanhart 417 ES. It's a classic. Wanted to give it a chance. I love that timing marker. Breitling Emergency, the only darn watch with the distress beacon. It does a lot of other cool stuff too. Tutema Flieger Legacy T5. Another Flieger option. Yeah, in retrospect, maybe this is a little Flieger heavy, but there are just a lot of Fliegers in the video. Casio Databank, another calculator watch. You know, these were the two best, the Casio Databank and that Timex. So maybe one of them will win. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to spoil anything. Cadola Voleron Chronograph is the last one. Not too much money, and you get a really nice slide rule here. You do have to use this crown here, so that's unfortunate. It's nicer when you can twist the bezel, in my opinion. All right, so I showed you all the watches that are in the runoff. I did that because from this point on, I'm only going to be showing you what's in the top 10 thus far. After each round, you'll just see how that updates. So most of those watches you won't see again after what I just did. But we're going to be adding essentially 40 points on top. I shrink down the scores that I already gave them, then we're going to be adding points on top. 40 points absolute value. But the first thing is pilot/military aesthetic, 7 points. Next is function, 7 points. Next is affordability, up to minus 11 points. Really wanted to penalize the ones that are out of reach for most of us. Next is design strength, the fourth round, 7 points. Fifth round, fifth and final round, is the case back, worth 8 points. All right, so based on raw score, here's where they land. The Casio ProTrack in top place. Breitling Navitimer, Skyhawk, Sinn 903, Richard Mille, Luminox, Breitling Hamilton, Damasco, G-Shock Mudman is in 10th place. And I just want to keep an eye on this Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch. So it's over here just kind of as a bonus. Keep an eye on that one. See how it does. All right, let's do round number 1. Pilot/military aesthetic. I tried to think about what do pilots actually like. And actual pilots are very likely to wear Casios. Timex, Garmin, Apple Watch, these sorts of things. Yes, they do like Fliegers as well. They have diverse tastes, absolutely. But the thing is, for aesthetic score during the video, I kind of rated the digital ones a little bit lower. That's not necessarily correct because military pilots, even commercial pilots, there is that element of like you're a working man, use digital. Don't spend too much on your watch, that sort of thing. You know, buy it for its function, all that sort of thing. So I wanted to boost digital up a little bit. So here's the new aesthetic hierarchy. Technical, digital, then Flieger, then retro, then dressy, then racing, then sporty. So I don't even know if there's any sporties in here, but I'll show you how this shakes out. So I applied that as well as just how good does it look. And here's what I came up with for the aesthetics. I started up here in the upper left, and the worst aesthetic is this Timex 80 at the bottom. Yeah, I mentioned retro doesn't go so well. So like this Dan Henry didn't score very well. Watch collectors like it, but I don't know. I was looking for the best pilot watch, and so I put these technical ones up top. You know, digitals did really well too. The Suunto, I think, scores high aesthetics for the pilot aesthetic. Seiko, that sort of thing. There were many iterations of this. I did spend a lot of time thinking about all these watches, where they go. All right, so let's see what happens after round 1. Eliminations after round 1, pilot vibe. G-Shock Mudman out of the top 10. It only went down to 11th place, but it's out of the top 10. And here's the new ranking. Luminox jumped up. I only show the arrow if it moves 4 or more places. So some things shuffled around. None of them moved dramatically, though. That Casio went down out of first place. Navitimer Cosmonaut went up into first place. Round 2 is function. So here are the factors that go into the function. Legibility, the quantity and usefulness of the complications, and then the ease of the use. All right, here's where they went for function. The Skyhawk has amazing function. It is so darn good. So usefulness to pilot, like this Breitling emergency, like what do you care most about? Probably preserving your life. So, if you get stranded somewhere, having that distress beacon, yeah, that's a pretty high darn priority for function on your watch. Calculators are gonna have wonderful function. Clear digital display, easy to read. Digital watches did well on this as well because so easy to read it, very clear to see, and a ton of things that they do. They just do so much darn stuff. That's sort of what the function thing is. I just wanted to boost that a little more. The ones that do more stuff, those should be high, and they are in this one. So this was the function round 2. All right, eliminations after round 2. Damasco's out, went down a couple spots. Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch went way down. That tachometer is not very useful to a pilot. Yes, it has the chronograph, but other than the chronograph, the function is pretty darn limited on this thing. What came in? Oh, the MF Flygraph came up. That's a new one. Yeah, it beat the Damasco. So Damasco is just a chronograph, basically, with dual time. This one, you get that slide rule. You can do all kinds of calculations with your slide rule that are useful for a pilot. And you can do everyday calculations. I love a slide rule. I probably didn't go on and on about it as much as I should have. I really do love the slide rule. I'm having so much fun playing with it. Any day I'm not wearing the Skyhawk and getting to play with the slide rule, I'm missing it. I'm wishing I could calculate on the watch. My wife rolls her eyes at me for it. She does not understand. But okay, here's the top 10 after round 2. Got a few more rounds. Round 3, affordability. All right, I'll show you a couple examples to see what they do. Here's the formula up here. It's probably more complicated than it needs to be. I'm really trying to dial this thing in. But anyway, here's what it is. Nixon Ripley, MSRP of $200. No penalty. No penalty for that Nixon Ripley. IWC Spitfire, $8,000. It's all here. I'm not going to bore you with it. It gets a penalty of -8. The total penalty, that's not on the screen. I'm sorry. -8 and -3. -11 is the highest penalty you can get. So the Spitfire is by no means the highest penalty. That went to much more expensive watches, but let's see what happens after this round. Richard Mille, down 18 places. It is way too expensive. So, goodbye, Richard Mille. I mean, Sylvester Stallone could still get it. And yeah, if affordability is no concern to you, disregard. Just get that Richard Mille, I suppose. Okay, so here are the standings after round 3. Mudman went way up. Yema actually went up. Suunto joined the party. It's definitely affordable. Navitimer Cosmonaut went down 5 places. Breitling Navitimer, the regular one, also went down 5 places. So yeah. And Omega Speedmaster actually went down 8 spots as well. It's down in 46th place out of 50. Omega's pretty low after those 3 rounds, unfortunately. But that's where it is. That's how this shook out. Round 4, design strengths. I gave it 3 numbers out of 10 for these 3 bullet points. Does it look good? And that's based on my first impression. Is it really good? And then how fresh it looks. Second bullet point, brand association. Is it recognizable as part of that brand? Like you see it and you know what brand it is? And is it consistent with their portfolio as well? And then the third one is, does it inspire imitation? Is it highly copied or is it derivative of other things? And so like, here's a few examples. The Breitling Emergency, it looks really good. The first impression is great. It looks fresh. It looks like a Breitling. Just from across the room, this darn thing looks like a Breitling. The numbers, all that stuff. And it is totally consistent with their portfolio. They have other watches like this. It doesn't really inspire all that much imitation though. It's not really highly copied, but it's also not derivative of other people's work. So that ended up with a high score of 25. Leico, yeah, looks good. Good brand association. They pretty much just do this stuff. Is it recognizably Leico? Not necessarily. So yeah, it's not a 10 here in the middle thing. And then, does it inspire imitation? No, it's kind of derivative. For the Fliegers, I kind of gave them 4s. I didn't punish them too heavily because they're not like copying somebody necessarily, but it's not really an original design either. So design strength. You can't say Fliegers necessarily have a high design strength. I mean, it depends on the brand. This one, it's just kind of a Flieger. Ball is one that gets low. I don't think it looks all that great, to be honest. So low score for the looks, just straight up looks. Brand association. I didn't think it was all that consistent with their portfolio. I think it is sort of recognizable as a ball, especially the second hand and stuff. So that's kind of middle of the road. And then inspire imitation, not really. It's not really copied. Anyway, I put a lot of thought into design strength. But here's where they ended up. And so I prioritized them by the first, second, and third. So Breitling Navitimer, that has the best design strength. Omega Moonwatch, second best design strength. When I put all these numbers in, that's how it ended up. I think it all bears out. It all makes sense. So there it is. There's round 4. How did they fare after that? All right, Hamilton Khaki Aviation Converter kicked out. It went down 4 spots. So it's just below the top 10 now, but it's out of the top 10. Here's the standings. Suunto jumped up. Yeah, they have an original design here. I think it looks really good too. Maybe because the red, I don't know what it is, but this thing is really appealing to me. Omega went up 8 spots up to 38th place. And I'm foreshadowing here for the end. Oh, G-Shock DW5600 joined the party. Yeah, Hamilton left the party. DW5600 joined the party. High design strength on this G-Shock. The last round is Caseback. Omega gains a ton of points at the end for Caseback and ends up in 23rd spot, pretty much in the middle of the pack where it was before. Definitely has redeeming things about it, but that's the final ranking. I'm just going to foreshadow because after round 5, I'll just show you the top 10. All right, here are the Casebacks, all the Casebacks, and basically just what is the most beautiful Caseback. And I rank them from the highest. The Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch is the highest, best looking Caseback in my opinion, and the lowest, the Seiko Flighty. Yeah, the Seagull ST19 is the second best. That darn Seagull ST19 looks so good. If you don't have one in your collection, you should definitely get one with the display Caseback so you can look at that thing. It is a beautiful movement. I think it looks better than a lot of other much fancier movements. And I'll just kind of show you, just give you a little hint of what's happening in the end. Okay, so I put so the top 10s before the Caseback round are marked here. So that Skyhawk was in first place, and look at how bad its Caseback is. So that may affect its final ranking. Breitling Navitimer B01, it was kind of low in the top 10, but it has a relatively high score for the Caseback. So that will help its prospects. Ones in the middle, like this number 4, is probably not much just going to change. But I just wanted to show you that so you could kind of see the moves, what moves might happen. Casio ProTrek, very poor Caseback. All right, let's find out. What are the top 10? All right, Pilot Chronograph's top 10. Start with 10th place. In 10th place is the Hamilton Khaki Aviation Converter Chrono. 44 millimeters across, 14.6 millimeters thick, $2,333. And yeah, this one had some ups and downs. The Caseback was pretty good, so it ended up in the top 10. Yeah, I mean, compared to the competition, there are a lot of bad Casebacks, frankly. I mean, this is just a plain old, it's not that exciting to be honest, but it's better than a lot of the other ones, so it got 5 out of the 8 for that. Yeah, this is a nice pilot watch. Hamilton made a good pilot watch here. In 9th place is the Suunto Core Alpha, 49.5 millimeters across, 15.1 thick, which actually is not that crazy. It seemed crazy compared to the other quartz ones, but that's actually not too crazy. And it's only $299. This watch does so much cool stuff. You got your dual time, altimeter, barometer, compass. Apparently it sucks down batteries, so have some spare batteries with this thing. It'll be easy to change that battery though. Look, the Caseback has the little quarter cutout thing. It's not a smartwatch. You don't have to worry about being tracked. That's something soldiers actually do have to worry about. You don't necessarily want GPS on your watch. It's a dumb watch. All it does is the ABC. This is a sweet option. Caseback obviously cost it at the end. It went down a ton of spots. That was my number 9. Number 8 is the Yema Flygraph Navigator. 40 millimeters across, 13.9 thick, $1,294. Yeah, it's a millimeter thinner than average for an automatic chronograph. Great aesthetic on this thing. Beautiful watch, to be honest. Day date. You get pi. I love seeing pi on the slide rule. I would like one of those. Yeah, a ton of style in this thing. I definitely like that. You don't have to get it on the silicone. You can get it on something else. That's what I would do. Get that silicone out of here. Caseback has this weird French thing. There you go. And in 7th place is the G-Shock Mudman GW9500 MEC-1. 52.7 millimeters across, 14.8 thick. Ridiculously huge watch. Totally huge. You have to be willing to have a gigantic, huge watch if you get this one. Some guys are, so that's why it's here. $400 for this. Oh man, these look so good. They're really not that expensive, all things considered. I mean, Casio is making really cool watches. This is what Casio does, and they've upped their game. The compass looks so cool on this. Very affordable compared to other pilot watches. Caseback has this cool sea lion thing, wearing boots, holding a compass in his hands or something. I don't know, but it is kind of cool. 6th place is the Luminox F22 Raptor XA.9241, 44 millimeters across, 14 thick, $719. Its original score was 95. It went down to 91 after all this, but it still ended up in 6th place. I think the Pilot aesthetic is great on this. Really looks the part. And you get tritium tubes. It's the only tritium watch in my top 10. It's continuous illumination. You never have to shine a light on it. It'll just always glow there until the tubes deplete. It takes over 10 years. Case back is pretty plain. You'll appreciate the titanium. That'll be really nice. 5th place is the Breitling Navitimer B0143. 43 millimeters, 13.7 thick. So yeah, below average thickness. Millimeter thinner than average, $9,550. Cool option. It is pricey though. That's costing it a ton of points here. Look, -9. Hey, we live in the real world. In the real world, things cost money. That's a lot of money for a watch. So it definitely makes it less attainable than some of these other options. Case back looks really cool. 4th place is the Sinn 903 STBE2. 41 millimeters, 14.5 thick though, 3,730. Yeah, I think the Navitimer had better dimensions. This one's 0.8 millimeters thicker than that Navitimer. But this one has 200 meters water resistance. Heck yeah. So, with your extra thickness comes a ton extra water resistance, and you can still turn the slide rule with the bezel, which is so much nicer than the crown. You don't want that darn crown you're having to fiddle with on the other side of the case. This is so much better. Very clear sub-registers. It's gonna be so easy to use this thing. Your slide rule has the 60 plus thing, where 90 minutes is an hour and a half. 140 minutes is 2 hours and 20 minutes. You can see that very easily on here. I really like that. So that was my 4th place. In 3rd place is the Breitling Navitimer B0241 Cosmonaut. 41 millimeters, 13.6. Again, thinner than that Sinn. $11,400. Very expensive, losing 10 points for how expensive it is. And yeah, the utility on this is fantastic because you get the day-night. I think there's some other reasons why this one scored better, a lot better than the Sinn 903. So much history to this watch. It is so cool. Yeah, this aspirational for me, absolutely. I don't think I would ever be able to afford the darn thing, but you never know. It's possible. It's not something I'm deeply concerned about whatsoever, but it is a very cool watch. Really cool case back on this watch. In 2nd place is the Citizen ProMaster Skyhawk JY8148.08L. Oh man, I love this darn watch. It is so good. It is so much better than any of the other watches in my collection. Just hands down, the enjoyment I get from it. Because it's such a weird thing to say. It's a better watch. I like it the most right now of all the watches in my collection. Solar power, atomic timekeeping. Did I say this? 46 millimeters. It's very big. 14.2. It's actually pretty thick too. $600. And I got mine for $380. I bought it very gently used from somebody. That's always an option with watches. But yeah, that atomic timekeeping. UTC time is always shown here, no matter what you do. But you can swap what these are, your home time, your local time, your away time. You can just cycle through cities. The dual time part of it is so sweet. But the chronograph itself is really sweet too. It's very responsive. There's no screw down on these pushers. It tells you hundredths of a second, which is cool to see it. It's very clear. The display is very clear. You can use alarms. I traveled recently. I set a redundant alarm on my watch. I set it to go off before my phone alarm, and it went off. It woke me up. It was quite loud. That is awesome. But this isn't the top one. The score you're going to see on the screen is technically tied with the top one. However, all these scores go to several decimal places. All these things in here, the way I set it up, there's a lot of decimal places. There's nothing that's actually tied that I had to do a tiebreaker or something. So this is the 2nd place. In 1st place, we all know what it's going to be probably at this point. The Casio ProTrack PRW-35Y-1BER. 44.6 millimeters across. Only 45 millimeters. That's the game changer. 13. It's only 13 millimeters. What? This is the thinnest watch in the top 10. Casio made the thinnest watch? What world are we living in? Casio makes huge watch.
It's an ABC watch and it's the thinnest. How did they do that? That is awesome. ABC watches are normally totally huge. Yeah, the Suunto is 15. Well, they're not always totally huge. Some of them are crazy. Suunto was 15. This is 13. It's going to wear so much better than the Suunto. The display is so crisp. I forgot to mention, that's a major downside of the Suunto is the display is not very good. This has very high crisp display. Perpetual calendar, altimeter, barometer, compass. You've got your great chronograph on it as well. There's a lot of cool things this thing does. Solar power, atomic timekeeping, those are huge game changers. Those are really, really nice. Battery powered watches in general have a really long power reserve, which is nice for a pilot because it's grab and go. You don't have to worry about winding it, setting it, whatever. Just ready to go. That is sweet. And with the solar power, it's always ready to go. You just keep that thing just stays charged. That's totally awesome. Yeah, it broke the system. And yeah, it totally deserves the number one. I'm glad I found this one. I'm going to have to pick one up for sure. I'm going to have to get one of these things. Those are the top 10 pilot chronographs. Oh, we'll do the honorable mentions. First runner-up, Hamilton Khaki Crosswind GMT Chrono Quartz. I put up the black one. The black one actually looks better than the blue. It's really cool that it has that crosswind capability. So that's my first runner-up. If you disagree with stuff, you can start picking for my runner-ups to find out what you would replace. Second runner-up, G-Shock DW5600. Personally, it confuses me. When I wear it often, it's not that bad. And the thing is, if the chronograph's important, you could just leave it in the chronograph menu. The time is actually shown on the chronograph menu anyway. It says 8:42 p.m. right now. That's correct. Great size on this, only 43 millimeters, only 13.4 thick. Excellent. Only $75. That's another thing. Yeah, zero penalty for affordability. And astronauts literally wear this. Pilots wear this. It's in use by pilots. It's an excellent choice for a pilot. The third runner-up is the Damasco DC86. I love the central minutes totalizer. I would love to try that. I think it would be. Oh, it's this one with the airplane. I think that would be so useful. So when the second reaches the top, it'll jump over. That's so awesome. And of course, resets when you hit this. Those hands will all go back. But with the dual time, this is another aspirational one. I think that is so cool. The fourth runner-up is the Nixon Regulus Expedition. It is very large though, 47.5 millimeters. Crazy. Totally huge. 15 millimeters thick. It's not totally crazy, but it is a thick watch. Price is great though, only $188. Which, try to find another altimeter at that price range. Very difficult to do. Find another ABC watch. One huge missed opportunity was dual time. This watch has no dual time capability. Oh man. They could have 2 times. Oh, I would love a second time on this thing. To have some menu where you can have a second time. But it doesn't. Still a really cool choice. And my last runner-up is the Breitling Avenger B01 Chronograph 44. So tactical looking. You've got those dogs. That monster with 3 heads. I can't remember what it is. Looking so cool. I like that B for the Breitling. Nice case back on this one too. Those were my honorable mentions. And now I've got a few bonus rounds for you, if you're interested. All right, now I'll show you a few bonus rounds. The first round is just the ones that were chronograph only, the top 5. 5th place, the Hamilton Khaki Auto Chrono. Yeah, really cool choice. 4th is the Mulek Lasuta Terrasport 1 chronograph. 30-minute subdial, 12 hours elapsed. I mean, they're all going to kind of have that format, so I won't repeat that every time. I like this one. I definitely do. Got a good score. 3rd is the Leica Kiel 2 chronograph top. Leica makes beautiful watches. There's no exception. It looks so darn good. This is an excellent choice for just kind of a Flieger chronograph. 2nd is the Damasco DC57. Cold hardened case. It has depressurization protection. The crystal will not pop off if you depressurize. Full lume. Day date. Excellent. And my top pick with chronograph only is the IWC Pilot's Watch Chronograph Spitfire. That's the best, hands down. It's got the best score of chronograph only, and I think it looks the best as well. That would be my choice.
All right, let's do another top 5. The next one I'm gonna do is watches that have no chronograph function at all. What are the top 5s of those? 5th is the Torgoen T21 GMT. It's not a GMT. It's got a dual time hand, but you get that slide rule. Sweet. 4th is the Gavril GV2 Contra Secondi. I like the orange crown. You get a dual time bezel in addition to the slide rule. That's pretty cool. I like the orange stitching on the strap. The hands look really cool too. 3rd is the Boulder Enigmath Schwarzfeld. Yeah, just a 3-hander with a slide rule, but this is a good looking one. 2nd is the O&W P104. Looking really good, really tactical. And first place, the best, in my opinion, watch with no chronograph, technical pilot watch. It's the Citizen ProMaster Nighthawk. You get your dual time on here. The slide rule is really nice on this one. That's my top pick for no chronograph. All right, and here's the top 5 with unique complications. 5th is the Bulova Series X with that 1/1000th of a second complication. It's a huge technical achievement. Very cool. 4th is the MTM Rad Geiger counter. That is a very unique complication, the Geiger counter. 3rd is the Longines Lindbergh hour angle watch. Very cool complication. Probably nobody knows how to use. I know some people know how to use it, but yeah, that takes some special knowledge to use that thing. 2nd is the Breitling Emergency Distress Beacon rather. Very unique complication. Find another watch with a distress beacon. And the top unique complication, in my opinion, is the Hamilton Khaki Crosswind. The Auto is the one I put here. That is a very unique complication. Very aviation complication. All right, last top 10. The top 10 small chronographs. So under 40 millimeters. 5th is the Timex Ironman Classic. Only 38 millimeters. Small wearing size. Petite. 4th is the Marie de Mauriac Chronograph. Only 39 millimeters. Yeah, it's kind of a Flieger style. You get your Type B here. Nice size. I didn't want overlap in these other ones. That's why this isn't in the Flieger one. 3rd, for small ones, is the Arain Type 20. The dual time bezel. That's great. Only 39 millimeters. 2nd is the Main Skymaster 38. Mark III MCR. Dual time. Awesome. Only 38 millimeters. Yes. Not looking particularly piloty. That's the main downside with this one. When you're looking for pilot chronograph. But I think you should consider it if you're looking for a small watch. It's got a lot going on. And the top small pilot chronograph, in my opinion, is the Sinn 356 SA Flieger. Yeah, you can't beat this one. 38.5. I think it's... If you need a small chronograph, pilot chronograph, I think this is the one to go with. That's it for the watch stuff. As I do in all these videos, after I talk about the watches, I like to talk about the Bible. So that's what I'm going to do now. All right. Usual disclaimer, I'm not a pastor or biblical scholar. I just like to share the Bible with others, Christians and non-Christians alike. Today's a little different. I'm going to share my testimony. So, for this devotional by Daniel Meritz. And on day 77, he says, sharing your faith, telling your story. If you have personally experienced the truth of Psalm 100, verse 5, the Lord is good, his mercy is everlasting, and his faithfulness to all generations. People need to hear from you. They need to know that they can experience it too. Felt convicted by Pastor Meritz, and so that's what I'm doing today. Here's my story about how I was saved. I typed it up so I would stay on task and not get lost down many rabbit trails. I grew up, as many of us did, going to church on Sunday. I definitely heard a lot of Bible stories, definitely believed in God. And by that I mean that I believed that God existed, and I prayed to God. But I didn't really understand the biblical story of salvation, aka the gospel, the good news. I didn't understand Jesus, the gravity of sin, why Jesus had to die for us and rise from the dead. I really thought all we needed was God the Father, and I didn't see why Jesus was necessary. So I was really confused. I didn't get it. I don't know if I wasn't taught it at the liberal church I went to, or if I just didn't receive it, but I didn't get it. As a teenager, my mom fell in love with another man and left my dad. Left me and my 4 siblings. She divorced him and married a new guy. My dad got remarried as well, and the divorce just devastated me and my family.
I turned to drugs and alcohol to change how I felt. Almost didn't graduate high school, but I made it through somehow. Went off to college, music school, became an atheist. Why? For one thing, I was developing a new morality where I got to do what I wanted. You know, I really liked how it felt to use substances, so I thought if I just do whatever I want, as long as I don't hurt somebody else, like physically, I thought. I didn't even think I could hurt them emotionally. I just thought, you know, if I don't do something that hurts you, then if you have a problem with me, you're just messed up mentally or something. It's not my fault. The new morality told me that my drinking could never hurt somebody else. I just didn't think it was any of their business. If they were hurt, it's their fault. In music school, tons of drinking. Grad school, even more drinking. I got married to my first wife. Drinking got so out of control that she said she was going to leave me. It was in 2007. I decided to seek outside help. So I began attending meetings in an anonymous fellowship. I won't say what it's called so I don't violate Tradition 11, and this is where I got exposed to God as a rational adult. I found out the atheist thing was just not going to work. I was not going to get sober being an atheist. Step one is admitted we were powerless over alcohol and our lives had become unmanageable. Check. It was extremely unmanageable. I was totally powerless. I tried to stop a bunch of times and I just couldn't. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Check. That was step two. Yeah, at least I was willing to try that. A power greater than myself. That's what I was going to meetings for. Thought they had power that I didn't have. Maybe I could tap into it. The third one was tough. Made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. So I didn't like the God thing. I was hostile to God. I really thought only an idiot would believe in God. So I struggled with that for maybe a month or two. I certainly didn't want to surrender my will to anybody. You know, I had to figure out how I was going to make it work. And fortunately, I heard things in the meetings that helped me figure out how I could make it work, how I could believe. The book itself has a line about how there's a doorway to faith, and all that God needs is for you to open it a little bit of a crack, and He can do the rest. I think the authors probably were inspired by Matthew 7:7. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you. And there's also Deuteronomy 4:29. But from there, and the backdrop of Deuteronomy here is they're in a land of false gods where it's just everything is false gods around them. It says, but from there you will seek the Lord your God and you will find Him. If you search after Him with all your heart and with all your soul. No matter where you're at, no matter what influences around you, at least at that time, if you search after Him with all your heart and all your soul, God will be there. Yeah, in that book it says He does not make it too hard for people who are seeking Him. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing. So I don't remember the exact quote from that book. But anyway, there's a chapter in the Fellowship's book where it talks about how we don't need to understand things in order to tap into the power. This is another thing. So for example, a light switch on the wall, you don't need to understand electricity to use the light switch. You just turn it on and the light works. The book is proposing that God can be the same way, that faith can be the same way. So I adapted it a little bit for myself. I basically said, okay, I know these people are just tricking themselves. At the time, this is what I believed. I believed God didn't exist, so I said, they're just tricking themselves. So I can just trick myself. I can just pretend, and I'll get the same benefit. So that's what I did. And it worked. It actually worked. It's worked for so many people. I pretended. I began praying to God every single morning. Began praying to God throughout the day. I mean, my prayers were just, God, please keep me sober. You know, that's it. Or I would just recite prayers I had memorized from the book. Yeah, anytime I was having a hard time, I would pray to God, please just get me through this, please. I don't want to be angry, please take this anger away, that sort of thing. And God was answering my prayers. He was taking my anger when I prayed for Him to take away my anger. It was awesome. The power was there. It's totally funny to me in retrospect because I didn't get this at the time when I decided to pretend. I had been blackout drinking every day, so I wasn't totally clearly thinking, but it's totally obvious in retrospect. If these hopeless alcoholics believing in God no longer have to drink anymore, well, there's power there. Actual power. There's a power. Tremendous power. So where does the power come from? That's the question. I mean, it's obvious to me now. It's God, obviously. It can't just be self-deception. That doesn't make any logical sense. In fact, when I was drinking, that was my full strategy to control my alcoholism, was to just pretend,
to just believe that I could control my drinking. I had tremendous faith in my own ability to control my drinking, even though I never ever could. It was always horribly out of control. So faith is not the key. Just draw faith, because you can have faith in the wrong thing. You have to have faith in the right thing. It matters what you're putting your faith in. And that's where the power came from for me. Once I put my faith in God, then I got the power of God. Put faith in myself, and I got nothing. The power came from outside myself, not from in. And it's real power. It's absolutely real power. My experience and the experience of countless others actually prove the existence of God. It proves a spiritual dimension to our lives. And that spiritual dimension actually supersedes the physical and the mental dimensions. If you focus on the spiritual, the mental and physical can sort out. And we can literally see this happening in so many people. Yeah, it's funny, even the scientists, the psychiatrists, the psychologists, they all agree that the only solution for alcoholics is some kind of belief in God. That's the only thing that actually works. Turning one's life over to God is the only thing. So, hello, how does this not prove the existence of God to people? So anyway, back to my story. I wasn't saved yet at this time when I got sober. I believed in an amorphous God, just kind of a God of my own understanding is what they tell you. So I didn't believe in Jesus. I didn't understand. It didn't even occur to me to believe in Jesus. I began to turn my life over to God every single day. I did everything the program prescribed, did all the steps, began sponsoring other guys. Step 6 and 7 are about your shortcomings, character defects. So, being willing to give up your character defects and have God remove them. My problem was that I couldn't. I became willing to give up my character defects. I asked God to remove them, and He didn't. I was still sinning all the time. I call it sinning now, but back then, I'd just say, oh, it's my character defects. And this is what Christians call the problem of sin. We all sin. All of us sin and fall short of the glory of God. This fellowship, this anonymous fellowship, calls it defects of character, but it's the same idea. I couldn't control it. Fellowship admits you can't control it. They don't have the solution to the sin problem. This fellowship doesn't have the gospel. They have a God of your own understanding. You go to the fellowship to save your butt. You go to church to save your soul. Yeah, God took away my obsession and dependence on alcohol, but He didn't take my propensity to sin in other ways. So I was very confused and upset by that. I just wanted to be a good guy, but I wasn't. I wasn't a good guy. Newly sober, I wasn't a good guy at all. I wanted to do the right thing, but I didn't. That which I would do, I do not. And that which I would not do, that thing I do. Yeah, what are those called? I forget. Sins of commission and sins of omission. Both of them. Both ways. I had both types of sins. Yeah, God did not give it to me, the mastery over sin. So I began looking for other things. Seeking for more than just the God, the generic God of the program, that everybody else had different things that I made up in my head. Yeah, I needed more than just this higher power as we understood Him thing. I needed more meat on the bone. Anyway, I joined another fellowship, and I got a sponsor who introduced me to Zen Buddhism. Primarily Zazen, which is sitting Zen. It's essentially just breathing deeply, focusing on your breath. But you know what? I actually had a little statue, and I was bowing to the statue before and after meditation. That's literally in the instructions for how you do Zen meditation, is to bow to the statue, and that's what I was doing. So I was having incredible experiences in the meditation, and there was tremendous power there. I felt like I had this totally new perspective on life. I mean, maybe I was just high on all the oxygen, breathing so deeply. Maybe, but I mean, actually, I think there was demonic powers involved. So I was bowing down to a demon, and the demon was giving me crazy experiences. And this was happening to such an extent that I felt like I had a mini enlightenment. Like I actually had some kind of mini enlightenment walking the dog. Now, when I describe it, it doesn't seem all that fancy, but I was blown away by this experience. But I was studying these koans. There's these sayings that are supposed to trick your brain into not thinking the same way anymore. But I was trying to open my idea to that time, although time is linear, that you can experience it, you can perceive time from a different perspective. Where beginning and end would exist simultaneously, you could see it all. Like the idea of the parade, you could be in the parade,
but you could be outside of the parade looking down and see the beginning and the end of the parade simultaneously. So anyway, one day I was walking the dog, and there was a moment where I was perceiving where I was standing, but I was also perceiving where I was a few blocks away, later, in the future, simultaneously. And that's my best description of what happened to me. I felt like I was literally in two places. I was experiencing two moments in the timeline of my life simultaneously. The present and a couple minutes into the future. And this like blew my mind. Anyway, God intervened with all this Zen stuff. One day I was meditating and it just stopped working. It just didn't do what it was doing before. It just all stopped. I lost all focus on it. I just could not focus on meditation anymore. So I believe now that God was probably using an angel and just stopped this from working. God had other plans for my life, so he nudged me away from that evil, nihilistic, empty religion. It was as if God just slammed a door and shut off the power. Even years after that happened, I was still trying to meditate, but it never really worked again. It just didn't work. And I really do believe that God sent the angel and shut it off for me. So anyway, I began seeking answers again. And a lot of the podcasts I was listening to, I had some hobbies at the time, and the people I was listening to were Christians as well. And occasionally they would mention that fact or something. They'd just drop a little bit here and there about Christianity. And so I began to be exposed to that. And over time, I decided I wanted to give Christianity another chance. So around this time, my first wife just didn't feel the spark anymore. Honestly, she went off the birth control pill. It's happened to other people as well. Literally, she just was no longer interested in me anymore at all. She was basically repelled by me. So at that point, we'd been together 11 or 12 years. It was just out of the blue. All of a sudden, the feeling's totally gone. So she started seeing other men, and then she moved out because I was not okay with that. She started living with some other guy. I kept meeting with her for a few months, trying to work through it, see if she could come back, but eventually it became clear to me she was not coming back. She had kept telling me that, and finally I just believed it. It's not happening. She's not coming back. And so we got divorced. And then later I got remarried. Yeah, and I wanted to go to church. So I took my wife to church and we began attending every Sunday. In 2019, the year before COVID, I finally decided to read the whole Bible. Really give this thing a chance. I was mostly believing in Christ. I still didn't totally understand it, obviously. And I was still a little bit hesitant. So I just wanted to read the entire Bible. And so I read the entire Bible in the year 2019. My wife did too. And I read it front to back, every single word. In that order, people say not to do it. I didn't find that to be a problem. I was really motivated. And yeah, it was basically just a fact-finding mission. I wanted to see if anything was super weird in the Bible. I couldn't just believe everything people were telling me. I had to see for myself. I had to read the Bible and see what was in it. I was trying to see if there's anything weird. And it turns out, no, there's nothing weird in here that's going to make me not believe. I mean, there is some weird stuff. There's some surprises, some things I didn't expect. But no, the whole experience just drew me closer and closer to God, strengthened my faith. It was very powerful. The Bible is not easy to understand on a first reading. It was extremely valuable, and it had its effect on me. So I highly recommend everybody to read the Bible. It is a serious undertaking. Every single day, probably a half hour at least of reading. After reading the Bible in a year, I continued daily Bible study every morning. For half an hour every morning, something like that. I was very, very diligent. And one morning I was doing Bible study, and the song Because He Lives came into my mind very forcefully. Because He lives. And I was just overwhelmed with the knowledge down to my marrow, just all throughout my body, through my entire person. I was overwhelmed with the feeling, the knowledge that God is alive, that Jesus lives because He lives. I felt His presence. I knew that He was actually with me. Emmanuel is a name for Jesus, and it means God is with us. It was just knowledge that Jesus is literally alive. He's really alive right now. I think until that moment, I didn't really believe in the core of my being that Jesus was alive. It's like you can profess something. It was not just professing that it's true, but literally, I just know this is true. So that was a very powerful experience. I thank God so much for that experience. Yeah, later on, I and my wife became baptized. In believer's baptism, baptizo means immersion, to immerse under the water. So that's biblical baptism, is you believe and then you do baptism. And baptism is a picture of dying, becoming a corpse, basically going underwater, and then resurrecting out of that water into eternal life. The death of the old and the birth of the new, being born of water, of the Spirit. What does Jesus say to Nicodemus? Let's see that. All right, John 3:5. Jesus answered, "Very truly, I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of water and the Spirit." That's what happened. Did it happen when I was baptized? Did it happen earlier? And the baptism is just a picture of it. I think the baptism is a picture of the salvation. Romans 10:9 says, "If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved." So yeah, by this point, by the time I was finally baptized, all of those things true. I confessed with my mouth Jesus is Lord, believed in my heart, to my absolute core of my being, that he was resurrected. He did that for me. It was not a work on my part. Jesus revealed to himself that he lives. He came to me. By came to me, I just mean that song came into my head and I was overwhelmed with this knowledge, just total knowledge to the core of my being. So I don't know exactly when I was saved. It was sometime in that period, in this anonymous fellowship, say sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, in terms of spiritual experience. And my spiritual experience is very slow. Yeah, when did I get saved? Maybe 2018, maybe 2020, somewhere between that time. But I got sober in 2007. I began a journey with God almost right then, July 25th, 2007. My sobriety date. So 17 years of sobriety. And good grief, yeah. I've only been saved for maybe 4 or 6 years out of the 17. So most of that time, praying to God every morning, getting on my knees and devoting my life to him. But I didn't truly know God. I mean, God was with me the whole way. He was leading me. But yeah, it's an interesting experience. I don't see stories like mine that much, certainly not in the Bible. The story of someone believing, well, yeah, they didn't have this fellowship, this God of your own understanding thing. Well, I guess, okay, so Paul came to the Romans and they had the unnamed God. And Paul said, the unnamed God, well, that's my God, that's Yahweh. And so I was seeking after the true God and he made himself known to me in his time. Paul himself, he was praying to Yahweh and persecuting Christians and rejecting Christ until God just intervened on the road to Damascus and revealed himself to Paul. Why did he kick against the pricks? Revealed himself to Paul, and what a dramatic transformation. And so yeah, I think God does reveal himself to those who seek him. But yeah, that's all I have. That's my story of how I was saved. Can't pinpoint the date like some people can. Some people know the date they were saved. I don't know the date. Don't even know the year. I have kind of a range of years that it could have been. I know that I'm saved, but I just don't know when exactly it happened. Now for a prayer. Lord, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my testimony with so many people. It's truly a blessing. And Lord, I pray that my testimony might be useful to somebody else. I just pray for revival, Lord, in this country. Just pray for revival in the world. Pray that many would turn to you and that all would proclaim your glory. Pray that all would worship you. Pray for a return of your Son to reign over all the world. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace always and in every way. The Lord be with you all. See you next time. And